Hello my friends, and welcome to our full stack NextJS course. My name is Zino and I'm going to be your instructor throughout the course. In this course, I'm going to teach you everything you need to know to build enterprise level application with NextJS. And we're going to be building this project which I call SupaBlog. It's an AI enhanced blog that enables us to autopost to other blogs such as Medium, Dev.to, and even Hashnode. Let's go through what the homepage looks like. So we have a very simple homepage. It has a text animation and featured post, which is set by the admin user. And then we have the recent post and a simple design footer. We also have the theme toggle. So there's light theme, dark theme, and we also have respect for the user's preference on their system. But for now, let's just stick with light theme. Now, let me quickly go to the login page and show you what we have there. So on the login page, we have sign in with Google, sign in with GitHub, and login with username and password. For now, I'm just going to sign in with Google. I'm going to come back later to show you a lot we do on authentication and authorization. So there's a lot of talk about authentication, but very little authorization in NextJS. I'm going to teach you that. So I'm going to go ahead and sign in with Google. So I'm currently logged in with Google, and like I said, I just want to quickly show you the main features of the project, and the first will be the AI feature. So I'm going to come to posts. There's a lot to explain here, a lot of functionalities, but let's just head over to create post. Now, this is where we can create an article or a post, the title, the category, the images, and all of that. But I'll scroll down to the post content, and then I'll just click on this button here that says SupaBlog AI. If you click on that button, it's going to slide out this AI interface where you can literally get assistance from the AI. Now, it's not just a random AI integration. For example, if I say, what is your name? It's just going to tell me. So it says, I am SupaBlog AI. All right. So now let's just tell it to generate some articles for our blog. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to get this prompt and I'll say, hello, can you just list 10 topics for my blog? So it already knows what our blog is about. We are a tech blog and all of that. So it's going to generate 10 topics for our blog. All right. So as you can see, it's generating a list of topics for our blog, and you notice that these are tech related because we are a tech blog. Now I'll show you how you can customize it such that even if you were another kind of blog, it will be able to interact with you from that standpoint. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select one of the topics here. Let's see, top 10 JavaScript libraries for web development, Tailwind CSS, understanding MERN stack development, SEO techniques. Okay, let's just go with SEO techniques for NextJS website. So I'm just going to copy this topic here, and I just want to show you some other things. If I paste this topic here, I give it space, and then I say colon, and I say keyword. So watch what happens. I say colon keyword, and I hit enter. What it will do is that it will look at this topic and tell me what people are searching for on Google based on this topic. So whenever people want to search for SEO as regards NextJS, this is how they search. They say NextJS SEO tips, optimizing SEO for NextJS, and all of that. So this is how they search. Now we have the keywords of what people are looking for because we want to build an SEO optimized blog. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to come here. Let's say I want to write a topic on SEO techniques for NextJS. I'm just going to come here and you know what, let me just copy this one. This one looks like a better, it looks like a better title. So I'll just paste this in and then I'll give a space and then I'll say colon SEO. Now, just by doing this, it's going to generate an article for me with all of the relevant SEO, or that means search engine optimization keywords. So just look at this. I'll hit enter and let's watch what happens. So it's loading. All right, look at this. It's generating a blog post for us for this. It's generating a search engine optimized blog post for this particular topic. All right, so now this may take a while. So let me just pause the video and then I'll just come back immediately it's done. All right, so it's still generating and it's generating quality search engine optimized content for us. Now, this thing you see here is what a lot of people build into their SaaS and charge people on a monthly basis for it. I'm teaching you for next to nothing. All right, so now let's assume we wanted to create this topic. I'll just copy this topic here and then I'm just going to come to my blog and let me just slot it in here. So paste that in. It's on Next.js. I'll select a category and that would be Next.js, and then I have to upload an image. Now, to be honest, I have not prepared an image to upload, but I'm still going to have to upload something for this particular post. So let me just click here, and you know what, I will just upload something simple. Okay, let me just upload something I've used before. So I'll just upload this particular one. I wanted to upload something wider, something bigger. So let's remove the image and then try upload something else. Sorry about that. So I just went and got this image and I'm going to upload it. So now this image is being uploaded to Cloudinary, which I'm also going to show you. Or now we can either set our post to draft or to publish. Now, when we're working on a post, we set it to draft, but I'm going to set this one to published. Now, since I've already generated some content for this post, I'm just going to click on SupaBlog AI, and then I'm just going to grab everything except the main heading. So let's just assume what we want. I'm just going to copy it and then come back here and slot it in like so. So this is it right now. You may have to format it just a little bit. For example, you may have to do things like you know, space and all of that. So that's what I'm just going to do quickly. So I formatted it just a little bit, and I'm just going to scroll down to the bottom and I'll click on create post. Now this post is going to be created, and we can see right here in our post page. Right here in our post page. So this is Next.js SEO best practices. Of course, if you go to the front end of your website, you should see what your posts look like, which is what I recommend you do before you auto post to other blogs. So this is what our post look like. It's a very simple post, right? Now let's go back to our admin dashboard and I'll show you the next main feature in this project. So I'll go back to my post, and this is the post right here. Now, supposing I wanted to auto post this blog to other blogs like Medium, Hashnode, and even Dev.to, what I just need to do is come here, and you see here it says cross post. If I click on this guy, it will bring up this interface. It shows me the summary of the blog, and then I can now select where I want to cross post it to. So for example, if I wanted to cross post it to, let's start with Dev.to, I'll select Dev.to and I'll click on auto post. It tells me that my article has been posted to Dev.to, but we need to confirm. So I'm going to head over to my Dev.to account. This is what I currently have, and I'll refresh the page. As you can see here, we have Next.js SEO best practices. Just to be sure, I'm going to try to open this in a new tab to see if it really, if it was really posted. So this is Next.js best practices. You see the image, you see the content of our blog, and everything is just nicely posted here. That's the first. Let's try out another blog. So I'm going to come here and select Hashnode and click on Autopost, and let's see what happens. So it tells articles posted to Hashnode. So let's come over to my Hashnode blog and refresh. This is what I currently have as the last post. I'm going to come here and I'll refresh it, and you can see here we have this right here. So I'll click on this blog post just to see what it looks like, and this is what it looks like on Hashnode. Oh, I'm currently viewing it on dark mode, but on light mode this is what it looks like. All right, the last but not the least is to auto post to Medium. So if I come here and select Medium and I click on auto post, it's going to, okay, article posted to Medium. So if I come to my Medium, this is my Medium, you see here, this is the last post I have. If I refresh it, watch what happens. So immediately it tells me Next.js SEO best practices. So I've been able to post it to both the three blogs, Hashnode, Dev.to, and Medium. Now that's one of the interesting functionalities. The third very interesting functionality is, so supposing in your blog you've created an article, you are generating a lot of views on your blog, and you have a product you want to advertise on your blog. How do you do that? Some people will have to go and post. Let me open this article and show you. Some people may have to come and post that article at the bottom of every post, which does not make sense because many people may not get to the end of your post. So I'm also going to show you how to dynamically post articles or promos or adverts inside of your post. So right inside the body of your post, just like Google or any other ad platform. So I'm going to head over back to my admin account. I told you this course was fully packed. Like, I don't know how long this demo is going to take, but I really want it to be fast. So I'm going to come here to promo. So I'll click on promo, and currently you see here we have one promo, but I want to create a new one from scratch. So I'll click on create promo, and then I'm going to select a title. So let's just say I wanted to advertise one of my courses, which let me just advertise my JavaScript bootcamp. So I'll say modern So I'll say modern JavaScript course, and then I'm going to select a category as web development. Let's post a little bit of the content for our description. And as you can see, as we're posting, it's updating and showing us what our advert looks like. I'm going to scroll down here. What the button text will be, I'll say enroll now. All right, so you see it's displayed here, then the promo image and the promo link. So here, I'm just going to copy an image. So copy that and slot that in here. You see here the image is loaded and displayed here. Then lastly, I'm going to copy the link as to where I want the users to go. So let me just copy that and I'll paste that in here. Now let's create this promo. I'll click on create, fingers crossed, and it says promo created. Now we can see that promo here. Remember, when we go to the front end of our blog, so let me just open this in a new tab, we can only just see the content of each post. So I'll open this post, for example, and I'll scroll down. You can see the content of the post and nothing more. But if I come here as the admin and I select this post, so if I click there, it tells me that this promo action successful. So what that means is that I've set this promo or this advert to active. The reason why I named it promo is because if you use any keyword that has ads in it, if people have an ad blocker, it's going to be blocked. It won't be displayed on the blog. So that's why I changed it to promo. So I'm going to come here and I'll just refresh the page. Watch what happens. So I'm refreshing this specific blog and let's scroll down. Voila. So you see here, we've been able to inject that our promo into this particular blog, but not just this particular blog, into all the blog posts on our website. So this is how you can monetize your website, or you can even advertise for yourself on your blog. So let me just go to another content, so like this one, and see if truly that promo was displayed in all of our blogs. I'll scroll down and as you can see, we have it right here. Now let me come back here just to show you that we know what we're doing. If I unselect this, see, and I now select this one, watch what happens. So we've changed this guy. Let me come here and refresh this blog post and let's see what happens. So we've refreshed the blog post and I'm going to scroll down, and as you can see, we have an entirely new advert. Now let's take this a step further. For that, I'll need to go back here and work with this. So let's work with this one because we just created it. I just want to let you know that we're also tracking it. So currently we have 2 views because like we've reloaded the page twice and we have 0 clicks. So if I come here and I reload this page, let me just reload the page. And I click on enroll now. Watch what happens. I'll click on enroll now. It's going to open the link in a new tab. All right, I don't think I want to wait for that, but I'm going to come back here. Remember, I clicked on this guy once. So this is the course. It has opened that. Now I'm going to come back to my admin dashboard and refresh this page. I just want to show you what happens when a user clicks on a particular link. So you see here, I have 4 views and 1 click. So we're able to track how many people have been able to click on our advert and all of that. In another course, I'm going to show you how you can integrate advanced analytics into any link on your website. But these are the 3 main functionalities of this particular project. Now, there's a lot that we cover, a whole lot. Let me just go through some of them. So things like authentication, authorization, we cover a lot about it. So for that, I'm going to need to show you with another account. So this is a fresh tab. And let me try to log in with username and password. So like I said, we have login with username and password. So with login with username and password, we have the registration cycle and we have the password reset cycle, which is what you see here. So, but let me just try and log in with a username and password. And I think that is, I've changed the password a number of times, so I'm not sure which one I did last. All right, so you see, I'm able to log in with username and password, and I can, just view the details about my profile here. So this is just a small detail about the profile, but what I really want to show you is the password reset cycle. So if I come here and say forgot password, and I want to reset my password, I say reset password. Let's watch what happens. So it's gonna, send me a reset link. Now let me show you what that reset link is. So I'll come here to this particular email and let me refresh this guy. And as you can see, we get a reset password link. So if I open that, this is what the reset password link looks like. Now, I'm also going to show you how you can create beautiful templates for your emails without writing a single line of code. This particular template, I built it without writing a single line of code, and you can do it as much as you want. So I'm going to right click to copy the link, because in this browser here, I'm logged in as the admin. So I will come to my incognito tab and paste that link in here and then open it up. It shows me this password reset page. Now I'm just going to reset the password to something else. So, all right, I'll come here. All right, and then I'll click on reset password. All right, so it says password reset successful. Now, if I try to log in with the previous password, it's not going to work. I wish I saved it in the browser. So if I do that, you see it will tell me that I have invalid email or password. But if I try with the password I just reset now, sorry, and I click on login, you see here I'm able to log in. Now I was saying something about email templates, so let me show you that it's very easy to create different kinds of email templates. So for example, if I come to my contact us page and I said that I want to send an email, so SupaBlog production, let me just say production ON, and then I'll just say this is Zeno, this is Zeno, and then I click on send message. So it sends the message. Let's see what the message looks like. So I'm going to come back here to my admin email and let me refresh this guy, and then I'll open that up. Now look at this. It says new message from SupaBlog. Look at the subject, SupaBlog production. Hello from SupaBlog. This is Zeno, blah, blah, blah. So I'm going to show you how you can create several different kinds of templates, unlimited number of templates for your blog project or your website project or whatever it is you're building. Now let's come and explore some of the functionalities for the user. So for the user is able to interact with the blogs on the website. So if I go to all posts, I can, for example, click on this post, and as a user, I'm able to interact with the post. I'm able to leave a comment. Now we integrated discuss comments for easy integration. If the user can log in with several options to add a comment to the blog, so the user can leave comments on your blog and all of that. But what if you want to suspend the user account? Meanwhile, on the left side or on the right side here, we have featured posts, we have the categories, and then we have the popular posts, which is sorted out by the views. So, but what if you don't want to authorize this user to be able to interact with your blog? So as an admin, you can do that. So if I come here to users, you're going to see that we have a users tab, and on this users tab, we have the list of all the users. So this user, for example, if I wanted to suspend this user, all I just need to do is to say update role and select suspended. Now, if I click on update role, you see here immediately it changed to suspended. Now this user will not be able to add comments or do whatever it is you don't want them to do if they are suspended. So let me now right now we see here that they have this option to add comments, but if I refresh this page, you will see that that option is gone. So they're not even going to see the comment section at all. They're just going to be able to read the blog. So that's what authentication and authorization, that's how you differentiate them. Let me show you something else. So supposing I wanted to, I have access to this URL as a user, and I copy this URL, I come here and slot it in and then hit enter. Watch what happens. So it tells me permission denied. This page can only be viewed by an admin user. So what that is that we have both back-end authentication and authorization, and on the front end, that's where we have that in place. So even if a regular user has the URL, they will still not be able to access what you do not authorize them to. Let us see some of the things. So on the front end also, we have things like the categories. Let me just show you some of those things. So we have things like the categories, the filter categories, and all of that. So you see here, web development has 3, CSS has 1, and all of that. If I go back to the post, okay, let me just go to a post. You see here that we also have featured posts. Now, I was telling you that this featured post is actually determined by the admin. So for example, if I go to the home page, for example, you see here in our featured post, we have this one HTML. But if I come here in the admin dashboard and I go to posts, and I want to change the featured post, let's say I don't want this HTML to be a featured post. All I can just come here is click on this featured post, and it's removed. And then I want to make the first one, let's just say JavaScript variables. If I click on here to feature this post, it's going to be set. And then if I go back to the home page, and let's just go back to the home page, watch what happens. So you see, we now have JavaScript variables as our featured post. So that is completely set by the admin. Let's come back and see some of the other functionalities. You can edit a post, you can feature a post, you can cross post, you can delete a post. Now, if you wanted to delete a post, it's going to ask you for a keyword. Well, this keyword can be determined by you. It can be the name of the post, it can be something else. But if I just type this keyword, delete, immediately I'm going to see a delete button. Now, obviously, I don't want to delete this post. There's also the option to bulk delete or bulk, set posts. So for that, I'm going to need to create 2 dummy posts, and let me just quickly do that. Create post. So right here, I've created 2 dummy posts, and as you can see, they're in different categories. One is set to publish, the other is set to draft. If I highlight these 2 posts, I can come here and select an option. So for example, if I wanted to make both of them draft, I click draft and I click apply. You'll see here that both of them have been set to draft. If I wanted to publish both of them, I'll click apply and both of them will be set to published. Oh, okay, I need to select 2 items, or okay, one or more items rather. I'll click on apply and it's going to be set to published. What if I wanted to delete the both of them? So if I come here, click on action to delete and click on apply. I just want to show you the bulk feature. You see here that it's immediately deleted from our database. There's the option to search the entire blog. So for example, I want to search for anything that has Java. If I click that, it's going to take me to the post page and show me whatever is related to Java, JavaScript, Java, whatever. If I delete all of this, it's going to immediately load all the blogs. And remember, it's paginated. So if I click on page 2, right, you see the other parts of the blog. Now, we don't have so much here. All right, so let's go back to the admin and see some other things that we're able to do with the blog dashboard. All right, so here you see here that we have the total posts, the total views, categories, total users, and then if you come here, we're able to create the categories ourselves. So we can create a category by just clicking on create and add any number of categories we want. Then so I think that's about it. There's a lot we're going to cover, but I don't want the demo to be too long. It's already more than 20 minutes, right? So I think that's about it. By now, if you're convinced that this course is packed, then I totally recommend you get it. All right, so that's about it. Thank you so much. I'll see you in the course. Finally, we also make sure that our blog has search engine optimization. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the homepage link, and then I'll come here to Open Graph and slot it in, and then I'll just click check. Now it will fetch the title of the blog, the description, and it will also show you what the preview of the blog. So if you share it on Facebook, this is what it's going to look like, on Twitter, LinkedIn, and Discord. So you can see that our blog is search engine optimized. Now if I come here and I go to all posts, and then let me just click on this first post here. I'm going to copy the link as well, and then I'll come here and test it and see what it looks like. So I'll say check, and it's loading. Aha, so you see it has been able to fetch the data about that particular blog post. So you can see NextJS SEO best practices. This is some description, and this is what it looks like on when you share on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Discord. So if you feel like this course has some of the things that you want to learn in NextJS and you're going to benefit from it, then let's get started. All right, so I want to quickly put out a disclaimer. So this is an excerpt of my full stack NextJS course. Excerpt means that you're going to probably get like the first 8 to 10 hours of content for the full stack NextJS course, which is a paid course. So there's a lot you can actually learn from this. but I've also posted a full stack Next.js course where we build an invoice manager from start to finish on my channel. Now this is completely free and it's on my channel, but if you watched the demo of this course and you feel like you want to have the whole thing, then make sure you check out the link in the description where I'm going to leave a link to the full complete course. All right, so that's about it. I will see you in the next one. Now don't forget to subscribe to the channel so that we can post more content like this. Hello my friends, and welcome to our Next.js full stack course. My name is Zeno and I'm going to be your instructor throughout the course. Now I just want to go through the basic introduction and let you know how we're going to set up the course. So first off, I expect that you should know React, you should have a knowledge of Git and GitHub, you should have Node.js installed on your system, and basically just have a general sense of web development. Then also the pace for this course is not going to be slow like how we go through in the introductory courses of React and all of that. It's going to be medium paced, and that's because I expect that you already have knowledge of React. So some things are going to be boring if I keep repeating them. You already know some of these things. For example, you know what a hook is, you know what use effect is and all of that. Then the method of learning is going to be learn as we build. So we're going to start building the project, and as we build the project, we're going to take intermittent pauses to explain concepts in Next.js. All right, so but what is Next.js, since that's what we're learning? Next.js is an open source React framework for building web applications. So if you already know what React is, which is a library for building user interfaces, then Next.js is just a framework that is built on top of React. So it depends on React, but because it's built by an entirely different company, Vercel, they now have additional functionalities, additional features to make it a little bit easier for you to do stuff. And we're going to see some of those features, some of the features, not all. Okay, some of those features are, or the main feature is, Next.js comes out of the box with server and client components. So what does that mean? Well, we're going to see a lot of that as we proceed. I don't want to talk about it too much, but the one I want to talk about is the API routes and server actions. So ordinarily, when we build applications, we have our front end React, or our front end repository, let's say we React or whatever. Then we have the backend repository with something like Node.js Express or some other framework for backend built on top of JavaScript. That's how we have two different setups. But Next.js comes into the picture and says, look, you don't need to have an entirely different repository for your backend. We're going to give you the tools you need to build both your front end and your back end in the same system, in the same folder, in one repository. So that's where this API route and server actions comes into the picture for Next.js. So that makes Next.js not just a front end framework, but a full stack framework. All right, so Next.js is a full stack framework. You can build a full stack application with Next.js. Some other features of Next.js is file-based routing, which we're going to see, built-in support for CSS, Sass and Tailwind, image optimization features, TypeScript support, and most importantly, they have a very large community and ecosystem. And that is very important when you're building, because you will definitely run into problems, and you want to make sure that there will most likely be other people that have solved that problem. So that's a very big one. Then other key aspects, other key things that we're going to talk about is, I'm going to share some of my practical experiences on building complex level applications. I'm going to share some of the things that I actually do when I build complex level applications. Then also we're going to talk about when to use a monorepo or a single repository for both your front end and back end, in which case Next.js is an example, versus when to decouple your setup. What that means is when to separate your back end and your front end. There are cases where you use a monorepo and 3 months down the line, you're going to run into a lot of problems. Not like you will not be able to achieve stuff, but man, you're going to run into a lot of problems, okay? Because you're going to have to build complex APIs and stuff like that. But I don't want to talk about that now. We'll talk about that at the end of this course. So that's a little bit, about how we're going to set up the course. Now, before I go, or before we move to the next video, if you are not very confident with React, right? I have wonderful, fantastic courses on React and full stack development in general, and I do recommend you check some of those out. Some of them are even free, so make sure to check out my website or check out my other courses on zenotrustacademy.com, and you should be able to that should bring you up to speed with whatever you need to know before you take the NextJS course. So that's about it for this one. I'll see you in the next one. All right, so now let's go ahead and set up our folder for the project. So I'm just going to minimize this guy, and then I'm going to create a folder. So I already have this folder created. It's called NextJS course. Let's open this folder up, and then inside of this folder I'm going to create a new folder. There's already a folder here. It's the finished project, so I'm just going to create a new folder, and I'll call it SupaBlog, and let me just say course so that I know the difference. All right, I right click, and then I'm just going to open with code or open in Visual Studio Code. I'm also going to bring that in here and expand it. Okay, so we have this in place, and let's go back to our browser. So because I want to carry you along as we set up, some things may change in the future as NextJS, release new features and all of that, but I'll be sure to update when they do. So I'm going to come here and let's go to Shadcn. There's a website called Shadcn. Meanwhile, for all your NextJS documentation and stuff, you can just visit their NextJS website and just click on docs. Everything is there. So, but Shadcn is a UI framework that, supports NextJS and Tailwind CSS. So we're going to use that. So if you go to ui.shadcn.com and you click on docs, you should be able to see this installation guide, and then just click on it. When you do that, you can now select NextJS. It will now give you this, command with which you can install Shadcn. So what we're going to do is, I'm not going to copy all of this like that, because I don't want to build with, I'm not going to use TypeScript for the project, and there's a reason why. Now, it's part of what we'll talk about. It is not every project that you build that you need TypeScript, okay? If you're an indie hacker or you are somebody that builds, mini projects and you try to build a SaaS and all of that, believe me, you don't need TypeScript. If you're working in an enterprise level, startup or a huge startup where you have a lot of people building together, it makes sense to use TypeScript. But you're just a single developer building your stuff and all of that, and you're using TypeScript for every project, it's not recommended, because definitely TypeScript comes with its own issues and its own, slowing you down with a lot of things. So I'm not going to use TypeScript for the project. I don't need to justify that. I'm not saying you should not learn TypeScript. In fact, I'm going to have a TypeScript course coming in later. So what we need here is, I'm just going to copy the npx create next app at latest, and then that's just what I'll copy. So I'll say Ctrl+C, and then I will come here and open my terminal. So this is my terminal. All right, and then I'm just going to paste that in. So I'll say Ctrl+V. Now, because I want to install NextJS inside of this folder or inside of this repository, I'm going to give a space and say // and hit enter. So give it a couple of seconds. It should start the installation process. So it says okay to proceed, and I'll say yes and hit enter. Okay, so now it asks me, would you like to use TypeScript? I'll say no, that's the default. Would you like to use ESLint? Okay, yes. Would you like to use Tailwind CSS? Yes. Would you like to use the source directory? Well, I will say yes, so that it will keep my folders organized. And then, would you like to use app router? I would also say yes. Would you like to use the custom? Would you like to customize the default import alias? No. And then it's going to start installing NextJS. So the reason why I did not copy all of this line at once is that I wanted to go through the questions and answer them so that you know exactly how we're setting up what we're doing. All right, that's why I did not just copy all the lines. So let's give it a couple of seconds for it to install, and then we're going to continue. So the process is complete, and I think I've also increased the font of my Visual Studio Code so that you can clearly see what we're doing. So at this point, we can open our folder and you see everything that we've installed. It's inside the source directory. Is there any other thing we need to do? Well, I think at this point we can say npm run dev. Okay, so npm run dev, hit enter, and it's going to open up this your Next.js application in localhost 3000. All right, so you see it's ready. Now, if you come to your browser and you say localhost 3000 and hit enter, you should see your Next.js app running safe and sound. So you see it right here, everything is working perfect. So in the next video, we are going to customize this our setup and just set up everything so that we can proceed as fast as we can in the course. I'll see you in the next one then. All right, so now let's go ahead and clean up our setup. But before then, I just wanted to specify that in this project, we're going to use, this is the tech stack, we're going to use a very simple tech stack. Next.js, both for front end and back end. Then we're going to use Auth.js, formerly known as NextAuth, and then we're going to store our data in MongoDB. Very simple tech stack. In fact, it's so simple that I missed mentioning it. All right, so but let's continue to set up our project. So I'm going to come, this is what the project looks like. I'm going to come and open up the source folder, and everything is inside the app.js. So if you open up the app.js, you need to come to your page.js, and I'll remove everything inside of this main tag. So let's just, it's quite a lot, so you just have to highlight everything and to the end. Okay, good. And here I'm just going to escape, and then I'll just say maybe something like hello world. All right, I think let me save that and see what it looks like. Okay, so this is hello world right here, and you can see it's already styled because we have Tailwind CSS installed. I think for now just leave it centered so that it's easy for me to see what I'm doing. Okay, so now what we want to do is I want to show you how you can set up your installation such that you can use regular CSS, Tailwind CSS, Sass, and you can even separate your CSS file. Because prior to when Tailwind CSS became popular, a lot of people built their projects by having their CSS file, like the CSS file for each component was separate. So if you have that set up already and you want to be able to use Tailwind CSS, then that's a problem, because Tailwind CSS is only going to give you options to put your CSS in this file called globals.css. All right, so but I want to show you how you can switch things up a little to be able to separate your CSS file if you so desire, and there are use cases for that which you'll see in this project. So first off, I did a Google search of Tailwind CSS, and then I said nesting, and then it brought me to this page which I opened. All right, I want to show you every step. I want to be fully transparent in this course, so you can expect a lot of this, showing you everything I do. So what I'm going to do is I'm scrolling down, and first I'm going to install this npm install post CSS import. I'll copy it, and then I'm just going to head over to my terminal, which I closed, open that up, and okay, I need to open a new terminal. So let me extend this guy just a bit, and then there's this plus icon for me to click and open up a new terminal. So I'll do Ctrl V, and that will just, I'll hit enter on that, and that will install this particular plugin. So it's very fast. When you install this plugin though, you need to modify your Tailwind, no, not Tailwind CSS, you need to modify your post css.config file. All right, so note it, post css.config, you need to modify this file. But you know what, I think we should just install everything we need first before we do the modifications and all of that. So we need that, and we need this other plugin called nesting, Tailwind CSS nesting. I'm trying to look for where they said something about it. Okay, look at it right here. So nesting, you can either install this post CSS nested or post CSS nesting. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to install the post CSS nesting, and I'm going to have to type it out because I don't see it written out here. All right, so I'll come here and say, okay, npm install, and sorry, okay, so I'll say post CSS hyphen nesting, and I hope I don't make any type of, okay, so it's installing. So while that is installing, remember I said you need to modify your post css.config file, this file. So let me show you the modifications we're going to make. So if you scroll up a bit, okay, so this is it. So you need to add this post css import, right, which is the first plugin we installed. So I'm just going to copy this line like this, Ctrl+C, and then I'm just going to come here. Let me bring this down since I'm done with the installation. And just before this Tailwind CSS, I'll just come here and paste it in. All right, so that's the first. Now, you also need to import the second one, which is the nesting, and you will see what all of that is going to do for us. So let me just bring in that. I don't think we have that statement, or maybe we do have it somewhere, but I just can't find it yet. So I'm just going to slot it in myself. So I'll come here and watch. I'll come to the next line and paste this in. So it's tailwind css /nesting and then post css -nesting. So take a close look at what I just did. Pause the video if you need to and modify your post css.config file. I'll go ahead and save, and I shouldn't have any errors. My app should still be running, and I think I should make my app the first one here. Okay, I'll make this hello world a little bigger. I think the way you do that is, let me just come here, and then I'm just going to increase the font size. So I'll say class name. Oh, okay, I thought I had a shortcut for that. Class name, and then I'll just say, okay, text dash maybe 3XL. So 3XL. XL stand for extra large. So save that, and then I'll just come here. So it's a little bit bigger. So next, let's come here and finish up. Next, you need to modify your globals.css file. So let me open that. So this is my globals.css file. It's where we have our tailwind. I'll just remove everything here. Hold on. I'll remove everything here like this. And then I'm just going to come back here and show you how we're going to modify it. So hold on just a minute, let me look for it. So we're going to modify the way we import these tailwind classes, or this tailwind, will I say components. I'll come here and then I'm just going to copy all of this, watch, Ctrl+C, and then I'm just going to do like this, comment it out. I don't want to delete it so that you have it as a reference, and then I'll paste this in. So instead of saying tailwind CSS base, I'm going to remove this. I'll remove this, and I'll remove this. So we are actually going to do import, and then we're importing the files for these three components. So that's the change that we need to make. So I'll go ahead and save, and you should see here that our, oh, okay, we're getting an error. Just a minute. Hold on. Let me just take a second look at that. So just by taking a second look at what I actually imported, it looks like I imported the wrong thing. So let me just show you. I'll come back here and show you what I was supposed to import. So this is our regular import, and it will not work. So I was supposed to scroll down just a bit, and this is what I'm supposed to import. I'm really sorry. So let me just copy this guy, and then I'll just come here and replace this import. Okay. So now what you want to do is you want to get rid of these ones. 1, 2, and hold on, 3. Let me see if I can format this. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. So these are the 3 imports you need. And of course, if I go ahead and save this file, my everything should work perfect. So now that we've done all of this, we can now separate our CSS file. In other words, you can have your CSS in an entirely different location and it will still work. So if I come here and I create a new folder, I say I'll call it components. Oh, no, I'm not supposed to create it inside the app folder, inside the source folder. I'll create a new folder and I'll call it components, plural. Then it's, oh, sorry, there needs to be a C here, F2. Wow, there's so much going on because me typing, I'm already used to some shortcuts on my Mac laptop, on my MacBook, but I'm recording on a Windows. So here I'm going to create another folder. I'll call it styles. So if I want to have like a regular CSS file with SAS support, this is where I'm going to put it. I'm going to just do a test and I'll say home.css. And then I'll just save that. So now if I come here and say just a regular, maybe red, and then I say color red, All right, and then I save. Anywhere I use this class, it's going to work, given that I import this CSS file inside of my globals.css. So it takes a while to set up, but when you do this setup, you can separate your CSS file anywhere you want. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to come here and I'll add a comment here and say import styles. All right, so now you can import any styles. The way you just do that, you just say art. Okay, I think it was okay. You see, so art import, you go into the styles folder, and I think I need to do that with two dots rather, and then styles, and then home.css. I'll go ahead and save. Okay, is it 2 now? Hold on. Oh, it cannot find it. I think maybe it's just 1. I'm not sure. Let's. Okay, let me just write it out myself. Sometimes these things can just be. So if I want to import it, let me just say dot / oh, okay, so it has to be dot / okay, then I have to go into maybe another dot / I need to go into the components and the styles and then home.css. All right, save that and our error should go. So now we remember we have this home.css with this particular style. We can even add maybe something like .blue. You know what, let me do a revamp. Let me just say something like .content. All right, open this up. I'll just say maybe width of 100%, and then I will do nesting. So inside here I'll say red, because red actually stands out, and then I'll say color of red. So you see, I'm doing nesting inside of this external CSS file. It's still going to work. So if I come here to my page and I give this, let me surround this with a div of .content, and then I surround this h1 tag. If I come inside this h1 tag and I say give it a class of red, watch what happens. I'll save that, and then I'm just going to come here. You see here we have red, so the color has been changed. So this is how you can set up your repository or your files such that you can use both Tailwind, regular CSS, Sass, and even separate your CSS file. I know this video took a little bit of time, but it's very important if you already have an existing repository and you want to be able to use Tailwind CSS with that existing repository without having to refactor your entire code. So that's about it for this setup. In the next one, we're going to continue. All right, so now let's proceed. So in the installation cycle, we've been able to set up Tailwind CSS. Now we need to actually install Shadcn. So after this command here, we just got to come here and click this. I'm going to use npm. So I'll just copy this guy and then I'll come here and install Shadcn. So paste it in, Ctrl V, and in it, so hit enter on that. Let me just expand this guy. So what that will do is that it will install Shadcn. So it will ask you some questions. So default, I'll just go with default. I'll go with slate. And would you like to use CSS variables for your colors? Yes. So it will initialize your project and it will install Shadcn. I'll show you the changes that happens when Shadcn has been installed. Okay, so the installation process is complete, but there are some changes that have happened that we need to modify. So if you come here to your globals.css, you will notice that it has added some things to our CSS. So we now have this base and then we have these colors, and personally I would like these colors to be compressed. So instead of having them spaced out, I'll just say Alt, Shift, and F. Oh, it's not even obey my command. So but then let's go back to some of the things we did before. So Tailwind base, Tailwind component, Tailwind utilities, that's not how we imported it. Remember, we commented it out so that we can use the imports and nesting. We commented it out like this and then we imported it like this. So let me just bring that in and just come here, slot it. So this is how we imported it, if you remember. Then also we imported the styles. So I added a comment, excuse me, I added the comment and I said import styles, and then I just said at import, and then I imported the CSS. So // and I went into the components, the styles, and the home. Okay, so I'm seeing this guy here, media query expected. What's going on? Okay, let me just save this guy. Maybe it's not a critical error that will shut down my application. So if I reload this application, hold on. Oh, so it's my syntax. I just need to add my colon, this one, semicolon rather, and then I'll save. So that will just bring back our styles. So basically by installing Shadcn, we have these theme colors for the project, right? So, but if you wanted to change this your theme color, what you can do is you can come to the Shadcn website and you can just click on themes. If you click on themes, you will see like this option here, right? And you can select any theme you want. You can even customize your colors, but I'm just going to go with the blue theme, and then I'll click on copy code. It will bring up this interface here. So I can now click on this copy. Watch what's happening. I have this layer, and inside we have the root and the dark mode colors. So I'll copy this code, and then I'll come back to my setup, and then I'll just remove from this layer. I'll just remove everything like this. So I'll leave the base, just remove all the layer. Okay, I'll remove that, and then I'll just paste in this new one I brought in. So you see, so but that's not all. I also want to have my own special colors. So these colors here are for the light mode, while these ones are for the dark mode. So but I also want to have my own special colors. Let me bring in those colors, and then I'll just slot them in. So I will say Ctrl+C to come. First, I'll put in the root. So these are the colors I'm going to be using. So this is color white, FFF. Then for the dark mode, I'm going to invert some of those colors. So let me just copy and bring it. I'll come to this dark dark styles, and then I'm just going to come inside it and slot it in. So if you notice, oh, okay, I don't think I copied it. Ctrl+Z. Ctrl+Z. Let me copy it correctly. Okay, so I'll come here and slot it in. So just notice something. In this dark mode, something like color white, I've inverted it to a dark color. Color gray has also been darkened. You understand? Color dark is now white. So I basically just inverted it. So in dark mode, anywhere I use color white, it will change to dark. Do you get? So that's just how the theme works. So let's just go ahead and save. But we are not done with the theme setup. So we're also going to now install something called Next Themes, and I'm just going to show you in Shadcn. So one other thing we need to do is that you see this these variable styles we brought here. We also want to add it to our Tailwind config file. So Tailwind config.js file. You also want to be able to add it here so that you can point to it from anywhere in your app. So if you come to extends and you just come to colors, I'm just going to come down here and then just slot in this. So these are the exact same styles, right? So I just referenced them here as well, and then I'm just going to go ahead and save. Right, so that's about it for setting up our okay. There's one more thing though. There's one more thing, but maybe I'll just stop here, and the next video I'll show you. All right, that's about it. I'll see you in the next one. All right, welcome back, guys. Now, before we proceed in the course, I want us to talk about something very important, and that is the types of components in NextJS. So let me just say types of components. Okay, so there are two types of components. The first is the server component, and the second is the client component. Now, don't let it confuse you, or don't let it feel like, oh, it's something very big, because it's not. They are basically just components, but they have like some major differences or some key differences. So let me explain it to you. On the server component, you see this JSX here. It's rendered on the server. So the importance of that is that before your page loads, this your markup or your JSX has been rendered, and what that does is that it gives the search engine access to this content even before your site is rendered. So in summary, server component has better optimization for search engine. All right, now let's move to the client component. Client component, however, is needed when you want to interact, when you want to have browser interactivity. What is an example of browser interactivity? So for example, if you had a button and you wanted the user to be able to click the button. So this is a button here that says get started. This has to be done on the browser, like your page has to load before a user can click the button. Or maybe you want to add like something like a state. So if I come here and I create a use state, come here, if I say const and then I create use state, okay, so I just say count, set count, this state has to be processed in the browser. So in this situation, I will need a client component. Client just simply means browser. All right, I will need a client component for this. So let's take it again. In server components, your HTML is rendered on the server, so that's better for SEO. In client components, you can have browser interactivity, so you can have things like button, state, use effect, and all of that. So if there's any situation where you need to have a button on the page for user to click on, or you need to have like a state or maybe some effects, then you are definitely going to need a client component. So how do we specify that this is a client component as against a browser, a server component? In Next.js, all components by default are server components. So this is a server component. If you want to convert a component to a client component, for example, if I save this file, hold on, let me save this file, it will throw an error. Look at this, it's throwing, it says use state is not oh sorry, I need to define use state. That's not the error I was looking for. All right, so I'll save it again and look at this error. It says you are importing a component that needs use state. It only works in a client component. Are you seeing? But none of its parents are marked as use client. So whenever you need something like a button or a state or a use effect, you need to specify that you want to make this a client component. And how do you do that? So where did this image come from? I don't think I imported image. So at the top of the components, right, you have your quotes and then you say use client. All right, so that's how you create a client component. So if I go ahead now and save this file, you will see here that this will change, and I'm now able to see my button that says get started. Of course, the button is not styled, but I'm sure you get the gist. So that is those are the main differences between a server and a client component. The question is, how should you structure your application? So by default, if you don't need anything that has browser interactivity, like the states, the buttons, the effect, just use a server component. Why? Because everything is processed on the server. The server component is generally loads faster than a client component. So just use a server component by default, and then if you need browser interactivity, use a client component. So those are the major differences between a server and a client component. So in the next video, I'm going to show you how to integrate AI into your Visual Studio Code for free. All right, you're going to integrate AI for free so that you can get some completion. For example, this set count, you notice that it was completed for me by the AI. So if I say const, it already knows that I want to create some kind of, state. So if I do like this, hold on, if I do like this and I say count, you see it has completed it for me. I just hit tab, and then so it makes you a lot faster when you code. In the next video, I'll show you how to integrate AI into your browser or into your Visual Studio Code. So that's about it for this one. I will see you in the next one. So to integrate an AI assistant into your Visual Studio Code, there are a lot of options. There's GitHub Copilot and some other paid options, which I think offer some help. But I found this to be very useful. Codium, codeium.com. And the good thing about them is that you can get started for free, but you can also check out their paid plans. So you just need to create an account, a free account on Codium, and then in Visual Studio Code, in your extensions, you just go ahead and install Codium like so. So you just install Codium and you should be able to set up and start using the AI completion tool on your Visual Studio Code. Now it's going to take some getting used to initially when you start, but eventually you will find out that you almost cannot do without it because it saves you a lot of time. So the name is Codium.com, and I'm not a partner or an affiliate in any way. I just found their product useful. So make sure to check out their product and see if you can benefit from it. So that's about it. We'll continue in the next video. Okay, so now we're almost done setting up everything we need before we can just proceed. But one thing I want to give you access to is my own globals.css file. So if you come to, let me just bring that in. So this is it right here, my globals.css file. Now, aside the colors and theme and everything, I have some additional classes that I've added here, just to make things a little bit faster for us. So just normal, like the H2, for example, I just give them a specific font size, and I have some other classes here that just helps us to move fast. But I'm going to explain all of them when we need them. All right, so but I just wanted you to know that there is this CSS globals.css file. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave a download link for everything that you need. So the files and the resources, everything that you need, I'm going to leave a download link. So if you look somewhere below this video, irrespective of where you're watching it, you're going to see a download link to the resources and you're going to have access to this. All right, so that's about it. So let me just bring in my own globals.css file. So I'm just going to highlight it, copy it, and then just come here. I will highlight everything here and just slot it in. I hope there is no error. Okay, there is none. So one thing I will do here is that I need to comment out this first import. So maybe like this, and then I need to point to this other import correctly. So here I will come here like this. Or you know what I'm going to do? Maybe what I should actually do is I would bring out the styles from inside the components. I'll just make it stand on its own. So for example, I'll put it inside the source directly. So I'll move it. So inside of our source, we now have the app, the components, and the styles. So the styles is in its own folder. So that way we have exactly the same import. So if I comment out this one, you see that it's pointing to the styles. Now this is correct. And of course, if I go, hold on, let me do Ctrl+Z here. Okay, yeah. So you see it's pointing to the home.css file. So now if I go ahead and save, if I come here, I will still have my styles intact. So we're good to go. So now let's go ahead and start building out the pages. So we're going to start from the top, like I said. So we're starting from the header. All right, so now in this header, I'm going to come here and I'm going to create inside my components, I'm going to create a folder which I'm going to name header. All right, so I'll come here, I'll say create folder, and I'll call it header in small letter. All right, and inside of this header, I'm going to create some files, some components. The first one is going to be header.jsx. Then I'm going to create two more folders. I will say this one will be main header, right, .jsx. And then I would say main header mobile. So main header mobile .jsx. So those are the three files that I need. All right, is there any other thing? Main header, okay, okay, let's just stick with these ones for now. All right, so here I'm just going to use the shortcut and say RFC. Okay, that's the first one. I will save, and then I'll come here, I'll say RFC, and then I'll save, and then last but not the least, I'll just say RFC here, and then I'm just going to save. So we have the main header, and we've separated it into two separate files. The main header, which is what you see here, and if I collapse this guy, you'll see here that we have this second header here. This is the main header mobile. So I decided to separate it to make it a little bit easier. And if you click here, it slides out the menu. And if you click here, it should slide out the search, but for some reason I'm not seeing the search. So okay, it's sliding it out, but at the bottom. So I need to I'm gonna fix that, don't worry. So but that's just what we want to achieve. So here in my header file, we're just going to start by shrinking this guy up so that we have it like this and like this, so we have it side by side. So the first thing we want to do is we want this header to be displayed on the page. So for that, we're going to go inside of our app and we're going to click on layout. So this layout is where we like have, you know, is like the root of our application. So first, let's change the title. For search engine optimization, we're going to change this title to SupaBlog, just something simple. And here we're just going to say something like the best SEO blog, anything, just something that describes what, you know, your website is about. And then you want to come here now in between, inside of this body tag, right, just before this children, this is where I will now add my header tag, and I'll just close it like this. Now make sure you import it. So I'll import it, and then I'm just going to go ahead and save. So save. So you see here we now have this header. So what that means is I can get rid of this h1, or maybe I can just leave it there for now, so it's just there. So but now if I come to this header, I can now go ahead and start building my header. So in our header, what we want is, I'm going to remove this text. What we want is, we want a header tag. So you know what, I'm just going to have a header tag, or to make it easy, I'll change this to a header tag. All right, and then inside of my header tag, I'm going to have two divs. So the first div is going to contain the main header. So main header, let's make it a component. Oh, sorry, I think I just, okay. So I'm going to make this main header a component. I'm mixing up the shortcut for Mac and Windows, and then I will duplicate this guy, and then this one will now be main header, and then I'll just add mobile. So I'm separating it. So make sure you import the two of them like so. Main header, yeah. So if you go ahead and save, you should be able to see the main header and the main header mobile. The only problem is that we don't want the two of them to show at the same time. So here I will give this one, I want it to show on only desktop. So I have a class that I've already created for that. It's called show-on-desktop. And then for this one, I created a class that says show on mobile. And then I'll go ahead and save. So Ctrl S. And as you can see, because this is mobile width, we have the main header for the mobile. But if I shrink it out, if I shrink this up to the desktop width, you see we just have main header. So some of these styles I imported here inside of my globals.css is what is helping me do that. So just to show you, if I highlight this and say Control Find, and then I come to my globals, you will see where I created it. So this is show on desktop, and it's display block on desktop width. But when we get to the mobile width of 800 pixels, we set it to display none. The same thing for the show on mobile. So I'm just trying to let you know that the fact that we have Tailwind CSS does not mean we have to throw away some common, sense that helps our life. It makes our life a little bit easier. It's easier to do this than to have so many styles just because you want to make something mobile responsive. You have this on Medium and all of that inside of your file. I really do not like that. So just showing you what I do. All right, so now that we have that, in the next video we're now going to set up the header proper. All right, I'll see you in the next one then. All right, so now let's start by creating it from left to right. So we're going to start with the logo. So inside of the main header, which is this guy here, I'm going to, let me hide this one. Okay, so inside of this main header, let's come here. I'm mixing up the shortcuts, like really mixing up the shortcuts. So I'm just going to just do like this, remove this guy, and then I'll give this one a class name. I'll just make it an empty class name for now. All right, we'll come back to what we want to be inside of it. Now we're going to need a logo for the we're going to need an icon for the logo. That's this guy you see here. So what I'm going to do is I'll say npm install, and I'll use react icons and hit enter. So it's going to install react icons. So while it's doing that, I think we can continue. Inside of this one, I would give this another div a class of container t, and then another class of, I'll set the bg to color white, color white. So we have all of that styles in our, globals.css file. So now that we have this in place, let's go ahead and create another div that will hold the logo. So Ctrl Z, and here I'm just going to have a text that says logo for now. Okay, now this div is going to have a class of, let's give it a height of 1.6, and let's say flex, and hold on, I'm thinking. Okay, so flex. Now this div is going to be what houses everything you see here. So I'm using the style of flex so that it's side by side. So flex, and I'm going to say justify between, then I'll say items center. Now this flex justify between item center is what we're going to use to separate everything. So now is where I'll now create a div for the logo. So here, let me just say .logo, even though the logo doesn't really do anything, this logo style doesn't really do anything. I'm just saying that because I just want to know that this is the logo, but I'll give it a class of cursor pointer. Aha, so now inside here is where I'll slot in my logo. Now remember, we installed React icons. So for the icon, the specific icon we need for our logo, let me just bring it in here. I would import it. So it's FA pen to square. That is this icon you see here. Okay, I think since it's the logo, I think I can shrink it up. So this icon. So now let's come outside here and create the logo. I'm creating the logo outside because I want to be able to use the logo in multiple places. That's why I'm creating it outside. So I'm just going to come out here and say export. So export means that I can use it, I can export it wherever I want. And I'll say const logo. Const logo. And that's going to be equal to, so let's just have a markup. So I'll have a div, so dot flex start, flex hyphen start. And I'll show you what this flex start actually does. Let's tap that first. And I want my logo to have a width of, so I'll give it a specific width of 150 px, so 150 px. And then inside of this logo, we're going to have a h2 text, so h2, and the text will say super, S-U-P-A. Then lastly, we're going to have the icon. So here I'll just say, okay, so that's the icon. Let's give it a size of 48. So that's 48 pixels and a color of blue. Is there any other property I want to give it? Maybe I'll just give it a class name. I'll just remove every padding around it. So class name, and I'll say padding of 0. So that's it. Meanwhile, if you save this file, let's see what you're going to see. So this is what we're working on right now. Oh, well, nothing is going to show right now because first of all, I think we did not close this guy. So that's the first. Then we've not brought this logo inside here. So let's come here, and instead of having this logo text, I'm just going to come here and say curly braces logo. And then I'm just going to save. Okay, so here we should see the logo displayed now. Oh, I've not saved the main header, so save. So now we should see the logo displayed here. And for some reason, it's not auto refreshing. So let me just reload. Okay. Oh, this is main header mobile. I'm sorry. So this is what the logo looks like. I'm so sorry, I forgot. So Let me just do it like this. All right, so let's style this text and just give it a little bit of class. So here I'll just come to my h1 for the logo, and then I'll just give it a class name of something like color secondary. So I'll say text dash color, and I'll just use my secondary color. And is there any other thing? Maybe text dash 3xl. And lastly, I think I'll just, those two classes are fine. Save. And now it looks very similar to what we have here, except that the icon is bigger. So maybe we make the icon a bit smaller, so maybe 40, and then save. Aha. So that's it for the logo. Now, the import of this is that we can use this logo in multiple places in our application instead of having to, since it's a markup logo, it's not an image. All right, so that's about it. Now in the next one, we're now going to continue by building out this header search. All right, I'll see you in the next one then. So now we're going to build the next component in our header, which is this search component. Yeah, so for that, we're going to need to install our first Shadcn component. So if you're in Shadcn, just come to components and scroll down to input. If you go to input, that's this one, click on it to see. Hold on, did I click on it right? Okay, so for some reason it's not responding. Okay, yeah, it's responding now. So we're going to scroll down, and this is the command to install the input component. So if you select npm, and let me shrink that up back, and you come here to your terminal, you can just paste that in. And okay, yeah, so that's it. And then I'll just say enter. I may need to expand this so that you can see what I'm doing. So it's going to install. So you see, let me open that up. So it says done. That means it has installed that input. So that's how you install every Shadcn component with that command, or that kind of command. Now, to be sure we actually installed it, we need to come to our, components, and inside the component, it's going to create this UI folder, and here you can see input. So this is our input component for Shadcn. So now that we have that in place, I think I'll start closing some of these things that we're not using at the moment. Layout, okay. So I'm going to create a new, inside of my header component, I'll create a new component which I'll call header search .jsx. Okay, then let's do rfc and just have that. So now I'm going to first save this component, and then I'll bring it inside of my main header, so just after my logo. So let's just be careful, this is the logo div, and just after the logo I'll just bring in the header search like so, and then I'll save. So if you come here to the project we're working on, you should be able to see the header search component. Yeah, now how do we modify this header search component from this to this? So basically we just have the input field, and then there's this icon here. So let's come to the header search. First off, I'm just going to import the icon. So it's an icon from from React icons, and I don't want to be having to go to React icon and coming back. Okay, maybe I should just do it once and show you how it works, just in case some people have not used React icons. So I'll say React icons, and here this is what the homepage looks like, and then I'll say search. So if you search for an icon, it will just show you the various icons. So you can now select any one of them. So for example, if I select this specific one, this is how you import it. So you just copy this line of code, and then you come here, you slot it in, and that it has been imported. Then you now copy this to use it. That's it. Just put it anywhere you want, and then obviously you have to put it inside a component, inside a div rather, so you don't have two divs. So this is how you use Shadcn. This is how you use React icons. I'm mixing this thing up. So if you save that and you come here, you'll see that we have the icon. Yeah, but obviously I don't want to use this one. I want to use something different, which is this IO MD search. So I'm going to remove this one and remove this as well, 2. So that's how you use Shadcn. So let's continue. So for this particular one, instead of having a div, I'm just going to have a form. So form, and then this form is going to have an on submit. So let's just say on submit, and I'll say handle search. Now obviously I need to create this function because I've not created it yet, so it doesn't throw an error. So here I'll just say const so handle search. There's something I did not tell you, but I'm going to tell you. So let's just say e.prevent default, but I'll tell you, all right, about this autocomplete you saw here. I'm going to tell you, or maybe I'll just go back and do a video on it so that you know. So you'll see a video about this. All right, so now we have the form. Inside of the form, we're going to have a div. So let me just say dot and tap that. So it's going to have some class names which we've not done yet. So here I'm going to say, I'm going to add a span, and I'll give it a class of relative. Tap that. I'm giving it a class of relative because the way this thing is displayed, you see here, it's inside this big search bar. So that's why I'm making this relative. So inside here is where I'll now bring in my icon. So instead of having to type the icon, I'm just going to slot it in and show you. So this is the icon. I give it a size of 25. I give it this color, and I give it this class name of absolute. I positioned it left to bottom 2, right? Then next we're going to bring in the inputs. Now for this input, I'm going to go to Shadcn and show you how you can bring in an input. So this example here, if you click on code, it will show you the input tag. So first off, you need to import the input, but let me just copy this input. Okay, I'll copy the input and come here, and just after my search, I'll slot in the input. Now if I come here and say control space bar, I should be able to import that input, you know. But I usually don't like importing my input like this. I want to import it like this, so that if I move this file, it's not going to throw an error. So let me just import it like this by pointing to this relative path of component. Okay, so we've imported this input, but let's give it some other properties. So it's not a type of email, it's a type of text. All right, then let me just say format. Okay, so you know what I'm going to do, I'll give it the type of text, a placeholder of search blog. Then let's give it another property of value. So value, and we're going to set that to, we've not created the state yet, but I'll just call it search. All right, then I'll give it an onChange property. So onChange. Okay, so set search. Let me see if I can format this good. So these are the properties I want to give it. Then last but not the least, I'll give it a class name. So class name, and I'll just set that to, I just want to set the width. So here I'm saying that I want it to have a padding left of 8, not 10. And then I'll give it a width. So I want it to have a fixed width. So width of, I'll do my straight square brackets, and I'll say 280 pixels. So 280 px, and that's it. So don't forget, we need to create this search, what's it called, state. So I'll come here and I'll create my search state. I think it should auto create for me. So that's it. Let me go ahead and save this file. Save, and let's come and see if we're okay. I've not imported state, I'm sorry. React.useState, but I've imported React, so you should not throw that error. So let's import useState. Come on now, don't waste my time. Shit. Okay, so sometimes this AI thing just slows you down. Okay, so it's obviously something is wrong, so I just need to figure out what it is. It says you are importing a component that needs useState. It only works in a client component. Very good. I'm happy that I made the error first. So like I said, there are two kinds of components before. There's the server component and there's the client component. Anytime you are using a client, anytime you are using anything that you need the DOM, anything that you're going to need the browser to read. So something like an on-click event, a state, a use effect, you're going to need the browser to interact with those. You need to make it a client component. So here I'm just going to come here and say use, to make this a client component, I'll say use client, and then I'm just going to save. All right, just by adding the use client, I'm going to come here and you see that it has refreshed the page, and then I now have this in place. So that's it for the header search. We've not added the functionality for this search. We're going to do that when it's necessary. Okay. All right, so that's about it for this one. I will see you in the next one. All right, so in this video we're going to go ahead and add this last part of the header, which is, let's just call it the navigation menu component. So I'm just going to come here to the code, and maybe we should stretch this out a bit. And in the header, oh sorry, I closed some things here, so I'll need to open the header one more time. So I have my header open right now, and I'm just going to come below this search and I'll add a nav. So it's just going to say nav. Let's tap that, and inside of this nav, well, maybe let's give this nav a class name of, let's see, there needs to be space here. So we're giving the nav a class name of margin right. So on the margin right, hold on, I'll set it to have a 20 pixels, so 20 px on the right. Then inside here we're just going to have an unordered list. So this unordered list, right, let's give it a class name of flex-center, and let me tap that first, and then I'll say space x of 5. So what this will do is that it will put everything centered, and it will put this space of 5 between each component here inside of the unordered list, that is. So now that we have the unordered list, we can now go ahead and create some list items, and inside the list items we're going to have links. So link, and this first one, let it just say account, because right now we don't have all of this in place, so I'm just replacing it with account for now. We're going to change it later. So we have that account, and I think at this point I should save. Okay, I cannot save yet because I need to import the link, which is not importing on its own, so I'll just do it manually. So I'll just slot that in the import link from next link, and that should solve the problem. So here we can give this link a href of, let's just say /account. But although we don't have any page yet, but I mean, I just don't want to leave it empty. So if you come here, you should see that we now have this link here, and this is perfect. Now you may be wondering, where is this hover style coming from? That's because inside of our globals.css we already added some styles, and part of it is the link style. We just added some link style. All right, so I'm just going to duplicate this link like maybe twice. So here I'll just say 1, 2, and then I'm going to add the link for all post and contact. So here I will say let's call this, hold on, okay, let's call this second one all posts, and then here I'll just say contact. I'm making a mistake with the shortcuts on my system, so between the Mac and the Windows, I'm always making a mistake when I come back to Windows, but that's it. So go ahead and save, and we should be able to see. So this works, this is lovely. All right, and I think it should just be contact. So what's next is the toggle for the light mode and the dark mode. Yes, so what we are going to do is we're going to head over to Shadcn, and we just click on, when you're in the components, just click on this dark mode. If you click on dark mode, you need to select your framework. We're going to select NextJS, and for that we're going to install Next themes. So I'll copy this guy, npm, and then I'll come here. Let's bring up our terminal, create a new terminal, and then say Ctrl V, hit enter. So what will happen is that it will install this package called Next Themes that makes it incredibly easy for us to set up dark mode on our setup. So if you come back here and you scroll down, you will see that, look, there's this setup you need to have. So inside of your component, they are asking us to create another component called theme-provider, and then we're just going to slot in this inside of it, right? So, but there's a better way I want to do it. I want it to be a little bit more organized than how they are saying we should do it here. So let's just go and do it. So I'm going to copy what we have here, but instead of naming him theme-provider, I'll just name it like a regular component. So I'll come here, let's open up this guy, and inside of the components, let's click to create a new file, and I'll say theme provider, all right, .jsx, and then I'll just hit enter and paste this in. Now, well, it's telling us that we need to like some errors. That's because this is like TypeScript. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to comment out this one, and then I'm just going to say import just theme provider. I'm not saying as anything, that's TypeScript. So what else? So this is also TypeScript. We're defining the types. So I'm also removing this as well. And then what we just have is just the regular function, and everything should work just as it is. Is there any other thing that is wrong here? I don't think. Cannot find name next theme provider. Did you mean theme provider? No, I meant next theme provider. Okay, you know what? Maybe I'll just say Ctrl Z, Z, and then I'll just remove just this one. Okay, I think it should work now. Import theme as next theme provider. Yeah, that's what I missed. So everything should work perfect now. So I'll just go ahead and save. Now that you've saved this file, you need to now go back to your layout file. So if you come to your app, the app has this main layout file. If you click on this main layout file, you now need to import this theme provider that we've created, and just wrap it around every other thing inside the body. So this is the body, this is where the body ends. Let's do it like this. So inside of the body tag, I'm just going to come here, right, and I'll say theme provider, and I'll just create an opening and a closing tag, and then I'll just wrap everything inside. Now this theme provider though, oh, I'm like explaining it. Let me just come to the documentation and just show you. So I'll scroll down. Okay, so it's telling us to import the theme provider, which we are going to do, and then this is how we're going to wrap it inside of the body. You see what we did here? So let me just copy this opening tag. I'll copy that, and then I'm just going to come here and slot it in. So I'll just replace this opening tag. Why? Because it has these attributes that we need. All right. So now that we've done that, let's go ahead and import this theme provider from that point where we created it, which is right here. So this is it. We've imported it. Now let's see if they want us to do any other thing. So I'll go ahead and okay. So the last but not the least is to add this toggle to your code. So for us to do that, we're going to need to copy the code. So let's do like this. This is the code for the toggle. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy the whole code, and then I'm just going to come here, and we're going to create a component for that. So but first we need to save this guy. Let me format, and then I'll save. And let's make sure that we don't have any errors. So we don't have any errors. So I'll come back here and let's create the toggle. So inside of my component file, I'm going to create a folder which I'll call widgets. Inside this widget is where I'll just put things that are not necessarily full components. All right, there are maybe widgets really that you place in other components. I'll just save them here. So what I'll just do here is I'll create a new file, and I'll call it mode toggle. All right, .jsx, yeah. And then inside the mode toggle is where I'll now paste in everything we copied from the what's it called, Shadcn. So we'll just slot it in here, and I don't think there's need to change anything. It's just to place it in here, and that's it. So we'll just go ahead and save this file. Then we'll now head back to our header file, so the main header. So now after this, our contact, the next thing we have is the toggle. So I'll come here, I'll create another list item like this, and then I'm just going to slot in the toggle. So watch, I'll do like this, and then I'll say mode toggle. That's what we called it. So mode toggle. Okay, so let's auto import it as well, and then let's go ahead and save. So Ctrl S. Now this is the moment of truth. Okay, so we're getting Radix UI React icons. Okay, so we're saying they're telling us that these icons here, we don't have it, and I think we're supposed to have it default when we install Shadcn, because Shadcn uses Radix UI under the box or under the hood. So let's just take a second look at it and be sure. So I think we really do not have it. So what you can just do is just copy this line, right? I'll right click it and just click copy so you can see what I'm doing, and then just install it. It's as simple as that. So I'll just say npm install, and then I'll just paste that in, hit enter, and immediately it's installed. That error should disappear. So it just says we don't have that icon, so we're installing it. So give it a couple of seconds and it's done. And I think our page should auto reload, but since it's okay, I don't think it's only Radix UI. There are some other components that we did not, Shadcn component that we needed. It skipped my mind, I'm sorry. So if we come to the mode toggle, I'm sorry, we need to install the button and the drop down components. Those are the two components I just missed out. So let me come here, or let's just go to Shadcn and then just install them. Let's see. Okay. They didn't even ask us to install it. Okay, but we can do it on our own. So if you look for the button, so this is the button. So this is what it looks like. If you want to install the button, you just copy this guy like this, npm or whatever package manager you're using, paste it in. But if you don't want to install it one after the other, you want to install like more than one Shadcn component. So I'm just going to show you how you can do that. So let's just look for the drop down. I'm not sure if, okay, let's just look at it. It's drop down menu. So this is it right here, drop down menu. So if you want to install the more than one component together, just copy the name of the component. So I'll copy this guy, and then after this button here, I'll just paste it in. Do you see? So if you want to install 10 Shadcn component, just give it space and keep adding. All right, so I'm installing the button and the drop down component, and I'll hit enter. I don't want to install more than what I need because I want you to see what everything is doing per time, so that you really understand what we're building. All right, it's not, the point is not to show you that I can code. The point is to teach you the process and help you understand so that you can become a better programmer or a better developer. So let's just give it a couple of seconds to install. And okay, I'm getting an error. What is it saying here? Okay, I'm not sure exactly why. But let's check if it's installed. Okay, so apparently it has not. Oh, there's another one. Radix UI primitive drop down menu. Wow, this is. So let me just copy this one. I'm not sure this is supposed to be like having this so much errors and all of that, but no problem. We're going to fix it step by step. Just be rest assured, we're going to fix it. So here I'll just say npm install and paste that in. Another issue we're going to have is the issue of this one, this cn that we're importing. We're going to have an issue with this because this at lib utils, I don't think is configured. So like I said, we're not having an issue with that. Wow. Okay, so but that's fine. So if you see here, you see now that we now have this toggle here. If I click on this toggle, it now shows me the three options, and currently I think the default is system, because if you come inside of the mode toggle, you will see here that we set the default, or the default was set to system. Okay, I'm not really sure where that is, but let's just come here. So what I'll do is I'll come here and say dark, and you see here that it has already changed the color of some of the things we have. So all of these are colors that come from the Shadcn itself. So but let's just make some modifications. So for this link now, it doesn't look good when it's blue on this dark background. So let me show you how you can change it for the links. Yeah, so for the links, I will come to this guy, I'll come to the main header, and then I'll just come to the links. Let's just start here, and then I'll say that I want to give it a class name, And then I'll say for the class name, I'll say that when it's dark, in other words, when it's on dark mode, I want it to have a color of text dash yellow, and I'll just say dash 300. All right, so if you go ahead and save that, you should see this first one will change. Okay, so this looks a lot better. It's contrasting the background. So I'll just take this style and then I'll slot it inside of this link. So right here, one, and hold on, it's even helping me autocomplete this stuff. Okay, so I think I can just hit tab, and this is Codium helping me autocomplete it, and I'll just hit tab and then I'll save. So if you come here, you see that we now have these three guys here, and light mode works, dark mode works. All right, now you may be wondering where we got this dark mode and light mode color. That's what we set in the header. So if you go to the main header, which is here, this header here, remember okay, and I think it's the main header. Okay, so the main header, remember we gave it a background BG of color white. All right, so if you come to the styles, which is located in the Control P, hold on, I want to come on, this is just okay. So I want to go to my globals. So if you go to the globals, let's look for the color white. So let me just scroll up and show you color white. So this is the variable colors, and we have color white, which we set to FFF. So when it's in light mode, it's white. This background is white of the header. However, when we switch to dark mode, color white changes to this color here. So it's dark. So this is just the setup we have. You can set your light mode and dark mode anyhow you want. Do you get the gist? So if I say dark, you see this white color has changed to dark. So that's how it's going to behave everywhere on the page. All right, so that's about it for this one. In the next one, we are going to set up this avatar stuff and proceed with that. All right, guys, in this video we're going to implement the we're going to implement this user accounts tab. So it's like a drop down menu. Initially, when the user is logged out, you're going to see the login button and this profile link. Meanwhile, the profile link is protected. So if you click on the profile link when you are logged out, it will take you to the login page. So, but let's just get started. So I'm going to head over to Shadcn and I will look for my drop down menu. So if you click on the drop down menu, which is what we have here, you should see, let me expand this guy a bit. You should see this option here. Remember, we already installed the drop down menu when we wanted to work on the toggle. Let me just be sure. So Control P, toggle. Yeah, so we installed the drop down menu, so it's there. So I'll come here to Shadcn and I'm going to grab this button. Now for you to grab this button, just click on the code tab and it will just open this guy for you. So first off, maybe we should actually just import, hold on, let me make sure this is what I want. So do I need to increase? Okay, so yes, this one has a lot of things that I don't need though, a whole lot of things. Okay, let me just see what it looks like in the preview. No, this is not it at all. So let's come down and look for something simpler. This is more like it. So in this one here, we're just going to come to the code tab, and first off, let's just import, let's just import all of these things that we need. So I would import this drop down menu. I'll close this guy, I don't need it now. So let's come to the main header and then I'll just import it like this. Then I'm not sure if I need this. I think it's an icon, drop down menu checkbox item, but I don't need it, so I'm not going to import it. We're going to get rid of it. So then all of these, we're not going to need this. I don't think we're going to need this. No, we don't need it. So just come and copy the drop down, just the drop down, because we're not copying everything. So I'll copy the drop down menu, I'll Control C, and then I'm just going to come here. Now you want to post the drop down menu in the, you want to post it in this place where you have accounts. So you want, I'm going to change, like I'll literally just delete what we have inside this list, and then I'm just going to Control V and paste the drop down menu. Now this one is going to take us a while to arrange. Let me format it first. So, but we're going to just have to do it slowly so that we don't make a mistake. So we have the drop down menu and it has a trigger. Now this trigger here is, we're using a button. So remember, if you come here and you look at it, it's a button. When you click on this button, it now shows you the drop down menu. But in our case, we don't want it to be a button. We want it to just be this link here, right? Just a simple link. So what I'm going to do is I'll come here. Let me space this thing now. That's the only way you can really understand it. So look at it, we have the trigger. So inside this trigger, I'll remove this button and then I'll replace it with a link, just a simple link. Or you know what, to make things easy for myself, no need, let me just put the link. So this link, I'll make the href an empty string. Then I'll open it up. Now, if you look at it, when we are logged out, what we have is, we have this icon, this user icon, which we can import from React icons. We have this text that says account, and then we have this icon here. I don't know what I'll call this arrow that's facing down. So here, I'm just going to come inside of this link is where I'll slot it in. So the first thing I'll do is I'll just have a span tag and I'll say account. All right. So that's the first. Then I'm now going to bring in the icon. So for the icon, I'm really not going to reinvent the wheel. I'll just post the icon here like this. That's the icon. Now we'll need to import this icon. So this icon here, this MD keyboard arrow down, is from React icons. So I'll just do Control and space bar to see if I can import it. And unfortunately, it's not importing, it's not auto importing. So what I'll just do is I'll just manually import it at the top. So I'll just put it below here like this and just slot it in. This is the icon and it's from React icons. Okay. All right. I'll scroll down, and so if you look at it very well, you see that we have this user icon, FA user icon, and then the text, and then the other arrow down icon. So we need to bring in one more icon here. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring in the user icon. So I'll just come here and slot it in like this. So it's FA user. Now the thing here is that we want these guys to be side by side. So I'm sure you know what we can do to achieve that. So here I need to say /. Oh no, just an empty. So we'll just add a class name and we're just going to put flex around it. So I'll say flex center. And this flex center is part of the classes I added in the globals.css file. Then I'll say I want some space. So space X of 1, not 2. Then what else do I want? Outline. I'll set it to none. And then I'll say that when it's on dark mode, so just like we did before. So dark mode, I want it to be text dash yellow and 300. Okay, so that's it. Now before I save, because I'm not sure of these other ones, so I just want to look at it before I just finally save it. So so this is drop down content. Let's just look at Shadcn. So when you click on it, we have this appearance, then we have this. We don't need this two. We don't even need this other one, because what we have here is when you click on this guy, right, you want to see the login button and then just the regular link. You don't want all of those FEZ. So I'm just going to come here. Let's look at it one more time. Just so panel is the only thing I'm going to leave. So I'll come here. I would remove, this is the content. So the content, then we have a label. I'll remove the label. I don't want it. Drop down separator, we can leave that. Drop down menu checkbox. I don't need the drop down menu checkbox. I don't need the checkbox item. All right, so this is, let me just give some space. This is checkbox and checkbox item. So I'll remove this one. We don't need that. Then there's a lot we don't need from Shadcn. Just make sure, checkbox item can go. Okay, I think it's all checkbox item, and that's not really what I need. I just need a simple drop down menu item. So you know what I'm going to do? I'll just change it myself. So instead of saying drop down menu checkbox item, I will just say drop down menu item. So you see, I've changed it to item. So what that means is that I'll remove this check class and all of that. I'll just remove that. And okay, so now we just have panel. So let me format the code and let's just save and see what we have. So I'll say Control save, and then I'm just going to come to the browser just to see what we have. Aha. Okay, so we did not import the FA user icon, so let's just import it. And I'll just do like this, Control and space bar, save it, and that should solve the problem. Okay, so there's something else we did not import. This drop down menu item, it wasn't part of what we imported before. So I'll just go ahead and import it. UI blah blah blah. Okay, then save, and that should end our errors. Okay, good. So you see here we now have the icon, sorry, the account. If you click on this guy, you should see panel, but let's see what it looks like in light mode. You see, so it shows panel. So right now we have the framework to now add other functionalities. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the login button, the 2 menu items, and the logout button. So let's start by adding the login button. So to add the login button, we'll just have to come back here, and you see this drop down menu item. We're going to like duplicate it, and then we'll just work with the first one. So this first one is where we'll now have the login button. Let me just give some space. So I'll remove the panel inside and just open it up like this. Maybe I should expand this guy a bit. So inside this first drop down menu is where you want to add the button from Shadcn as well. So hit enter. Now the Shadcn button has like different variants. So here I'm just going to say variants. Okay, it's already auto completing it for me, but I don't want a variant of outline. I want a variant of destructive, which is red. Right, then I want it to have a class name of with full. So I'll say w-full, and then in here, inside of this button is where I will now slot in my link. Now this link is going to go to, so href, the link is going to go to /login, and inside the link we're now going to have, so let me show you what we're going to have inside the button. Oh sorry, finish project. So in the button, we're going to have an icon and this text that says login. And really, I don't think the icon is necessary because it's not really visible like that. But well, so I'm just going to make it simple and just have a text that will say login. All right. Or let me stick to what I did before. So I'm going to have a span. The span will now have the icon. So the icon is an icon named CI login. So I'll paste that icon in there, and then I'll just have the text beside its login. Now this icon though, we need to, oh sorry, the span tag though, we need to give it a class name. So you know we have to add flex to make it side by side. So here I'll say flex center, and then I will say space, and then maybe x1. So that will make the button to be side by side. If you come here to what we're building, oh okay, I need to import this CI login icon. I'm always forgetting to import this stuff, and now it doesn't want to auto import. It wants to stress me. Sorry, let me just look for it. Control find. Okay, I found it. So I'll just scroll up and then just bring it down here like this. So let me remove this logout icon. Okay, now that I'm thinking about it, I should have just used only text because it does the job. So now if you save, you should be able to refresh the page. And I did not import button as well. Wow, I really want to waste time today. So I'm importing the button. Aha. So now if you click here, you should see the button here. It's displayed here. So what we can do is we can give it a color of white, because this blue color is not going well at all. In fact, even if you go to dark mode, the blue color is still not going well. So what we can do is we can change that color to white. So I'm going to come here, and I think is the link. We can just come here and say class name, and then I'll just say text dash white. Then I'm also going to say that when it's on dark mode, so dark, I also want the text to stay white. All right, so you see the way I added those classes, and then I'll save. So now that we've done this main button, I think the rest should not be, even when it's on hover self, it's not looking good. But anyway, let's just proceed so that we can be fast. So the next thing is my profile, then there's the dashboard, then there's the logout button. So the logout button is going to be very similar to this login button, but let's not rush. Let's do my profile first. So for my profile, I'm going to, let me just duplicate this one 2 times. Then I'll use this one for my profile. So how are we going to do that? So I'm just going to remove what is inside here. So this panel, and then here I will add a link. So let's have our link, and okay, escape. Let's give the link href, and here we're just going to say /profile. Then let's give it a class name of, yes, this class name. Then inside the link, we're now going to have a span. So just like we did here, let's not waste our time. Let's just copy this one and slot it inside here like this. Let me format it. So I'll come here, slot it in, and then I'll change this one to my profile. And then I'll also change this icon here to FA user. So the one we used before. So let's change this one to FA user. So this is it. If you, let me format it and save. If you save and you come to the project we're building, you should see now that we have my profile. So maybe I'll add space X. So flex center and space X to 2. So let's make the space X 2 here and here as well, because it's too close. So now that we have this in place, all I just need to do is to duplicate it like this. And then I'm just going to change this second my profile to dashboard. So that's how easy it is, dashboard. And then I will change this one, this icon also, to something else. I think maybe user. So let me replace this and see if I can auto import it. Why is it not auto importing now? Okay, so let's just import it manually. So manually, I'll come up here and then I'll slot it in. So that's it. This is LU user 2 from React Icons. So let's come down here, and I think we can save just to be sure that we have this dashboard properly done. So if you come here and you do like so, you should see my profile and dashboard. And I don't think the space between these guys is taking effect. I'm not sure why. I think maybe because of the flex center. Maybe let me remove the flex center and see. I don't think it's needed again. So here, oh no, it's definitely needed. Definitely needed. So Control Z. Anyway, the most important thing is that it looks okay. So we have this. Then what else do we need? The button, the logout button. So let me show you that. So if you log in, you're going to see a logout button at the bottom. So I don't want to have to log in to do that. But what I'll just do is I'll just come here and copy this drop down item that contains the login button, and then I'll just change it. So here I'll copy this one, and then I'm just going to scroll down. After this dashboard, I'll remove all these ones like this, and then I'll just paste in this one and change the button to log out. See, I think, yeah. So just to be sure that that's how I actually implemented it, I don't think the logout button needs to be surrounded by a link. That's just one thing I'm thinking. So the logout button doesn't need to be surrounded by a link, and it's just going to be text. So you know what I'm going to do? I'll just make this thing a little bit easier. You see this button here? I'll just remove everything inside, because the logout button is a function that we are going to call. All right. So here I'll say log out. and then I'll just add, so variant destructive, class name full, and then I'll just add an onClick. But for now, I've not created the function, so I'll just leave it as it is. If you go ahead and save now, and you come here, and you come here, you should be able to see the login, the logout, and the 2 menu items. So of course, they are not going to show at the same time. We're going to have functions that will show them selectively based on different conditions, but this is the basic structure. All right, so that's about it for this one. I know we took some time, but I mean, it is what it is. I'll see you in the next one then. So now that we've created the header, right, one thing you notice is that when we're on desktop view and we scroll, the header is sticky. In other words, it stays at the top. So we're going to do that very quickly. I will come here to my code, and remember, the activity is when you scroll, then the header becomes sticky. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a variable that will monitor that, and I'm going to name that variable const. I'll say scroll page. Oh, sorry, it needs to be like this. And then I'm just going to say scroll and page. So when we scroll the page, that's when we want to, and set scroll page. Of course, now let's just import the useState. So for that, initially it's going to be set to false. So I've imported useState. Now, we're now going to have a function, right? That function basically is going to fix the navbar to the top whenever we scroll. So I'm going to call that function const, and I'll say fix navbar. So that's the name of the function, and let's just tap that. So here, hold on, let me give some space so that we see what we're doing. All right, so this is the function. So what I want to do is I want to check if something is, before I call the function. So what you want to check is if the window, this window or this page, which is represented as a browser window, has been scrolled past a width of 50%. So what I'm going to do here is I'll come here and say, first of all, check if the window object is like ready. In other words, check if the page has loaded, because if the page has not loaded and this function is called, it will throw an error. So what we're going to do is we'll say if type of window is not equal to undefined. So you want to make sure that the page has loaded. All right, that's just what window is. When the window is present, it means that, okay, the browser has loaded. Then we also want to check if, so I'll say and window, and the window has a property called scroll. So scroll, but I want to check for the scroll on the y-axis. So I'll say and window.scroll y is greater than 50. So let's say 50 pixels. So 50 is just what you type in there. Meanwhile, there's a problem here because we have 2 if statements. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. Oh, hold on. I just made a mistake here. I'm sorry. Control Z. This is supposed to be inside this if statements. Can you imagine? All right. So you check this. Then what you now do is, if this condition is met, you want to set the scroll page to true. So you want to let us know that the user has started scrolling the page. Now let's have an else statement. Else, we're going to set the scroll page to false. So this is the function that fixes the navbar to the top. Okay, now make sure you add. So I will come here and say windows.add event listener, and I want to listen on the scroll event, and then when the user scrolls, I'm going to call this function that fixes the navbar. So the only thing this function will do is that it will change the state of this scroll. You know what that means? Scroll page. It will either set it to true or to false. So, but based on whether the scroll page is set to true or to false, we can now apply certain styles. Do you get what's going on here? So in my main header, I'll come here, and this div here that has, hold on. Okay, let's do it like this. Okay, so this div here has a background color of white. Okay, So maybe what I'll do is I'll put another div around this one. So let's just say div. I'll tab that, Ctrl Z. So let's tab a div around this guy. And of course, I'll take this closing div to the bottom, Ctrl X. Let's take it to the bottom. All right, Ctrl V. Okay, so we're not going to have any syntax error. Now, in this div here, I can now, add any kind of class name I want. So here, I'll just say class name. Let's open that up. And basically what I'll do is I'll make this curly braces so that I can say that if scroll page is equal to true, then I want to have some styles, else I want to have null. So what is the style I want to have if scroll page is equal to true? Well, I want to set it to be fixed, and I want to set it to be fixed to the top, so top 0. And I don't want it to just be suddenly fixed, so I want to add some transition. So here I'm just going to say transition, and I'll just say all, then duration of 500, and I'll now say is in out. Then to make sure that the header stays on top of every other thing, I'll give it a Z index of 50. So let's go ahead and save and see if we have any problem. So if you come here to the finished project, there's really nothing to scroll, except we just need to add use client at the top. So I'm just going to come here and add my use client. So here I'll say use client, and that will just fix everything. Okay, so there's really nothing to scroll, I suppose. I'm not sure, but let's just try to scroll. Okay, yeah. So you see, when we scroll, it stays, but then there's a little problem. The little problem is that it's not full width. So it's very simple. We'll just come here to this first div and set the width to width-full. And that's it. That should fix the problem. So save. Aha. So now if we scroll, you see it stays at the top and we have a full width. So that's about it for how you fix this guy. Now there's a problem that we may not have had. Okay, we are having it right now. So the problem is that it's telling us that it's giving us some problems, and that's because at the initial point where we load this page, right? At the initial point where we load this page, the browser window has not loaded, and what we want to do is we want to change the way we import this header inside of we want to change the way we import this main header inside this header, right? We just imported it directly. So we want to say that, look, only import the header after the window has loaded. There's a way you do that in NextJS. So let me just close this guy, and I'm just going to come here to my header, and then I'm just going to do like this. So I'll comment out this first one like so. I'm trying to comment it out. Oh, okay, yeah. Then I will now make. All right, so now let's go ahead and build out the mobile menu, because what we've been able to do so far is the menu for the desktop width, but if you shrink to mobile, you don't see anything. Now the regular way to have a mobile responsive menu is to have a lot of CSS and but I found out that it's easier and cleaner to just separate it. So we have a main header and we have a main header mobile. So let's just go ahead and build out the mobile menu. Yes, so let's see what it looks like. So on the mobile width, it looks like this, and then there's this icon that if you click, it slides out the menu. If you click outside, it slides it in. All right, and then we have the search icon here. So what I'm going to do is, first off, let me create another component which I'll call mobile menu .jsx, because that's where we're going to have this menu, this navigation. So I'll just do rfc and just create that and save, and I'm going to now open up the mobile main header mobile. All right, so it's the main header mobile, that's where we want to work. So but for us to proceed, right, we are going to need to have this component that slides out, and then that slides in. And luckily Shadcn has something for us. So we'll come back to Shadcn, and then we'll just scroll down to what's it, sheet. So it's sheet, and then we're going to have to install it. So come here and click npm, and then if you come back here, open your terminal, and then just say just paste that in really, and then hit enter. It's going to install the sheet for us, and then we can now apply it, or we can now use it in our project. So what I'm going to do is, okay, it's installing it. I think I can just collapse this one. So what we're going to do now is we're going to say, we're going to come here, and this div, sorry, just like we did for the main header, I'm going to come, hold on, I'm going to get some of the classes here. So first off, we're going to need this class name. Maybe not, I think, because we're using a different class, so not that class name. So on the mobile width, let's just come back to the mobile width. You see that it's blue. So what that means is that we're going to use an entirely different background for the mobile width. So we're going to say bg dash color dark blue. So color dark blue, this one. And then I'll just come down here. So next, I'll have a div that's going to have a class of container, and it's actually going to have a number of classes, which I really don't think it makes sense to type out. But basically, we just want a div that will be this wide. So I'll just come here and then slot in some of the Tailwind classes. So height of 16 first, then flex, justify between item center. That's what we just want to achieve here. So inside of that, we're going to have yet another div. And right now that I'm looking at it, I'm trying to figure out, why do I have so many divs? Like, why? So let's just actually just create another div. So div dot and tab, and then I'm just opening it up. Now this is also going to have some classes which just flex and all of that. So I'll just slot them in to save time. So this is flex, justify between item center and space x13. So basically just making it to display side by side. So these guys and the rest of them. All right. So inside of this div here, we're now going to bring in the sheet. So I'll come here, open this guy up, and then come here. So the sheet, well, this is what it looks like, but I'm trying to see, does this one have a footer? No, I don't think it has a footer. So sheet from top, sheet from the right, no, sheet from the left. So we want something like this, sheet from the left. So I will, wait, hold on, this code is going to contain everything, and that's not what I want. It's going to contain everything. Oh, okay, it doesn't contain everything. So I'm just going to copy the sheet from this one. So here, just copy the hold on, is this what I want? Yeah, I think I can work with this. So just copy this sheet and then come here and slot it in. So I'll paste it, Ctrl V. Aha. Then don't forget to copy the imports as well. So just get all of the imports, and like so. Then I will come here and slot the imports in as well. Okay. Then I'm not going to save it now because there's a lot that I've not, checked and made sure is the way it's supposed to be. So this sheet now, the side, the key is set to side. So if you look at this one, hold on. If you look at this one and you look at the key, you see that there's top, there's right, there's bottom and left. So what I want to do is I want to set it as left. So I think we can manually just come here and say left. We're going to see how that plays out, don't worry. So then the sheet trigger, we don't want a button, we want an icon for the sheet trigger. So I'm going to remove the button, and then I'm just going to bring in an icon. and that is this menu icon. So let me just come here, this menu icon. So I'll come here inside the sheet trigger, I'll paste it in. So this is the icon we need, AI outline menu, and it's not auto importing. I'll try and figure out why it's not auto importing, because it was auto importing earlier. So but for now, let me just bring it in, and I'll just paste it in here. Then while I'm here, I think I'll just bring in the search icon and maybe some of the other icons we need. So we are going to also need the search icons much later. All right. Then I think we are also going to need the button. Okay, we'll come to that. So what do we have here? We've brought in the icon. Now we have the sheet content. All right. So for the sheet content, we're going to set the side to left. I think this is where we're supposed to set the side, not the top. Yeah, this is it. This is like what I'm trying to say is that, you know, we set the key here to left. This is not where we need to set the key. We just remove this one. Key is for when you do map. All right, this is where you set the side to left. So we're going to have the sheet header. Now inside of the sheet header, let me show you what the sheet header means. This top here. Inside of this sheet header, we're going to have the logo. All right, that's what we have in the header. And remember, we already created the logo as a component that we can use elsewhere. So in my sheet header, which ends here, right, I'm going to remove everything inside, and then I'll just say logo. Of course, we need to import it from the main header, so we have that in place. Let me just give some space. Okay, so after the sheet header, we have this div. Okay, now inside the div, we're not going to need all of these plenty things inside this div. What we are just going to use, what we are just going to display inside the div is the menu. So here, remember that empty component we created that we call mobile menu? Yes, we are going to bring it in and then just close it, this one here. So we've brought the menu, then we now have a sheet footer. Now inside the footer, that's where we are going to slot in things like the button. So let me show you. So this button, and then also this toggle here. I was thinking of where to put the toggle. Let me just put it here. You know, UI UX design is not easy, it's hard. So that's why I just put the button here. But you notice that after the menu items, we have this white line, so like a separator. So that means we need to install another component from Shadcn. So let me just grab it very quickly. So this is it right here, separator. So I'm just going to copy this command to install it. That's it. It's like a white line really. So I'll copy that, and then I'll just come here and install it. So okay, I'm not seeing the stuff to install. Maybe I'll just create another terminal. Okay, I don't have time to waste, I beg. So paste that in npm add separator. So we're going to add that, and then we'll just bring it down. I think we even had one separator after the header. I'm not sure. Okay, maybe not. We didn't have a separator after the header. Trying to figure out. Okay, so after the logo, this logo here, let me show you in the finished project. So after the logo here, this logo, we had this separator. So I'm just going to look at this logo here. I'm just going to put the separator just immediately after the logo. So, and the logo is in the sheet header. So I'll just come down here, excuse me. And then I'll just say separator. Separator. Okay, so you see we have to auto import it as well. And now this separator, I want to give it a style. So here I'm just going to say class name. I want it to be white. And for that, I'll say bg zinc. Hold on. I'll say bg-zinc and 300. And then I'll just give it some padding on the top. So mt-2, margin top rather. Margin top of 2. So after this mobile menu, we now have the sheet footer, right? So now in the sheet footer, we're just going to have a button that says logout. So just like we did here, in the main header, hold on. So in the main header, we had this button at the bottom. Come on, where are you? Yeah, this very button. So I'm just going to copy this same button, and then in my mobile header in the sheet footer, I'll just slot it in. So I'll remove this one, and then I'll just, Control C, Control V, paste it in. Okay. Then is there any other thing I need to do? I think that's about it. Okay, the toggle. So let me just duplicate this one. I will duplicate this one downwards. Oh, sorry. I'll duplicate it, and then I'll change this to mode toggle. That's the dark mode toggle. So let's just say mode toggle. All right, and make sure you import it. I think at this point we can save and just see what we've done so far. So let me format it first, and then I'll just say Control S, and let's come back here and see if we're able to achieve anything. Okay, so there are some things we did not import, like button. So import that. Any other thing? Okay, fantastic. So at least we have this guy here. So if you click on this guy, you see that it slides out, and we have the logout, we have this guy and all of that. So I think one thing we need to do is that in the next video, we're going to work on the mobile menu so that we can display the menu and it will start taking shape. But I think even if we switch to dark mode, we should be able to appreciate. So dark, you see, we should be able to appreciate the whole thing and the way it's, laid out. So in the next video, we're now going to start working on the mobile menu. All right, I'll see you in the next one then. All right, welcome back, guys. Now in the previous video, we were able to integrate the slider, this menu slider, and basically this is what it looks like. But you will notice that there are some differences between what we have now and what we have here. So you notice some differences. So one of them is that the width is not as large as this, and then it also has this color, blue color, and then everything inside is has their own color irrespective of the theme. So whether we're on light theme or we're on dark theme, we set the color of this guy to be like this. So basically I would want us to integrate that, or to have the same thing similar to what we have in the finished project. So and it's very simple. What we just need to do is to locate so let's come here, and this is the sheet, and we just need to locate the sheet content, because this content is where essentially is this everything inside here. This is the content. So if we locate the sheet content, which is this guy, we just need to give it a class name. So let me just come to another line and say class name. And okay, so it's already giving us some recommendation, but basically what we want is we want it to have a width, a specific width. So I'll say width of, let's say 300 pixels, 300 px. And then we're also going to we're also going to give it a background color. So bg, and that's going to be dash color dark blue. So that's it. And then let's just add some padding around it. So p-3. If you go ahead and save that, then you should see that we'll now have it looking like this. So this is a lot better. Okay, I don't this border here is not looking fine, but anyway, let's not go ahead of ourselves. So what we want to do now is we want to add the menu. So for us to add the menu, we need to have like this menu, we need to have it, in some kind of file. It will contain the icon and the menu name. So let me show you how we're going to achieve that. So I'll come here inside of my header, right? I'm going to create a file which I'll call data.js. Now inside this data.js is where I'll now slot in like an array that will contain all the routes. So for us to make things quick, I'm just going to bring it in. So what I'll do is I'll make this data.js file available to you so that you don't have to, type it out one by one in the download file. So this is the data.js. It contains this route array, and I think I can clean this up by removing the things we don't need, because I played a lot with some things. So we just have the icons that we need, these ones, and then we have this route. Now this route now contains an object with these properties such as label, icon, the href, which is where the route will go when you click on it, and then last but not the least, the color. So if you come to the finished project, you realize that each of these icons, they have their own unique color. Is this color that you see here? So I just wanted to, have that as well. All right. So like I said, let me just scroll down to show you what we have. So we have all posts, contacts, and then login. This one can be removed. I'm not using it. All right, so that's it for the route file. So when you have this route file in place, we're now going to move to the mobile menu.js, right? This is where we're now going to, map through the route file and then display it. So the first thing we're going to do in the mobile menu is to, let me see. Okay, let's import the route. So here I'll say import and route. Oh, okay, it's giving me these options. No, it's the route I need to import. So let me just say import route, escape. And I want to import it from data. Okay, so now I have access to the routes. Then another thing I'm going to need is the path name. So path name, and it needs to be const path name, and that's going to be equal to use path name. Path name. I'm wondering why I'm not getting the autocomplete features for this particular one. I had it before. So use path name is supposed to come from next navigation. So I'll just slot in next navigation there. Now the reason why I'm getting this path name is that the path name is just the URL, right? It's an extension in the URL. So for example, superblog.com/profile, that's the path name. So basically, if I can get the path name, then I can be able to set the active link. Let me show you what that means. So for example, if I come here and I click on all posts, right? If you open this menu again, you'll see that all posts is set as the active, link. So that's what the path name helps you do. It helps you identify the path you are on or the route you are on, and then it adds that active class here. All right. So now I'm going to just come inside of this guy and let's start working. So the first thing is let's remove this text that says mobile menu. And then we're just going to have some class name. So class name, and let me not waste too much time on the class name. Let me just bring it in and then I'll just tell you what it's doing. So here I'll just say flex and then flex col, which means I want it to be flexed and downwards, that's vertically, then height full and then text white. Okay, so after that I'm going to go to Shadcn and we're going to bring in something called a scroll area. So the use case is that if you had plenty menu, right, that is maybe like you had 30 menu, you want to be able to scroll through the menu instead of having this thing, just too long, this menu area too long. You want to be able to scroll through it. So Shadcn makes it very easy for us to achieve that. So if you come to Shadcn and you just look for scroll area, which is right here, scroll area, yeah. So just get to scroll area and then just install it. So look at the use case here. So this is the menu. You can scroll down if it's very plenty. So I'm just going to go ahead and install the scroll area with npm. Come here, bring up my terminal. Let's open a new terminal and then I'll just paste in that command. Hit enter. So that will install and then we can now use the scroll area. So the easy way to use the scroll area is just come here, you see it right here. So if you click on code, basically you just need this scroll area. All right. So if I copy this scroll area, I don't even need to copy it, I can type it out, but I've already done that. So paste that in and then just close it up. All right. Now make sure you import it from the UI and then I'll just remove this guy. Basically what I want to do here in the scroll area is that I want to give it a height of, here I'm just going to say 70% of the viewport height. Let's make sure okay, I'll close this one and then let's format. So 70% of the viewports are height. Then inside of this scroll area is where we can now do stuff. So, but first I'll put a div, and let's give this div, let's put some space between the elements inside the div. So I'll say class name and space y. I said space y, you're giving me space x, space y of, oh, okay, of 0. I'm actually removing the space, not putting the space. Okay, so now I will now map through the routes. See these routes that we created inside of this scroll area, I will now map through it. So I'll write it myself. I'll say routes.map, right? Let's open this up. So 1, 2, I'll represent every object inside the route as a route, single. Then I will now do like this and open that up. So inside here is where we're now going to put the JSX, and it's just a simple link. So here I'll say link, and let's make sure we close up the link. Aha. Now, of course, this link is going to have some properties, but let's just write the content of the link so that we know what we're trying to do. But well, okay, because we're mapping through this route, the first thing is that let's give this link a key so that we don't have any problem. And I'll set the key to the route.href. So let's make it both href. All right, because anyhow it is, we know that the href will be unique because we are going to different places. All right, then the link is going to have a class name. Now that class name is really long, so I'm going to come back to it. All right, so let's slot in the content of the link. Maybe I'll just leave it empty first. So I'll say class name and I'll just leave it empty. Okay, good. So inside the content of the link, look at the content of each link. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's look at it. So the content of each link is, we have the icon and then we have the text. They are side by side. So obviously we're going to need to flex them. So here I'll come and put I can use a span. So let's just use a span. I think I used the div in the finished project, but I think a span is better. So I'll use a span. Let's tab this span. And like I said, inside of the span, we're going to have the icon and the text. So let's slot in the icon first. So here I will say route.icon, icon. And don't forget, this is where the route is. So we have this icon property, and this is what we are pointing to, FA reg user. So here it's the same thing as writing FA reg user. That's a React icon. We're just pointing to it here so that it's dynamic. So routes.icon, and then I'm just going to close it up and let's give it some property. So I'll just say class name, and I want it to have a height and a width of 6, but I think 5 is what I used in the original project, so 5. Then I'll set some margin on the right to 3 so that there'll be space between the route and the text. That's the label. Then I'll set the color also to route.color, which is what you see here, the color property. So you see, we've been able to add this. Now the next thing we should do is let's add the text, which is the route.label. If you go ahead and save this file and come to the finished project, or the one we are working on right now, oh, it's telling us that the path name needs a client. It's a client component feature, blah blah blah. Remember that client component thing that we saw before? So what we just need to do is to come to the top here and add use client. So use client and then save. So that should get rid of the whole error, because this path name requires that it's accessing the URL, and that's a browser thing. So that was why it was giving us that warning about the clients and all of that. Meanwhile, I don't even know why this thing is not rendering the way, because I've corrected the problem. Let me just refresh it and see. Okay, fine, fantastic. So it's rendering properly now, and I'm just going to click this guy. Link is not defined. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I forgot to add the link. So we're just going to import link from next link, and I'll just come here. Hold on, close this guy up. and then I'll just save that, and that should be the end of the problem. So here we now have the link and see what we have. So we have the icon and the, what's it called, label. So, but this is not, definitely not how we want it to be. Maybe I should shrink this guy just a bit so that I don't need to be. So this is not how we want it to be. What we want is side by side. And so what I'll do is I'll just come down here in the span. I'll now add a class name. So inside of the span, let's give it a class name of flex, and let's say flex. Then I'll now say color. No, I think it's text color white dash white. No, if you say color white, then when it's in dark mode, it's going to change. So we need to make it white permanently. How am I going to do that? I'm not entirely sure, but let me look at the finished project. But first, let me save this file so that we just see what we're trying to do. Okay, and it's not auto refreshing. Okay, it is. So this is what it looks like, but in the finished project, this is what we have. So you see, this is what we have in the and it doesn't matter whether it's light mode or dark mode, the text is still white. Okay, so I will just come here and I'll say flex, and I'll say item center. I think we need items center, and I'm going to get rid of the color white. So let's get rid of this, and then I'll just say flex 1 and save. So let's see what we have. Okay, so now we have a problem. The problem is that the color of this guy is blue and we want it to be white on a permanent basis. So let's do that. Okay, so to add the color for the links, we need to add this. I've forgotten that we didn't add the styles for the link itself. So we're going to add the styles for the link. Now, to add the styles for the link, we're not just going to write the styles directly. We're going to use a package called Cn, and it's a package that comes with Next.js. So if I will import it. I'm trying to import it now from here. Look at it. It's in our lib folder. So now the Cn, and the way it works is that it's like let me say it's like a function, and you can write your styles first. So like, for example, you can say something like text-sm to make it small. Then after you've written your styles, you will now add a comma, and then you can now add a conditional style. So for example, if I wanted to add a conditional style, I'll just come to the next line. I want to see if I can format this thing. Okay, so I'll just add a comma, and then I'll come to the next line. Now in the next line, I can now add a conditional statement. So for example, I can say if path name, and the path name is what we did here, right? This one here, to get the route on the URL. So I'll say if path name is equal to route.href. So thank God for the autocomplete, but I'll just tab. I'll say that I want the text to be text white, and then I also want the background. So let me show you what I'm trying to do. If I'm in posts, right, this is the post page. You see this post, it has this background, this like, I don't know what I'll call this color, but let me write it out. The name of that color is bg-zinc, right? I'll just say zinc. Oh, no, it's not zinc, it's white. So bg white, but I'll now add an opacity by saying /10. So that's just going to have this kind of opacity around it. Else, I'll now say I want it to be text zinc 200. Oh, sorry. Ctrl Z. So here we're just going to say text -zinc, all right, -200. So you see, so now I've not finished adding the main classes, but I just wanted you to see that with Cn you can add your regular class that will apply to all the links, and then you can now also add a conditional class. That's what we just did here. So for the regular class, I'm now going to add the rest of the regular class, and it's a bit long, so I will not want to waste too much time typing it out. I'll just slot it in, and then we'll just look at it. So we have group, and we have flex, which will, put it side by side. Then we added some padding. We give it a full width, justify start, so it's going to start from the beginning here. Then when you hover on it, so you see when I hover on it, it has this background of white with this opacity, and then we just add the rounded borders around the background, and then we just added some transition. So here, if I go ahead and save and I come to this project we're currently working on, it should change. So you see it has changed, and then if I hover on it, it's, you know, has that effect. So I think this works. I think it works. The only thing we just probably need to do is to add this line, and I'm not looking, the line is not looking very interesting. Like when I see it right now, it's not looking fine. So I think I'll just do without the line, and then that's about it for this one, I think. And I'm also noticing that this one is pushed, this login button is pushed down. So maybe what we can do is we can reduce the height of this overall one. So instead of 70% of the viewport height, I can make it 60 and then save, and that should at least give us some space here. Okay, so this works. So I think at this point we can say that we are done with this part of the project. So in the next one, we are going to now complete the header. All right, and let me show you what we're trying to achieve. In the next one, we're going to add the logo and then this search button that slides down this search. All right, so I'll see you in the next one then. All right, welcome back, guys. So we've been able to build out the menu links. So this is what the menu links look like. So but if you look at the finished project, you realize that we have this hamburger icon, we have the logo, and then we have this search icon that slides out the search for the blog. So but first, let's add this the logo before this one. So we already added the logo in the main header. So if I just search for control find, if I say control find and I search for logo, then I should be able to see where we added it. So this is it right here, logo. But there's something I should have done here, right? I needed to wrap this guy with a link so that when you click on it, it will go to the home page. So I think I can do that now. So let's do it right here. I'll come here, or did I do that here in the logo itself? Wow, I did not. I did not. Is there, maybe there's a way I can just put a link around this one instead? Okay, let me just try and put a link around this one so that I'll just need to do it once. So link, I'll tap this guy, and then I'll just wrap it around this one like so. Now this link will now have a href property, href, which is going to be pointing to the home page. So /. At least that way, let me save it and see. So that way, anytime you click on the logo, it will take you to the home page. So let's come back here and expand this guy. Yeah, so you see, if you click on this guy, it will always take you to the home page. So for example, I'm just going to go to a page that does not exist, like the contact page. Obviously it doesn't exist, so I'll get a 404. But if I click on the logo, it will take me back to the home page. So that's what we want to achieve. So it's good we did it one place, so it's useful everywhere. All right, so then this whole cursor pointer thing, I think we can just remove this cursor pointer. So Control X, right? And I'll remove the logo as well. Just remove everything here. And let's see. I'm going to save this file because the link already has cursor pointer on it. It's default. So once you put a link and you put your cursor, it's going to have this pointer effect. So you don't need that. That's just having multiple classes. So now that we've done that, we can come here. And the next thing after this hamburger icon is the logo. Now this hamburger icon though is everything you see in the sheet. So we're going to come down after our sheet, and then we're just going to come down here and add a logo. So you know what, you can just have it inside the fragment so that there's no div everywhere. So and then I'll just say logo and import it. It's supposed, okay, we've already imported it before. Now if I go ahead and save, we should be able to see the logo here. The only thing is this thing is too big. This icon is too big, seriously. So let's reduce the size of the logo and I'll just come here and change the size of the icon to maybe something like 35 or maybe 36, and then save. 36 is still looking big. I don't know, maybe 30. Save. Aha, 30 is looking a lot better. A lot better. Oh, wow. And we didn't even know that when we go full with this thing, this header is, oh, we made a mistake somewhere. Let me just take a look at it again. Here, I'll just shrink. Come on. Okay, so what we want is that in the main header, sorry, I'm going back and front, I know, but sometimes it happens. So in this main header, we just put this container here, right? I think that was a mistake. Let us put this background color, Ctrl X, and I'll just put the background color here, Ctrl V, and then save. So now, no matter the size, it's still going to have that white background. Okay, so good. So we've added this icon. The next thing is to add that search icon. So here, so for us to add the search icon, we need to come to the main header, mobile, and then after this guy, we're going to add the icon. So let's come here, and outside of the div, really, outside of the div, we're going to add a nav. So nav, and then I'm just going to tab it. So now this nav, right? First of all, I'll add some margin on the right. So class name, and I'll just say margin right of 20 pixels. So that works. Then inside of the nav, let's just have an unordered list. Let's tab the unordered list. Let's give it some class name of flex center space x of 5. So this works, but I also want it to have a color of text dash white. All right, now let's open the unordered list up. So let me show you what we're trying to achieve though. If you click on this guy, it slides this search guy out. So that's what we're trying to achieve. Meanwhile, on the mobile, on the desktop width, it's just there by default. Look at it. But obviously you cannot hide, you cannot just put everything here. It's going to be too big. So that's why we put the search icon. Okay, so let's proceed. Yeah, so what we're going to do is here, we're going to add the icon. So, but before we add the icon, we need to have a state to check whether the search is visible or not. So right now the search is visible, but if you click here, it's hidden. So let's just come up here and have a variable that will monitor that. So I'll call that variable show search. So I'll say const show search. All right, so let's just open that, and I'll just remove it and just have my use state. All right, so this is the variable that will check if that search is visible or not. So based on that, so if I click here, you notice that the icon has changed, and then we also have this guy here. If you click this guy, it hides the search. If you click this guy, it changes the icon. If you click it, it hides the search. So there are two different icons that we're actually showing there. All right, so if we're gonna come down here, okay, let me collapse some of these ones. I'll collapse the sheet so that it's a little bit easy for us to see. So we're going to come down here, and then we're going to add a list item, so li, and then inside this list item, we'll now say if show search is equal to true, then we want to show a kind of icon, else we want to show something else. All right, so what's the icon we want to show if show search is equal to true? Now show search is true, so this is the icon we want to show. So let me just bring that icon so that we don't have to go back and front looking for it. I'll slot it in. So this icon, outline search off. All right, this one here. Now we just give it a class name of cursor pointer hover, and we just give it a text secondary when you hover on it. So when you come like this, you see it changes. That's basically what we did. Then we added an on click and said that it should, when you click on this guy, it will set show search to false. So if you do like this, it will hide the search. So that's basically what we did here. Now, what if show search is equal to false? Then you want to show this regular icon here. So let me just bring the regular icon in. The name of the icon is fi search. So fi search. And then we just give it a size of 23, same class name, and the function is it sets show search to true. So if you click on it, it will set show search to true, and then it will show the search. All right, so that's just basically what we did. All right, so let's just import this icon so that we don't have an error. And I'm not seeing the icon. I have to manually import it then. Okay, this one is here. So we've imported that one. This one, well, I'm not really seeing this one, but let me just check if it's imported. So it's not imported. So we're going to have to manually import the second one. So let me look for it. I think it's somewhere here. Okay, I found it. So let me just bring it in like so. After this one, I'll just bring in this other one. So at this point that we have the two icons, we can go ahead and save, and then we can come and see what we've done so far. So it says fee search is not defined, but I know I brought it in. This is it. So something is, bros, is defined. Don't stress me. Oh, it's defined multiple times. I'm sorry. We already brought it in here. Okay, that means the first import worked. So let me just bring it down so that we know exactly where it is. So save, and then we should have, let's add use client up. Sorry, use client. All right, so use client and save. Okay, maybe I have to refresh the page. All right, so you see here we have the icon, right? And if you click on it, of course, nothing is showing yet because we've not added it, but you see it's, you know, like that and like that and like that. So the next thing we need to do is to slide that search guy down when you click on it. And we're going to do that in the next video. All right, so now we're going to integrate the search, this slider search, blah, blah, blah. And we just want it to slide down, and we want to be able to hide it when we click on any of these guys. So that's what we're going to do now. So to do that, it's really not difficult because we've already done this main, the header search component. It's the same header search component that we're using. So let me show you, or let me remind you. So if you go to the full width, you'll see that we have this header search component. That's the same thing we are using. So it's not too much. So what we're going to do now is in this main header mobile, we're going to scroll down, and this overall div, that's the div that encompasses everything, we're going to give it a class of relative, because now we're going to need absolute positioning to show the header. All right, so we're going to give this overall div a class of relative. Then we'll now go to the bottom of the last div, this one, and we'll come outside. So just adjacent to the last closing div, we're now going to, let me add a comment here and say search. Just say search. I'm sure search bar. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you, AI. So in this search bar, I'm gonna have a div, excuse me, and the div is going to have a very long class name. All right, but first off, let's open the content inside of the div, and let's have a span. So most times if I have a div outside, I think it's just easier on the eyes to just put a span if you want to group contents inside it. So I'll say span, and this span is going to have a class name of, so we're going to have two items inside. So let's just flex dash center it, and then I'll give it a height of 16. Okay, then inside of this span here, we'll now have the header search component. So header search, this one, right? Make sure you import it. Then lastly, we're going to now have this icon, this close icon. So if you click on this close icon, it's also going to hide that search bar. So that icon is called IOMD close. It's a React icon. So I'm just going to bring it inside here and paste it in. So this icon is size of 28, class name cursor pointer, text color secondary. Then on click, it will say set show search to false, which is going to hide the search. So these two components are what we need for the search bar. So if you go ahead and save, then we're almost good to go. So what I will now do here is I will now come here and okay, when I save it, let me see what it looks like. So I need to import this icon. So let me import it. Aha, save. And now we can see what it looks like. Okay, good. So you see, we just have this search guy here, but obviously this is not fine. So what we'll do now is we're going to give it an absolute class, absolute positioning class, so that it can be hidden initially, and then when we click here, it can show. Do you get? So that class is going to come in here. We're going to use the CN from NextJS. So I'll say CN and open it up. I think I've imported CN before. Oh, I have not. So import the CN, and you're going to first add the regular class. So like for example, with full is a regular class. Then we'll now have a comma, and then we'll now add other classes. So for example, let me come to the next line, and the additional class, conditional class I want to add is, I'll say if show search is equal to true, give it a class of block. If show search is not equal to true, in other words, if show search is equal to false, give it a class of hidden. Now obviously this is not what I want to do. It's not block and hidden I want to use, but I just wanted to draw out the layout so that you can see. Do you get? So now let's write out the class. So if you look at this one, you notice that, okay, fine, what do we have? We have a different background. So let's just write it out one after the other. Normally I just like to paste the class, but for now let's just write. So I'll say height of 16, then I will say bg of gray, and let's just say gray of 200. All right, then let's add a border around it. So do we really need a border? Well, not necessarily, but anyway, border, you know what, I'll just leave the border. Let's just leave the border so that it's not too long. Then let's set the positioning to absolute positioning. So absolute. Then from the top, I'm just going to say I'll leave the top blank for now. Okay, let's not add anything to the top. But from the right, we'll say that the positioning from the right should be 0. So that's why it's exact. It starts here. This is right positioning 0. So what else? Then I'll set the transition property so that it slides down. So transition, and transition for any class, so all, or transition for all properties. Let's set the duration. Before you learn Tailwind, you need to know what's it called, regular CSS, or if not, you'll just be lost every time. So we'll set the duration to 500, and you will say is in out. Okay, then lastly I'll set the Z index to 50 so that it stays on top of everything. So now that we have these properties, I'll now say that if show search is equal to true, then I want to slide it down. How do I slide it down? Well, I'll say from the top, I want it to be, hold on, no, I want it to be, let's just say 100 pixels from the top, so 100 px. Ideally, I should just say the height of the, let me see, height of 16. So I should just say 16 from the top, and it will still work. So I can come here, and instead of saying 100 pixels, I'll just say top 16. And what if show search is equal to false? Well, I will say top, and then I'll just say minus 100%. Do you get? So now if I go ahead and save, I think we can come and test. So you see it has disappeared. If I click this guy now, do you see that it slides down? Now obviously if this top of, oh, I was supposed to say top of 16, I say top of 10. Some of you would have seen it. So top of 10. So you see it slides down. If you click here, it slides away, it slides down like that. So by just adding this JSX here, we've been able to add that search bar that contains the header search component. So of course we'll add the functionality later. And if you are thinking that the width of this search, you want it to be full width, you can also do that by yourself. I'm not going to do it for you. All right. So that's about it for this one. In the next one, we're going to continue. All right, so right now I can say that we are done with the basic skeleton for the header, right? So what I want us to do is let's just build out the footer. And this is what the footer looks like. So we're just going to quickly build it out. These two guys. So I'm going to come here to my components and I will create a new folder which I'll call footer. All right, now inside the footer, we're going to create two components. The first will be footer.jsx. The second will be, so let's just do rfc, save that. Oh, and I think I can close this header, guys, and spread out the code editor a bit. The data, mobile menu, page, good. So we have the footer. Then now we're going to create another component which we're going to call footer links, right? .jsx, and then hit enter. So rfc and tab. Okay, so we have footer links, and just like we imported the header component inside of our layout, we're going to wrap the footer around these children. So here I'll say footer, and then I'll just save that. So if you come to the finished project, at least you should be able to see, okay, something is wrong here. Footer is not defined. I thought I imported it. Now what's all this? Oh, I didn't import it, sorry. So you should be able to see that text footer somewhere here. So this is it at the bottom. I don't know if you can see it, but it's at the end. So now let's start with this footer before we now do footer links. So I'm going to come to my footer.jsx, and it's very straightforward because if you look at it, there's just this and this text. So very straightforward. Meanwhile, let me just come here and then write it out. So in my footer, I'm going to have a fragment, and you'll see why I have a fragment. I could have used a div, but a fragment is better. So here I will now say div, Ctrl Z, sorry, sorry. So I'll say div and tab it. At the same time, you can use a footer. Like, it doesn't have to be a div, it can be footer. You get, if you want to be semantic, and it's okay to be semantic. So inside of the footer, I'm going to give it a background. Let's just give it some classes. So class name, or maybe that can come later. Then inside here, I will now have a div. So dot. This one too is also going to have its own class. Now it's inside this div that will now have that paragraph that will hold that text. And remember, the text is just this one here. So I can even copy it to save myself some time. And then I'm just going to slot it inside the paragraph. So this is the text copyright, SupaBlog, all right, reserved. Now this text is definitely going to have some class. So we'll say class name, text center, and well, text center, well, maybe not. Text small. So text small. Then maybe text white. So text dash white. All right, so that's it. Then this one is where we will now say container, and then flex center, center. All right, so if you save that, then we should have something that looks a bit better. Okay, so we have it somewhere here. Okay, so this is it, but it's not showing because it doesn't have any background color. So let's fix that. So the surrounding div is where we'll now say bg dash color dark blue, and then we're just going to give the div a height of 24. And what else? I'll say I want to center. Let's just save it first and see. Aha, so you see now we have this div. This height of 24 is looking a bit big. It's looking a bit bigger than what we want. Hold on. Definitely too high. So maybe I would reduce the height, maybe not 24, maybe, oh, sorry, 14. 14 is perfect. Then lastly, I'll give it another class of dash dash center hyphen all. This is my own utility class that I'm using. So you see, now it's centered and this is perfect. So in the next video, what I'm going to do is I'm going to build out this links, this top footer. I call it the footer links or something like that. But we're just going to build that out in the next video. I'll see you in the next one then. All right, so we're going to go ahead right now and build out this, I'll say pre-footer, but I call it footer links. So let's come here, and we already created the component. So what I need to do is I need to bring it in here, and here I'll just say footer links. All right, and make sure you import it as well. Okay, so it's already imported. So go ahead and save, and by just saving, we should be able to see. Oh, okay, so something is wrong here. Control Z, Z, Z. So let me do that again. Footer links and close it up. Okay, good. So by just doing that, we should be able to see the text footer link somewhere at the bottom. So look at it right here. So now let's add content to it. So I'm going to come to the footer links and I'll make this a section. And that's because I've already added some padding to my section. So let's remove this guy. And the section is going to have a class name. So let me show you something. When we're in dark mode, yeah, the footer links color changes. So it becomes yellow and the text becomes dark. So we're going to implement that by saying that, okay, let me just have it here. So we're going to implement that by saying that ordinarily we want the background, so BG, to be zinc. And let's set it to 800. So 800. Then I'll now say that when it's in dark mode, so dark, I want to set the background to be yellow and 300. Okay, I use 500. Well, 500 works. 500. All right. Now let's come inside here and add some. So first off, I'll add a container, and let's tap that container. And there's a class I created, right? It's dash dash grid, and I said hyphen 25. So basically I just use the grid layout. I put it inside my, let me show you. So I'll go to my globals and I'll just search for grid. So look at it, there's grid, this is it here, grid 25. So basically it's just display grid templates, columns, auto fit, min max of 240 pixels, and like that. So just this style, I created it so that I can use it in multiple places. Meanwhile, you can also do it with Tailwind, all right? But I already have this template and it makes life easy for me. So we're going to have that, and let's come inside here. So right now we're going to start adding the content of the footer. So we'll start here and then here and then here. There are 3 of them. So maybe I'll just say this one is something like about, links, and subscribe. So first I'll add a comment. I'll say about, then I'll just come down like this, Control Z, and then I'm just going to come down. So the way we structure it is that I'll say, let me just say dot. So this is the first div, and then I'm just going to give it some classes. So the first one will be text hyphen muted. Then I would add some space. So space on the y-axis of maybe like 2. Then lastly, I would add some margin on the bottom. So MB-3. So the way I did this guy now, inside of it, let's just put a H4. And the H4 will say SupaBlog. All right. Now this H4, we're going to give it some classes, yeah? But since it's just a heading, there's no need for us to waste time writing it out one after the other. So class name, and these are the classes I'll give the H4. So text large, font bold, text white. But when it's dark, we're in dark mode, I'll give it text gray 800. So if I go ahead and save this file and come to this project we're working on, we should be able to see. Okay, wait, okay, yeah, so this is it here, SupaBlog. All right, so what I'll just do to make life easy, I'll just duplicate this 1, 2. So of course this comment will change to links, and then this one will change to subscribe or newsletter, like so. So at least we have the 3 sections. Let me even change the content as well. So we have categories and then we have subscribe. Maybe I should change this one to categories so that it's categories. All right, so here I'm also going to say categories, and lastly I'm going to say subscribe. All right, that's not right. Okay, so now if you go ahead and save your file, you should be able to see that we have the 3 sections. Of course, if you expand it, they will just be like this. Okay, so but we still need to shrink it up a bit. So right now let's just add the content of each section and life will just be easy. So here inside of, what do we have? Sorry, let me just check. So in the first one we have this text, and then we have this contact. I'm sorry, the social media icons. So here I'm just going to come down to the first one after the h4, and then I'll add a paragraph with a class of text hyphen small, and then I'm just going to grab the text here, copy it, and then slot it in. So that's the first. If you save that, let's see what we have. Okay, so we have the text. Next we need the icons. So now for the icons, we're going to put it inside a div with a class name of contact, and then we'll just bring in 4 icons. So they are all, these icons, they are all React icons. So I'll just come here and put them here. All right, so format. So look at it, we have a div with a class of contact, and then we have Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube icons. So of course we need to import all these icons. So let me just see, I think I can import them with 1 line. So let me copy the import statement, but I think, okay, so interestingly I can import them with by auto importing them, control and space bar, and it's just the regular. Well, I guess I should just paste them in so that I don't waste time. So let me just paste them in. Okay, I'm not using Apple. So now we have these icons. Now let me show you something. You see this contact and then the icon classes, they are in the globals.css. So if I say control find and I say contact, so this is it right here, and then contact and so you see why it's important you have the globals.css. It's not everything that I want to write out here. Sometimes I just want to just make this look a little bit readable. So now if I go ahead and save, I should be able to see that reflect here. All right, so you see we have them. Good. What do we have next? We have the categories, which contains our links. All right, so for that, I think at this point I may need to expand. So for that, we're just going to come down to this one. Aha, so after this h4 is where we're going to do business. Okay, so for the links under the categories, we're just going to have an unordered list, and the unordered list will have, let's just position it, so we're going to say flex and flex col, so that it's one on top of the other. Then we're going to add some space, so space y of 2, and let's give it text small dash small. All right, so inside of the unordered list, we're going to have list items. Oh, sorry, no, not like that. So list items, and is inside each of these list items that will now insert some links. Now of course it's going to have a href, and for now I'm just going to set the href to not go anywhere, or just to go to the home page, so /, and that's it. So now, oh, there's one thing I missed. The href is going to have a class name of footer links. So footer links, yeah, good. So now inside the href, let's just write, the first one is html. So this is the structure of our links. Of course, if you go ahead and save now, you should be able to just see at least one link. So let's import the link, and it's, oh, I don't know why link is not importing by itself, but anyway. So I'm just going to come up here and I'll just say I want to import link from next link, and that should do the magic. So we're going to have the link. Right, so we have one at least. So all we just need to do is duplicate it and change the text to CSS, JavaScript, web development, and React. So by that, I just mean you're just going to duplicate each of these list items. So for example, this is going to say CSS, and then you do that again and again, JavaScript. So what I'll just do is, since it's just duplicating and changing the name, I'll just bring in the remaining list items and slot them in. So after this one, I'll come here and slot the remaining. So JavaScript, web development, React.js. If you go ahead and save that, you should be able to see these guys here. All right, so the last but not the least is the what's it called, is this subscribe button. So let me go to the normal mode. So this subscribe button here, and well, this one you can connect it to any of your newsletter service like MailChimp or whatever. All right, I've set it up in such that you can just connect it. So in the next video, I'm just going to add this one so that this video is not too long. Or on a second thought, maybe we can do it right now since it's just this guy. So what I'm going to do is I'll just, bring in my text. So we already did some text somewhere. So let's just copy this text, and here we're just going to slot in the text. So let me collapse this one so that we don't have so much scroll. All right, so after this H4, let's bring in this text and copy what it says here. So Control C, and then just replace it here. So Control V. All right, so after the text, we're just going to have a form, and inside of the form, let's just have the input and the button. So we'll just go to Shadcn and look for the input component, which is right here. Yeah. So click on the input component and we should have something. Okay, let's just work with this one. So I'll say code, and then I'm just going to grab this input. So I'll copy that, and then I'll come back to my code and slot it in. And then lastly, we're just going to need a button. So button, tap that, set the variant to to primary, and set it to, I think, subscribe. So it says, yeah, subscribe. So let's come here and just say subscribe. Sorry, come on, help me. Subscribe. All right, and let's import the button and the input. So import button and input, like so. And let's add some styles here. So for example, our form, you see it has this border around it. So let's just give it the class name. You know what, I'm just going to bring in the class name and just show you what it's doing, each of them is doing. So for the form, let's put it on another line and slot in the class names. So first of all, we add a border, and then we set the border color to white. And then we said that when it's in dark mode, we want to change the border color to gray. And then we just made it rounded, added some padding around it, and some space between the elements inside that space, white too. So that's basically just what we did. Now, if I go ahead and save this file and come here, all things being equal, I should be able to see, yeah, so it's right here, except for the button, which is not showing the variant, which the variant color is supposed to be blue. So variant is primary variant. You know what, let me just set it to default, because the default is the primary variant as well. Okay, so it's small, we want it to extend all the way down. So we're just going to give the button a class name, so CN, and that's going to be set to width full. If you save that, we should be able to have, yeah. So the only difference is that we probably don't have this email icon, but it doesn't really matter. It's the inputs that's the important thing here. All right, so that is about it for, let's test the dark mode. So I'll come here and I'll say dark, and as you can see, everything changes very nicely. Okay, so we're good to go. So that is about it for the footer. So in the next one, we're going to proceed. I don't know what we're going to do next, but we're going to proceed. All right, see you. All right, welcome back, guys. Now we're going to build, we're supposed to start building out the authentication part of the project, but during authentication, we're going to need a loading component. So for example, if you click on this button, there's a loading, spinner that shows up. So we're going to need some of that during the, process. So what I recommend is I want to build out that loader component. So inside of this component here, we have this widgets folder where I can now create a component called loader.jsx. Now inside this component, first let me just do rfc, and then I'm just going to change this to loading animation. So loading animation, and what am I spelling? Animation. All right. So now you see this loading animation component. Let me just put it inside of this home page, so that at least when I'm building it, we can see what we're doing. So I would come to the page, and just after the hello world, I'll just, slot it in there like that. So loading animation, hold on. Loading animation, let's do it like this. All right. And don't forget to import it. So we have that. Of course, it's not going, maybe it's just going to show a text. So it shows a text. So what we can do now is we can bring in the CSS that will, affect the loading and everything. So I already have that, and it's going to be part of what is available to you for download. Now you see this CSS, we're going to put it inside these styles. It's just going to be an external CSS file. So let me just bring it in and slot it in there. So loader.css coming into our styles. So this is it right here. And these are the styles that are needed inside of it. So for us to use an external style, however, we need to import this loader.css inside of our globals. So if you come to the globals, you will see here that I already commented it out initially. So I'll just bring it in, import, and then you just specify the location of your CSS file, and then you can go ahead and save. Okay, so now that you've saved, we can now proceed. I can close this up, and we can now proceed to build out the loading animation components. So for that, I will just come here and I'll give this div a class name of spinner. So that's going to be the class name. Now inside of this div, we're now going to have a span that will have a class of ball and -1. So if you tap that, and you're just gonna get this. Now it's not just ball 1 we need. We need 8 spans. That's going to be like ball 1 through to 8. So let me format it. So this is what we need. Now let's go ahead and save and see what our loading animation looks like. So this is what the loading animation by itself looks like. Now let's take it a step further. I'm going to, let me get rid of this default. I can just export it like that. So I'm going to duplicate this component, so like so, and then I'm just going to build something called a loading button. So here I'll say loading button. So 1 2 3 and button. Now inside this loading button, obviously I'm going to get rid of everything here, and we're going to have a button instead. So button, I'll tap that, and let me make sure it's imported. Okay, so it's imported. Now let's open this up. This button is going to have some props because we're going to be using the button in different places. So first off, we're going to have a button text prop. So I'll say btn text. Then also we're going to need a button class. That's for when you want to add an additional class to wherever you use this button component. Then lastly, button variant. All right. So now let me now come here, and we're going to start by giving this a class name, and that's going to be set to, let's use our CN that comes with NextJS. Make sure you import it and then specify the button class. This button here, I want it such that when you hover on it, it will appear unclickable. So here I'll say cursor, and I'll set that cursor, I'll set that to none. Then I'll give a comma here and then specify the btn class for when you want to add a class whenever you're using this loading button component. Now inside of this one though, I'm going to now add the button text. All right, now this button text is going to be side by side the loading animation, but I want to add a space, so I'll say nbsp. This is an HTML entity for a space, and then I'm just going to bring in the loading animation. So let's see. So we have button text. Okay, last but not the least, we're going to have the button variant. So here I'll say variant, and that's going to be set to button variant. All right, my AI has not been helping me with this stuff recently. So this is for the loading button, and let's see what it looks like on the page. So here I'm just going to duplicate this one and say loading button. Let's make sure we bring it in and save. I think maybe there's something missed. Hold on. Okay. Unsupported server component type, blah blah blah. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on, but I probably need to add. Let's look at our imports button and cn. Doesn't seem like there's any other thing that I'm missing out, so let me refresh the page. So but however, perhaps I need to reload my server, so let me just reload the server. Oh, forgive me, it seems the problem is in my here in this file. It's supposed to be const, not function. So let me just do it here. I'll say const, and then I'm also going to replace it here as well. I didn't even see it if I think, oh okay, so if it's an arrow function, then it needs to have an equals here, and I didn't define the components properly, so let me just do the same here. It needs to have an equals here, and then just an arrow function syntax here. So that's it. If you go ahead and save, we should be able to get rid of the error and have our component load. So just by correcting that syntax, we have the loading animation here. So this is just a single animation, while this is a button. So to use the button, right, you just need to add all those variables. For example, just a button text and set it to like a text like login, and if you save that, you should see the button text and then the animation. Do you get? So this is what the loading button animation would look like. All right, so the last loading animation I want is the GPT loading animation. So let me just show you. So I'll come back to loader, and I'm just going to duplicate this loading animation, this first one. So let me just duplicate it, and then I'll just say I'll change the name to GPT loader. So that's GPT loader. All right, and then let's just get rid of everything inside of this and then change the class name. So for the class name, it's going to be LDS. So let's just do like this and slot it in. So LDS ellipsis. That's because I generated the loader online. There was an online, loading generator I just used. Okay, then inside here, I'm just going to have 4 divs, empty divs. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we'll save. This is coming from our loader.css. This class is coming from our loader.css. Now save the file and then come to your page. Let's add GPT loader. Okay, so I'll say GPT loader, import that, and then yeah, and save. So it should look something like this. Yeah, this is the GPT loader. Okay, all right, so that's about it for all the loading animations we need for the project. So in the next video, we're now going to start building out the login components. All right, I'll see you in the next one then. Okay, so now let's start building the auth components. So login, logout, login, register page, and all of that. So I'm going to come here, and we don't need all these loading components here, so I'll just remove them like so, and I think I'll remove their imports as well. So let's go ahead and save. Now for us to build the login page, we need to build a login route. So I'm going to close these guys we're not using, and and I'll go to my app. So to build a route, right, I'm going to create a folder, and whatever you name that folder is going to be the name of the route. So this is folder based routing or file based routing really. So but if I want to say log in right now and I hit enter, I still need to create a file inside of this login folder. So that file is going to be called page.jsx. So I'll say rfc and hit enter. So this is it right here, and then I'll just go ahead and save. Now by doing this simple thing here, we've created a route. All right, we've created a route in Next.js. So what I'm going to do is, and I think this works. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to come here, and in my URL here, I'll say /login, and then hit enter. If you do that, you're going to be redirected to, so you can see here, we have this small text here that says page. That's because we've, been brought to the login route. So, but to make it easy to navigate to this login page, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to my main header. So Control P and header, main header, and then I'll just look for that login, button. So let me just say Control Find and login. Yeah. So I'm just going to look for this guy. Okay, so we've already added the login. So what this means is that even if we're in another page, if we click here and click login, we're going to be brought to this page. Now I want to take it a step further, right? So let me come here and create another route, which I'm going to call register. So I'll come here inside of the app, I'll create another folder and I'll call that register. Okay, hit that, and inside of this one I will create a file and I'll call it page.jsx. Now this is another route entirely. So if you say rfc, I'll create a component inside of it and then I'll save. Now of course, if I come here and do I have a register? Okay, I don't have a register. So if I come here to the URL and I say register, STR, and I hit enter, I should be brought to the register. So this is the register page. It's a valid page. Okay, so but what I want to show you is how to group routes, because all of these two routes, they are associated with authentication in our app. So instead of saying login route, register route, reset password, forgot password, and all of that, what we can do is we can group them together. So to group a route together, and they are all concerned with authentication, so I'm going to create a new folder entirely. I would wrap the folder with the folder name with parentheses and say auth and hit enter. By wrapping it with parentheses, this is not going to be valid, so you cannot say ./auth and it will give you any result. It will tell you not found. We can try it. So here I'll come here and say /auth, and of course you see here we're going to get a 404 response. It will say not found. So that's it. So what we want to do now is we're going to take this login and register, and then we're just going to move it inside of the auth. So I'll say move. Aha. So because of this singular thing we've done, we've been able to group the auth and the register routes inside of this guy. All right, so I just wanted to show you that very quickly before we proceed, or before we go too far. So now we can now start building out the login route. So what I like to do is, let me just open the login route and I'll close every other one. Main header can close. So what I like to do is, instead of just leaving this as page this component name as page, what I like to do is I like to rename it to something meaningful. So I can say login, for example. You can leave it as page, it doesn't matter, but I like to rename it to something meaningful. So now that we've done that, I'm now also going to go to my component folder and create the components that will be placed inside of this page. So for that, I'm going to create a new folder. Hold on, let me just take a second look. So here I'm going to, inside of my component, I'm going to create another folder and I'll call it auth. And inside of this folder is where I will now create all my auth related components. So for example, I'll say login form.jsx. I'll hit enter on that and I'll say rfc, and then I'll just create it. So this is the login form component. Is this login form component that, oh sorry, I thought I just snapped it out. So it's this login form component that I'm now going to put here. All right, so I'll just say log, okay, it needs to be like this. So login form. All right, so make sure you import it and just close that up. So if you go ahead and save and we come to the login page, which is right here, we should be able to see login form instead. All right, So now that we have that in place, we've set up our routes and everything. In the next video, we're now going to start building out the login form. All right, see you in the next one then. So now we're going to build out this login form, right? But before we build out the login form, there's something I want to show you. This form has something called form validation, such that you can't submit this form without entering the relevant data inside of it. So for example, if I try to log in, it immediately tells me that email must be at least 6 characters, password must be at least 6 characters. This message is actually set by me, so I think I should have said please enter a valid email or something, but you get the gist. So what we're going to do is we're going to use a Shadcn component, the form component of Shadcn for all of this. So I'm going to come here and I'll just look for form. So let me expand this guy a bit. And so it starts with F. Okay, so that's form. And let's just look for it. Aha, so this is what it looks like. But we're going to need some other things, right, when installing it. So first off, I'm just going to install this from Shadcn. I'll come here, open up my terminal, and then let me just do a new terminal and see, okay, Ctrl V. Oh, did I just do Ctrl V inside of the component? So Ctrl V and hit enter. So that will install the form component from Shadcn, which is fine. Now, what we also need some other things. So for the form validation, right, the front end form validation, we need components like Zod, React hook forms, and hook form resolver. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to come here. So let's just copy at least one of those. So React hook form, Ctrl C. Aha. So when this installation is done, I'm just going to install, the other dependencies we need for the form validation. Okay, so it's done. So I'll say npm install. So we need Zod. We need React hook form. Then lastly, we need Auth hook form. Okay, you know what? Okay, let me just do it. So we need Auth hook form. Let me just install these two first because I don't like what I'm seeing when I say Auth. All right, so let me come to my package.json to verify that those were properly installed. So package.json is right here. Aha, so we have hook form resolver and we have Zod and React hook form. So we have everything we need right now to proceed. So here I'm just going to come back to this guy and let me show you what we're going to do or what we're going to use. So this is a form right here and it just has this username and then a submit button. But I think we have an email, a form with an email. I'm not sure, but I just need to check. Okay, I don't see a form with an email, but this also works. But one thing we also need is the Shadcn card component. So you can see this card around this guy. We're going to also need that. So let me just install that first. So I'll come to card and then I'm just going to say, I'll copy this guy and then I'll come here and install the card component. So hit enter on that and that should do. So let's grab a card component. I think this should work, but really it has a lot of components inside of it. It's too much. So I'm just going to grab this simple card component here, this very one outside here. I'll just copy it and then I'm just going to come here inside. So let's open our login form. I'll do like this and then I'll replace the div you see here with the card component. So let's just come here like this and put the card component inside. Now, of course, we need to import all of these guys. So let's import it. There's the import statement here, which I'm going to copy. And then I'm also just going to come up here and slot that in. So let's look at the finished project to see what we have like so. So this is what we have, right? So this is actually centered. This form is actually centered in the middle of the page. So we're going to need to add some class names for that to happen. So we say grid. There are different ways you can center an item here. One of them is flex and the other is grid. So I'll say grid and then I'll say place hyphen items center and then I'll just say height of screen. So this will just center the card components in the middle of the screen. So if you save that, we should be able to at least see something. So look at it right here. Very small. It's nothing like what we have, but don't worry, we're going to fix it. So here we're going to start with the card, and I think at this point I can just bring in the class names and just tell you what they do so that we don't do a lot of typing. So here we have brought in a class name. This is a width of 450 pixels, but I think what we should do is give it a w-full first and then say a max width of 450 pixels. That works. Then we did a shadow of large, so that will just put a shadow around this guy. Then we added a border to the top of 4, and then we made that border color to be blue 500. So that's basically what we did. Now if we go ahead and save this guy, we should be able to see some changes in the form. So you see it's taking shape. All right, so what do we have next on the form though? So we have this text and then these buttons. Okay, so I'm going to come here, back here, and in our card title we're just going to say login. So that's going to be our card title, and remember it's centered, so we're going to need to give this a class name of text center. So text hyphen center, and that's just going to center. Let me format this guy. Okay, so you see we have that here. You know what, let me just shrink this one up a bit. Aha, so we have that in place. So what else do we have? Card description. Well, we're not going to need a card description. We're not describing anything, so I'm just going to remove the card description. Then the card header closes, so we now have card content. Now the card content is where we're going to have like the remaining stuff you see here. So inside of my card content here, I'm going to give some space. Let me close this one up, and then I'm just going to have a div, so dots, and then this div is going to have a class name of, first off, let's add some margin on the bottom of 4, so MB4. Then I'll say flex, and I want it to be flex dash column. Then I want it to be item center, and lastly I'll add some space around the content of the div, so space on the y-axis, that's from top to bottom of 2. So now we can now go ahead and put some things inside of this content. So what do we have first? We have these 2 buttons, 1 and 2. So the Google button and the GitHub button. Now as for this button, I'm going to give them their own individual components. So you know what I'm going to do here? I'll just have 2 paragraphs, and this one will say Google button, and this other one will say GitHub button. All right, so save that, and then we should just have the 2 buttons. So look at it here. Okay, so we're going to create separate components for those buttons much later. Then next we have this paragraph that says or login with email or password. So for that, I'm just going to, after these buttons here, I'm just, I'll come down below the div, I'm sorry, and then I'll just say P, and this is just going to have a class name of, that's capital letter, it needs to be small, so P dot text hyphen center. Let's tap that and add some more classes. So text center, text small, that's for the size of the text, and let's add some margin on the bottom of 2. Then here I'm just going to say or login with email and password. So slot that in. So you see it's taking shape. So save that. Let's see what we're doing. Voila, so we're taking shape here. Then last but not the least, we're now going to have the form. So this form you see here, we're going to bring it in. Okay, so let's go to Shadcn, expand this guy a bit, and let's go back to our form, which is right CDEF, so right here, and let's see which one we're going to take. I think we should just take the one with the input. So this one down here with the input, the example. Yeah, so this one. So what I'll do is I'll just okay, where's the code part? I can't see the code part really. Wow, interesting. So maybe I'll just say input. Let me just look for an input instead. So there should be an input that has an email. So this is an input, it has an email. It also has a subscribe button. Okay, so I'll just go with this one. So email. Okay, then I'll click on code. Oh no, this is definitely not what I want. I want to come down here. Now I want to click on the code. Okay, great. So this is what we want. We can work with this. So this one, we can work with it. So I'll click on code. And first off, let's import everything we need in terms of the import statement. So I'm going to copy all of this except the toast. And I'll copy this guy, Control C. Then I'll come to my, you know what, let me expand it. Then I'll come to my code and then I'm just going to paste it at the top here. Meanwhile, you can also collapse your import. So you can collapse it. Just click on this guy to collapse. So we've brought in the import. Now let's bring in the form. So I'll scroll down. I've installed inputs in the past. So I'll scroll down. First off, we need to have something called a form schema. So I'll tell you about that. So bring in the form schema and place it in. And then we'll now have the, hold on. Okay, inside the function, inside the component, we'll now have this form. So I'll copy this guy. And then I'll just come inside the component and slot it in. And then let's come back here. We're going to have this on submit. So I'll copy the on submit function. And then I'm also going to come below below this form guy. And then I'm slot it in. Okay, let's keep moving. Then I'll scroll down and then I'll just take all of the form components. So let's copy everything. No, I just need the form components. Yeah, so just the form component. I'll copy that. And then I'm just going to come inside the component itself. And just below this guy, this text, I'm just going to say slot in the form. Okay, so there's a lot of cleaning up to do. At this point, if we go ahead and save this file, we are going to have a lot of errors. So let's clean up. So I'm going to go up and we'll start from the top. So first off, we imported all of these guys, okay, which we did correctly. Then we created a form schema. Now this form schema has this username property. Meanwhile, that's not what we want. We want email and password. All right. So let's do it one step at a time. So first, maybe we should save time and do it together instead of doing email, then coming back to the password. So like I said, this is Zod validation. So you can see here, this form schema is what we're going to use to validate the form inputs. This form inputs you see here. So first off, this one is for email. So here I'll come here and say email. And then this is going to be z.string. Let's just agree that the email is a string, but there is actually something called z.email. All right, you can do that. Then .min means the minimum length of the characters in the input. So for example, I set it to 6 because let's say at gmail.com, that's at least if you're using Gmail as an example, yeah, that's at least 8 characters, but there are other mails that are not as long. So I just set the minimum character to 6. Here, I will now say something like the email is required. Do you see? So that's the message for when somebody tries to log in or submit the form without entering the email. This is the message they're going to get. This one you see here. So this is for email. So the next one is for password. So here, I'm just going to duplicate this one. And then I'm just going to change this to password. And then here, we're just going to say z.string. Now, this string is the data type, all right? So we expect that this password will be a string, not a number, but string generally. So it could be a string and a number could, come together and still have a data type of a string. So let me not just confuse you. So it's just a string. So minimum of 6. Then here, we're going to say password must be at least 6 characters. Password. My code AI editor is not even helping me. So password must be at least 6 characters. All right, so that's it. So these are the 2 things that are required for this form to be submitted. So let's scroll down. So this form here is now where we can define the default properties of these 2 variables we entered here. So hold on. Okay, so the email and the password. Yeah. So here you can see this is the form and it says use form. And then there's this z.infer type of form schema. Now this is TypeScript. This type of form schema is TypeScript. So, but because we're not using TypeScript, we can get rid of this one. So we can just say form is equal to use form. And then we'll just say resolver is Zod resolver, where we now pass the form schema. So this form schema is what we are going to use to validate this form. Do you get? So here we just need to specify that we have two properties. The first is email, and initially it's going to be an empty string, and the next is password. All right. So these are the default values for two of them. Then how do we submit the form? So when we want to submit the form, this is what happens. This function is called. Remember, I also said that we don't need the whole validation thing. So here I'm just going to say that this onSubmit has this data argument, and inside of this place I'm just going to remove everything you see here, this toast, and then I'm just going to log the data to the console. That's all I'm going to do. Meanwhile, this data is an object. All right, so I can say something like const and destructure the properties from the data. Remember, we have the email and we have the password, so that's going to be equal to data. All right, so but on my own end, what I just want to do is I just want to log the data to the console. So I'll just say data. That's it. So now we can keep coming down and we can enter into the form. So let me format it so we can see what we're doing. And here, okay, I think I can space it out. So inside of the form, we have this form, and here we're saying form.handle submit, and it's pointing to that function of onSubmit we saw at the top, which just does a console.log. That's fine. So here we're just going to, change some of the style. So this form field, for example, maybe the form itself, I'll change the class. So let's change the class of the form. So for the form, I would say that I'll remove this class you see here. All right, and I'll give it my own class. So for example, if you look at the finished product, you see that there's a border around the form. Okay, wait, is there a border around the form? No, I don't think so. I'm not sure. Okay, no problem. No problem. So maybe for now, I'm just going to say something like I'm kind of okay. This is where I am. Sorry. So I'm just going to say something like I want a padding of 1 around the form, and I'll say space. So space of y, and then I'm just going to say 2. So let's just leave the border out of this thing for now. All right. Is there any other thing? Okay, then let's enter into the form. So this form, for example, this first input field, this form field, this name is what is going to determine where the form is, what data is attached to the form. So for example, this email, for example, here we're going to need to point it to this very one. So here I'll just double click and say email. All right, so just by changing this to email, that email variable is now attached to this particular form field. Then we also have to now change some things. For example, so here this is going to be changed to this form label. Okay, our form label, we're going to replace it with this envelope icon. All right, so it's an envelope icon. Let me actually just bring it in to save time. So I'll remove this username text, and then I'm just going to slot in the did I just make a mistake? Ctrl Z. Okay, I did make a mistake. So I'll remove the username text, and in the form label, I'm going to slot in an icon. So this icon is what I'm going to use as my, what's it called, form label. So let's import it. Okay, so we've auto imported it. It just has this color and then a size of 20. Now, then the form input field, the placeholder we're going to change to email. So email, and then I think that's it. The form description, we're going to get rid of it. We don't need any form description for now, so I'll just remove this form description. Okay, and I think at this point we can save. So let's just save this file to see what we've done so far and see. Do I need to refresh? Okay, maybe I need to refresh. Okay, let me just refresh it. I'm still seeing card footer somewhere. Okay, we'll change the card footer. So we're getting an error here that's z.email. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to change it to z.string just to, it's still a string anyway. So I'll say z.string, and then I'm just going to save so that we just move forward. Okay, so we're getting one more error, and it's telling us that this use form, we need to import it. So there's something I forgot here. We did import okay, we imported use form from React hook form. So I don't think we should be getting this error. It's not a function. No, it's a function. We've imported it here. Use form from React hook form, which we installed. So let me just look at that. Oh, so I figure all we need to do is to just add use client at the top of our component, because we can only use the use form when we're in a client component. So if you just add use client and you save your file, you should have this page refresh, and now you can see your input field here, and that works. So what we can do next is we want this envelope to be here, right? And we want this input field to extend and be like, you know, the whole length. So first off, let's just put this envelope inside here. So to do that, we need to come down to the form item. So this is the form field. Inside the form field, we have a form item. So this form item component is what contains everything. So we're just going to give this form item component a class name of relative. So this is like positioning stuff. So we'll give it a class name of relative. Then we'll now give this form label, right, a class name of absolute. So that's going to be set to absolute. And then we'll say that from the left, we want it to be, so that's, excuse me, left, we want it to be 2 from the left, and from the top, we want it to be 2.5. So 2.5. What else? Then this input component, right, we're going to have some padding here so that there will be space for this envelope to sit. So I'm just going to give this one its own class name, and that's going to be set to, so here I'll say padding on the left, I'll set that to 8, and then I'll just say width of full width. That's it. If you go ahead and save, we should be able to see the changes. Okay, so we can see that the envelope is right here. So the other thing is just the button. So for the button, I'm just going to give it its own class name. So class name of width full. So width dash full, and that should sort out the button. And of course it should say login. Login, save, and that's it. So now that we have this in place, the only thing we can just do now is to duplicate this form item and then just change it to the password. So here I'm just going to come here and duplicate this form the form field, I'll duplicate it, and then I'm just going to make some changes. So here I'll change the name to password, and relative is fine. Now I'll change the icon inside of it to the password icon. So I think it's MD password. So I'll copy that and replace this one with MD password. So that's it. Make sure you import it as well. So import it, and then we're going to change the input placeholder to password. And of course, what else are we changing? And I think that's it for the password. So we can now go ahead and, hold on, there's something I'm missing out. Just need to figure it out. Okay, the input is going to have a type of password. I just felt that there was something I was missing. So it's going to have a type of password because we don't want the input to be visible. All right, so that's why we're making it. So now I'm just going to go ahead and save, and now we should have the username and password. Great. So let's make sure that this is actually working. So I'm just going to open my console and just click on it to see if I'm able to log the content of this field to the console. So let me just expand this guy. And right here in my console, I'm just going to click login. Okay, let me just change this to 123123. All right, and click login. And as you can see, we have Donald Z and 123123. So what that means is that our form is working perfectly. The validation is working. So the last but not the least is, let's just add this, text at the bottom and everything, just, so that we can navigate to the register, forgot, and all of that. So I'm going to just come here and shrink this guy back down. And here, I'm just going to come here and, so let's maybe just come to this project we're working on, and below this card content, so this is the card, this is the card content, and we have a card footer. So it's inside of this card footer that I will now come and say, let's create a div. So I'll say dot and hit tab. This div is going to have a class name of, I will say, so let's just say width full, and I have a class called flex center, sorry, flex between. So let's just say between, and then that's it. So now this div is now going to contain two pieces of text. The first is going to be, I need to see, the first is going to say forgot password, and it's just a link. So let's just come here and let's just say something like class name, and I'll just say text left, and then I'll just come here and add the link. So the link, let me make sure I import it. I don't know why the link doesn't import. I'll find out why. So, but the link is going to say forgot password, and then it's going to have a href of, so href is just going to be / forgot, I think. Yeah, that's what I used. So forgot, right? Then we're going to have another paragraph. This one is going to be, let's see. So the paragraph is going to have, first it's going to have a text. So it will say new user, like a question, then it will now say register. So here we're just going to say something like register, and then we're just going to say register. Right, so that's it. Can we just save and see what we're doing? If there's anything we need to change, we'll just change it. Escape. Oh, we've not imported the link, sorry about that. So let me just scroll to the top and import the link, which is this one, like so, and then I'll save, and that should reload our page so that we have everything. So I think maybe I'll just do it myself. Okay, so you see here we have forgot password and then new user register. So I think at this point we don't need to add that, we don't need to add this back to home. You only need the back to home if you don't have a header and a footer. In other words, if this is the only thing you have on the page. But since we have the home button on the page, or this icon on the page, we don't need this back to home. All right, so I think at this point we can leave it like this. So we'll work on the Google button and the GitHub button much later when we want to do that. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to, build out the other pages, so the register and the rest of them. I'll see you in the next one then. All right, so I think at this point, maybe we should just build the Google button and the GitHub button straight up. So we're going to create two components. Or first off, let me just bring in those buttons. So they are just these images rather. So I'll just bring in these images and slot them inside of my public folder. So let me just do it like this. I'll just say, you know what, there are a lot of images that we're going to need eventually. So I'll just bring in the whole images folder and just drop it inside of my public folder. Then I will show you. So these are the contents of the images folder, some of which we're going to need later. So I think we're using the GitHub logo and the Google logo. So this is the Google logo, this is the GitHub logo. Great. So let's close that up and let's create components for both of them. So in my login form, in this auth component, I'm just going to create two more components. The first one is going to be Google button. So Google btn.jsx, and the second one, so RFC, and the second one is going to be the GitHub btn. So GitHub button, GitHub btn.jsx as well. So RFC. All right. So create that. I'll save both files, and then I'm just going to import them. So here in my login form, in place of those texts, I think I can collapse this one so that we don't have so much scrolling. All right, so in place of my login button, I'm just going to replace this with the Google btn. So that's one, and the second one is going to be the GitHub btn. So GitHub btn. All right, so we do that and we save, and then in the projects here we should just have both of them. So how do we replace this with the actual button? So here I'm going to start with the Google button. So here I'm just going to get rid of this text, and I'll replace this with a button. So it's actually going to be a button component, and the button is going to have a variant of outline. All right, then we're going to give it a class name of I wonder why I have to type out class name myself. So let's set the width to full and the space on the x-axis to 2. Then is there any other thing? Okay, so on click, right? So for the on click, I'm not going to give it any function. I'll just leave it empty for now. So but the content of the button will now be, so first we need a text which I'm going to put inside a span tag first. So the span is going to say sign in with Google. All right, so that's the first. Then we're now going to have an image tag. So image, I think, okay, it's not auto important, so let me just do like this. So now we're using the next image tag. Now whenever you're using the next image tag, because I think this is the first time we're using it, whenever you're using it, first off, just like a regular image tag, you need to specify a source. So for the source, I'm going to point to the images folder we created inside of this public folder. So if you come to, if you come to this public folder, you see we have this images folder. You can point directly to this images folder from anywhere you are. So what I will just do here is I'll just say /images, and you don't need to say /public. The public folder, you can just point to anything inside it directly. So /images / and the name of the image is Google-logo, and it's a PNG file, so PNG. So that's it. But whenever you're using this next image, you cannot just stop here by giving it a source. You have to specify a height, right? And for now, I'm going to specify that the height will be 20 pixels and the width will be 20 pixels. So you specify a height and a width. All right, then you also, so I'm just also going to add an alt text, and here I'll just say Google logo. All right, so now that we have that in place, I think we can go ahead and save, and we should have the Google button. Okay, is there anything I did not import? It says field to image. Oh, I did not import image, I'm sorry. So let me import the image, and I'll just come here and do like this, slot it in. So it's import image from next image, and that should do the trick. Okay, so it's reloading, and as you can see, we have the sign in with Google and we have the Google logo. So but the question is, what is the difference between, what is the difference between this regular image and, sorry, this NextJS image and the regular image? So this NextJS image has something called lazy loading built into it. All right, that's the biggest advantage it has. So it's not good. In other words, it's, if you have a very large image, it will load the page before it starts to load the image. So it will enable the user to see something while the image is loading. So that's lazy loading. Now, I do not use the next image all the time because it has it just has a lot of issues with this height and width thing. You know, eventually you can get it to work and all of that, but it's very, for me, I found it very very unstable when it comes to you wanting a definite width and height, especially across device width. So I'm also going to show you how you can use the regular image, because right now if I change this to a regular image, if I say something like img, right, I'm going to get an error. All right, I'm going to get an error that says I'm using an img, like, you know, and all of that. So okay, no, I think I need to make it small letter img. Okay, so that error is in our console. Let me show you. Or hold on, I'm supposed to get, let me just check. Or you know what, maybe I really don't want to get into that now, so I'm just going to change this back to the regular NextJS image, and then I'll save. And in the next video we're going to now do the, or maybe I should just do it now since it's very similar. So we're just going to work on the login with GitHub. So to do that, I'm just going to copy everything you see here, Control C, and then I'm just going to go into the GitHub button and paste it in, and I'll change this name back to GitHub BTN. So here we're just going to change it to the text to sign in with GitHub. So let's just say sign in with GitHub. All right, and then we're also going to change the image to, I think it's GitHub PNG. So GitHub logo. So Control Z. I'll just change this to GitHub logo. All right, .png. So if you go ahead and save this file now, we should be able to see that we now have the Google and GitHub login. Remember, they are not going anywhere yet. So when we start working on the logic side of things, we're going to now make this button login with Google and GitHub. So in the next video now, we're now going to take this component and use it to replicate across the register, forgot password, and the rest of them. All right, I'll see you in the next one then. Right, so now we're going to go ahead and build out the register component. So it's going to look something like this, except that we're actually going to have the login button, Google login button, and GitHub login button as well. So it's good to have those buttons so that you want to encourage users to sign up with Google or GitHub as against username and password for so many reasons. All right, so for that, I'm going to copy this file, and then I'm going to create another component called register form. So it's going to be inside the component and auth folder, and I'll just say register form.jsx. All right, hit enter and just paste it in. So obviously I'll need to change the name of this component to register form. All right, so register form, and let's just maybe do some changes also. So here, let's change this to login. So to register. Aha. So I think we can go ahead and save. So now let's go to the, or next, let's go to the register route. So this is the register route, and I'm just going to bring in the register form. So like so, register form, import it, and then close that. If you go ahead and save, and you go to this register page, we should be able to see, okay, so this is the register component. Now the only thing is that we need to add some other fields. So we need to add fields like the name, the email, and then the confirm passwords. Meanwhile here we just have the email and password. So you see we have to add some extra fields. So here, let me close this guy up. I'll come to my register form. 1, 2. Login form can close as well. Close. Okay, so I'll come to my register form, and we're going to start from the form schema. So here, let me duplicate this one, and I'll just change this to name because I want to be able to have the username. So here I'll say name is required. Name, let me just make the name 3 characters. So 3, minimum of 3, and then I'll say name must be at least 3 characters. All right, so that's name, email, password. Then the last one will be confirm password. So I'll duplicate this confirm password, and then I'll just add a C. So I'll say C password, and then minimum of 6, password must be at least 6 characters. Now there's one thing I need to do. No, for the confirm password, I'm not going to make it, I'm just going to come here and say I want it to be string. So I'm going to remove every other property here like so, and then I'll just say I want it to be string. Now there's something we need to do. Yes, when a user enters something in the password and something different in the confirm password, we want to say that the password and the confirm password must match. All right, so how do we do that with Zod validation? So we're going to come down here. Yeah, we're going to come down here. Hold on, I almost made a mistake now. So we're going to come down after this entire form schema. So the end here will come down, and then we'll concatenate a .refine method. So there's a method called .refine, and it's going to take a callback function. We're going to have data here, and then we're just going to use the arrow function to open it up. So here, first off, let's just open it up like this, and we're going to come back here and we're going to add the condition. So what's the condition? Here we want to make sure that the password is equal to the confirmed password. All right, so I'll come here and say data. Now this data is pointing to everything inside here, so I'll say data dot password, and I want it to be equal to, so 3 equals, I want it to be equal to the C password. Do you see? So inside here is where we'll now define what we want to happen if this is not the case. So here I need to add a comma, and hold on, this is data.c password, I'm sorry, data.c password. Good. So here I will now come and say, okay, so what is the message? Just like we have a message here for when there's an error, I will now say, what is the message for when the data is, not equal to, if this is not met, this condition is not met, what message do we want to send? So I'll just say message, and I'll set that to be equal to passwords must match. So passwords must match. Okay, then the next thing is, where do you want to display this message? So we have the message quite all right. Now where do you want to display it? Well, I want to display it in this C password input. So here I'm just going to come down and say path. That's where we specify where we want to display this error message. It's going to be inside an array, and then I'll just say C password. Okay, so that's it. Obviously we are not going to be able to test it until we finish up every other thing. So here I'm going to come and add the name property, which we will set to an empty string, so name, and then we're going to do the password as well and say C password. All right, so here let's just destructure the name. Let's get that out. Then let's also get the, okay, we don't need the C password when we want to actually save, so it's just okay like this. So the last but not the least is to add the fields in the form. So I'm gonna come here, this first one here, this first form field, I'm going to just highlight it and then duplicate it, so like this and down. So here we're going to change this to name. Then what else? In the name field, we're not going to have any icon inside of it. If you check, we don't have any icon. Oh, we do. Wow, I left an icon there. Okay, so I'm just going to grab the FA user icon. I think that's what I used, I'm not sure. Okay, yeah, so I did use the FA user icon. So I'll just copy it, and then in this my name field here, I'll just replace this one with the FA user icon and import it. So make sure you import it, and then I'll just change the placeholder to say name. Is there any other thing? I don't think there's any other thing. Okay, so now I can go ahead and save, and then here we should be able to see the name field, but I'm not seeing it. Okay, so we have the name field here. So last but not the least, we need to add the confirm password field. So for that, I'm just going to come to this one and duplicate it downwards like so, and then I'll just change this to C password. Then I think I would also change the placeholder to confirm password, and then that's it. So last but not the least, we're going to change the button to say register. Then what else? Okay, so already have an account login. We need a way to redirect the user back to the login page. So let's just use this one and say already have an account, then login. So we're going to change this to login, and here we're going to change this as well to login. Okay, there's one thing I need to do though, is I need to make this thing text dash small, and maybe make this one text center because it's centered. Then I'll get rid of this one, I think. Then I don't think I need flex between. Anyway, let me just save and see what we have. Okay, so we have confirm password, then we already have an account login. So I said text center. Maybe I'll just remove this one and say width full, and that should just bring it to the center. Good. So we already have an account login, and this is our form. There are some things I just realized that I needed to do for the login page. Since I'm here, I think I should just do them so that I don't do a separate video to correct them. So for example, the text at the bottom here, they should both have a class of text small, so text dash sm. Then the input field for the email, which is this one, I think it should have a type of email. So this input here, no, not this one, the first one, it should have a type of email. So this input here, so space and type. I think there's a type called email, it exists. So if you save, I don't think we should have any problem with that. And if you go back to the login page, yeah, so it should have a type of email. So we should probably do that in the register as well. So I'll come to the register form, and I would also make it to have a type of email. Paste that in, and that's it. So we're done with the login form and the register form. So in the next video, we're going to do for the reset and the forgot password form, so that we just have everything in place. Then what will now be left will be to add the logic to all of that. All right, I'll see you in the next one then. All right, so let's go ahead and build the forgot password form. So first off, we need to create, let me close this one. Okay, so first off, we need to create the route. So inside of this, our auth grouped route, we're going to create a new folder, which we're going to call forgot, and inside of it, we're going to create a page, just like we did before, .jsx, and let's just say rfc. So here, we'll change this to, I've not created the component here, but I'll create it. So I'll change this to forgot form. All right, and then I'm just going to close it up. Okay, so now let's create the component, and it's going to be in this same folder as this auth. So here I'll say forgot form.jsx, like so, and then I'll hit enter. So now we're going to bring in the register form, everything in the register form. So Ctrl A, Ctrl C, and then I'm just going to slot it in the forgot form. So Ctrl V. And lastly, let's change the name of the component to, where is it to forgot form. So highlight it and say forgot form. All right, so now I can go ahead and save. Okay, you know what? Let me just change the name here to forgot. No, what did I say? I said forgot password. Forgot password, like so. Then yeah, I think I'll just go ahead and save that, and then I'll come here and import it properly. So let's import the forgot form and save. So now if we come to this page here and we click on this forgot, we should be able to land on the, yeah, so we should be able to land on the forgot password. The only thing we now need to do now is to remove the components that we don't need from the forgot form. So I'm going to come back here, and what do we not need? So definitely we do not need this Google button. So login here, so we just remove all these ones, like so. Then what else? We only need the email input field. So let's remove the name. So here I'll say name can go. So 1, this is the email, so we need that. Then the password and this forgot password can go as well. So let's remove the password and the forgot password. Oh, sorry, confirm password. Already have an account is going to say, okay, already have an account, login is going to stay as is. And at this point, I think we can save. So save. and come back here, we should see forgot password and then the email. Okay, so the text will change to, I think it's maybe send reset password. Okay, so here we'll change this to reset password. Control Z, reset password, and that's it. If you save, we should be able to see it now displayed here. So in the next video, we're going to work on the other one, which is the password reset proper. All right, so last but not the least, we're going to build the reset password form. So let me just show you what it entails. So basically, it's going to end with the domain name /reset, hold on, then / something. So here I'm just going to say 123. So this 123 is going to be the URL param. So there needs to be this URL params, which is what we'll now send to the back end to verify. So if I hit enter here, it will open the reset password page. Okay, I think it's taking some time, but let's just come here and let's proceed. So for us to create that, URL params, we need to come here in our folder and go to app. Sorry, where's the app? Let's collapse this one. Okay, app, then auth. So we're going to create a reset folder. So before, we will just create a page inside it, but when we need to access a param, right, you don't just create page, you create, let me show you how you do it. So depending on the name of the param, you create another folder, and this time you're now going to say square brackets, and inside of the square brackets you will now specify the name of the param. So very commonly you see things like ID for a situation where you want to get maybe like a post ID or something, but in this case we want to get the reset token. So that's what we're going to name this folder. So it's inside of this guy now that you will now put your page. So page.tsx, hit enter, then RFC, like that. So now inside of this guy here, or let me just put it here first. So here we're going to destructure and get out the params. All right, and excuse me, excuse me. And here we're now going to have the reset form, and then I'll just say /. Now we've not created this reset form, so let's go ahead and create it. And as you can see here, oh okay, we have an error and all of that, so maybe I should just refresh it. So as you can see here, we need to create this reset form. So I'm going to go to the register form area, this auth folder, and I'll create a file which I'll call reset form.jsx. So in this reset form, it's going to be very similar to, I actually want us to, let me just hold on, I want us to see what it looks like. So let's hold on. Oh, okay, I think the problem was my internet. I had to switch. So here we have, this is what the reset form looks like, and like I said, it needs to have these params. If you try to open this page without these params, it will just give you a 404 page. All right, so I'm just going to come here. I'll just copy the, I think I can do, okay, I'll just copy the register form because that's like the closest. So where is the register form, by the way? Okay, so this is it. I'll say Ctrl+C, and then I'll just come to the reset form and paste it in. Then let's go ahead and change the name. So we're going to start with the name. So the name is going to change to reset form. Okay, then we're just going to, we don't need many of these things here, so we only need the password and the confirm password. Okay, so I'll remove the name and the email. Then I will also remove it here. All right, then I only need the password here. So what else? This is going to say reset. Then we're removing this all together. So we're just going to have a form with password and reset password. So we're going to remove the name once more. We're going to remove the email. So I'll just highlight everything and remove it. Okay, so I need to remove this one as well. form field. Okay, great. So we have password, we have reset password. Okay, that works. Then let's change this to reset password. Set password. Okay, then the card footer, we don't need anything in the card footer, so maybe I'll just remove it altogether. Or did I put anything there? Back to home? No, so I'll just remove it altogether. So card footer gone. All right, so I'll just go ahead and save. So now I've saved. One thing though, I'm going to want to pass the reset token. So if I come here, sorry, if I come to, I need to close the ones I'm done with. Register can go. Okay, so if I come here, I'm going to come here like this. I'll come down and I'll say const reset token. So let's get out the reset token from the params. So reset token, and that's going to be equal to params dot reset token. Now it's important for you to note that this reset token has to be the same word we put here. All right, it has to be the same word. So I will now pass this reset token as a prop to this reset form. So here I'll say reset token, and that's going to be equal to reset token. All right, so let's go ahead and import this guy. Okay, then of course this reset token is throwing an error because we did not catch it from this reset form. So let me close this one. So in our reset form, we also need to catch the reset token. So I'll come here, I'll destructure it out, and I'll say reset token. Okay, so if I save this file, then I come here. Wait, what is this error? Cannot use JSX unless JSX flag is provided. Okay, something is wrong. I'm not sure what. Okay, now we're about to start working on the logic for our authentication. But before we do that, we need to have our MongoDB set up such that as the user is being logged in with NextAuth or Auth.js, we are also going to save that data to MongoDB. So we need to have MongoDB set up. So just head over to mongodb.com and sign in or create an account if you don't have an account. And here you see we already have SupaBlog here. But what I want to do is I want to create another project. So I'll say new project, and then I'm going to give that project a name. So here I'm just going to say SupaBlog course, SupaBlog course. And okay, so you're required to add let's see, tags, which is optional. Okay, so I'll just leave this one empty and just click next, and let's see what it's saying here. Okay, so I'll say create project. So it has created the project. Next, what we have next on the screen is we need to create a cluster that will enable us to choose our cloud provider. So we're just going to click on create, and it will show us the options. So here we are just going to go with the free option, okay, because it's a test project. We'll go with the free option and leave the name as cluster 0. It doesn't really matter. And then we're just going to come down here and say create deployment. All right, so create deployment and just give it a couple of seconds. Okay, so Google verification, let me quickly do this, and I think that's it. Verify. Okay, so it says connect to cluster 0. You can't connect yet. Set up your firewall access, blah blah blah. Okay, so we need to set up our firewall access, and that's going to require us to create a database user. So this is a database user, and then this is the password. So what I'm going to do is I am just going to copy this password and save it somewhere, right? I don't want to show it in the course, but I think they've created the password for me already. So I'll just copy it and save it somewhere. Okay, so I've saved the password somewhere, and now I'll go ahead and click on create user. So that user is the person that will have access to your Firebase account. So let's just say, okay, we're going to leave this as is, as drivers. So now once we select how we're going to access the database, we'll leave it as drivers, and then we'll just say I have installed my drivers. Hold on, I think I need to close this. Wow, I'm not sure. Okay, let's just give it a couple of seconds. So right here we can see cluster 0, which means that we've been able to create the cluster. And I think at this point what we need to do is to click on connect. So I'm going to click on connect, and it's going to, give me this string, this connection string with which I'm going to be able to, connect to MongoDB. All right. So what I'll do is, let's copy this string, and we're going to have to add our password. So this place where we have password, we're going to add our password. So I'm just going to copy this string, and then I'm going to head over to our setup. So let's open up this guy, and at the root of our folder, we're going to create a .env file. So let's close the source and come to the root, and I'll create a new file. I'll call that file .env, and I'll say .local. All right, hit enter on that file. And what I want to create here, first of all, I'll say Mongo. I'll come back to this file, okay, but I'll say MongoDB, and then I'll say underscore URI, and that's going to be equal to that file, this cluster I copied. Now there's one more thing I will do here. This stops at app name cluster 0. Okay, I think I'll just leave it like this. It's perfectly okay like this. So what I'll do next is I will come to my .git ignore, and I would add my .env. Okay, .env.local is actually here, but just in case you use a .env file, I will still add a .env to make sure that you don't mistakenly push anything to your what's it called, to your GitHub when you push. Okay, so maybe I will even say .env.local, and then I'll save. So after you've done that, you can close, and here I'm going to show you two things here. So what we see here is MongoDB URI. Of course, you need to change this to your password. All right, you're going to change it to your password. But what I want to show you is that there are two ways you can name your variables in NextJS. So this is MongoDB URI, but this, by naming it MongoDB URI, it can only be accessed on the server. So it's never going to be accessed on the client except on the server. If I want any variable name to be accessed on the client, I need to prefix that variable name with next_public. So if I want this to be accessible by the browser, I will say next, right, _public. Right, and then I'll just prefix the name with next_public. This way it will be accessed by the browser. But if I don't put this next_public, it will not be accessed by the browser. It will be accessed only on the server. All right, so only server actions and server components will be able to access this variable name. All right, so that's just what I wanted to point out to you. So maybe what I'll just do so that it's easy for us is that just as I have a .env.local, I will have another file which I'll call .env.example. All right, so in this .env.example, any variable I create, I'm just going to copy it, and then I'll save it here as well, so that you can just see an example of what. Of course, I'll just maybe just delete this and just put, so that you can see an example of all the environment variables that we're using. So that's about setting up our MongoDB and connecting to it from here. All right, obviously you need to add your password, and aside that, we're good to go. Okay, so we're done setting up MongoDB. Now let's create a function that will help us, enable us connect to MongoDB from anywhere in our application. So I'm going to come here, and I need to be in my library, and right inside this library, I'm going to create a file which I'll call mongodb.js. All right, so inside the mongodb.js, first off, we need to import Mongoose. Now you may remember that we've not actually installed Mongoose, right? So what that means is that we'll bring up our terminal and we'll say npm install Mongoose, because that's the client we're going to use to connect to MongoDB. And then I'll hit enter. All right, so as soon as that is installed, we can just set up. So let me just start setting up immediately. So to set up the connection, I'm going to first of all bring in Mongoose. So import Mongoose from Mongoose. Then I'll create a function. Let's just do an R function. Okay, so I'm not getting that shortcut. Okay, yeah. So R function, which I'm going to call connect ECT. I'll say connect MongoDB. That's the name of the function. So I will not forget to export it because I'm going to need it somewhere else. So export, and then I'll make it asynchronous. So here I'll say async. Okay, good. So now let's open this up and let's write the function. This is export. So what's the function to create? We're going to have a try catch. So try catch, and in the try block, basically we want to await, and I'll say mongoose dot connect. And here I'm going to now point to the environment variable we created. So I'll say process.env, and the name of the environment variable is MongoDB underscore URI. I hope that's correct. All right. So when that connection is made, I'm just going to maybe just log something to the console, okay, to keep things simple. So I'll just say log MongoDB connected. Then I will now return. So just say return true. Return true. A very simple function. What if it doesn't connect? Well, if it doesn't connect, let me just log something to the console, and I'll just say there was an error. So error connecting to MongoDB. So that's it. So with this function, we can call this function anywhere to connect to MongoDB. So now that we've written out this function, in the next video, we're going to now create the model for the user. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so now let's go ahead and create the user model, because you want to connect to MongoDB, you have to have a model. So in our, let's see, in our source, we're going to create a new folder, which we're going to call models, plural, because there are going to be more than one inside it. And the first one we're creating is the user model.js. So in our user model, well, first off, we're going to need Mongoose whichever way. So I'll just bring in Mongoose. But we're not only going to need Mongoose, we're going to destructure two properties from this import. And the first will be schema. All right, so instead of saying mongoose.schema, we're just going to point to this schema directly. Then we're also going to get the models, plural. All right, so now that we've imported the necessary things, I'm going to say const and create the user schema, right? And that's going to be equal to, we're going to now call the new schema object. So new schema, and the new schema is going to be like this, and we're just going to have an object inside of it. So let's open it like this, and then we'll now list out the properties. So that we don't make it too long, first of all, I'll just list the name property. So the user is going to have a name. So let's do like this and just bring it out. And the name is going to be a type of string. All right. I'm sure if you're familiar with MERN stack, Express and all of that, you should know all of this. We're going to set it to be required and set that to be true. Okay, so I'm just going to add only this property before. I don't want it to be too long, so I just want to complete the schema first. So I'll do this, then I will okay, there's one more thing I should probably do before. Let me just add a comma here, right? And come down and set the timestamp to true. So I'll say timestamps plural, and I'll set that to true. So when you set this timestamp to true, it's going to add the created at date and updated at date. So now that we've done that, we now need to come down and export the user model. So here I'll say const user, it has to be capital letter, and I'll set that to be equal to, watch this, models. So here we're now going to say models plural. Now I'm going to say query dot user, sorry, it needs to be capital letters, users, and then I'll now say or. We're going to use the or operator, and then I'll now bring in this mongoose dot model, right? And we're going to open it up like this, and then we'll now specify the user, so whichever one is available first. Now, well, of course, when you add this user, you now need to add a comma and point to the user schema. All right. Now you need to take a look at what we just did here, because if you don't do it like this, it may start throwing errors, so just make sure you do it like this. We're pointing to the user model from the structuring assignment, or if this one is not available for some reason, we'll now go through the mongoose model route and then point to the user schema, which is the same thing. Then lastly, I'll now come here and say export default. And what do I want to export? I want to export the user. So this user variable I created here, I'm exporting it here. All right. So now that we've drawn out the structure, we can now come here and now bring in the other properties. So name, and this time I feel like there's no need to type. I'm just going to bring it in and just one after the other though. I will not paste everything. So here we're going to need an email. So the email is going to be a type of string. Required is going to be true. The user is going to have an image. So we're going to bring in the image property. String is going to be true. Default will be an empty string. Then the user is also going to have a role. So let me bring that in and show you. I will explain it. So the role is going to be a type of string. The data type is going to be required. The default will be subscriber. So when a user signs up on your blog, they're just going to be a regular subscriber. But what other properties can be assigned to this role? So they can be an admin, a subscriber, and suspended, in which case they will not be able to access some things on the website. Then what else? The user is going to have a password. So I'm going to bring in the password. So the password is going to be string. The required is going to be set to true. So we need a password to proceed. Then when we want to reset our password, we're going to create something called a reset token. Now this reset token is just going to be a long string that, we're going to save on the database. And when the user tries to reset their password, we're going to compare the token they send with what is saved on their database. We set the default to date.now and we converted it to a string. So it's just going to be the long string of the current date initially when they sign up. Now, next, we're going to set a token expiry, because this token, we need to know when it's going to expire. So I'll do like this. I'll say token expiry date is going to be a type of date. It's going to be set to required, and the default will be date.now.toString. So with these two properties, we will be able to reset the user's password. So let me format this guy, and this is it for our user model. Okay, I know we took some time on this one, is because it's the first one. Subsequently, we're not going to explain as much because now we've already had the basics explained. So I'm just going to go ahead and save this file, and in the next one we are now going to start building out the authentication with NextAuth or Auth.js. So that's about it for this one. I'll see you in the next one. All right, now I want us to start working on the NextAuth for our authentication. But before we do that, we're going to need to register with Google Cloud. We're going to create a Google app and a GitHub app so that we can get the client secret and client ID so that we can be able to log in with Google and GitHub. So we're going to start from Google. So the website you need to go to is console.cloud.google.com, right? When you go there, you should see a page that somehow should be similar to this. Now I'm going to click here and it's just going to show you all the apps I have. So what I'll do is I'm going to create a new app. So here, if I say new project, it will now like give me the opportunity to create a new project. So here I'll just say SupaBlog, and then I'm just going to add course to it. So, and then I'll click create. So once you do that, it will, okay, it's currently creating that project for me. So let me give it a couple of seconds to finish. Okay, so it's done and it's asking me to select the project. So I'll just select the project and it's just going to be entered here. So now we need to now, configure this project. So the way you do that is you click on this menu, navigation menu, right? Then you can now come to API and services. If you click on API and services, it will, go to the page where you can configure this project you just created. So the first thing I want to do is I want to click on OAuth consent screen. So if you click on OAuth consent screen, by the way, I also want to be very fast with this one. So if you click on OAuth consent screen, good, it will ask you to, create this OAuth consent screen and like the settings. So basically it's just that, Google interface when people try to log in to set up. So I'm going to click on external and then I'll click on create. Aha. So here, this is where you will now need to enter things like your app name, your support email. So here I'm just going to say SupaBlog course, and then support email. I'll just use this email. Leave app logo, don't enter the app logo. If you enter the app logo, you will need to verify the app and it's a lot of process, so just leave it out. Then app domain, application homepage. Well, for now I'm just going to say localhost, or you can actually leave this one like, okay, but let me just say localhost. So here I will just say something like this. Or you know what I'm going to do? Instead of saying localhost, I'm just going to use the potential Vercel app that I will, use for the project. So let me copy this one and then I'm just going to come here and just paste it in. So I'm going to name the app SupaBlog course .vercel.app. That's what I'll name the app. Okay, so that's the app homepage. So with this, I'll just, privacy link SupaBlog course /privacy. All right, the terms will be SupaBlog course /terms. All right, authorized domain. So we're going to add the authorized domain, and the first one we'll add will be SupaBlog course. So let me just copy this one, Ctrl C, and then paste it in. Then I'm also going to add localhost. So localhost will just be this very one, copy, and then so that I can test. We are testing with localhost, so just make sure you put the localhost there as well. HTTP. Okay, I don't know why it's not really showing HTTP. I'm not exactly sure why it's still showing this thing, but anyway, maybe I'll just leave the localhost first. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this one like so. We don't need the localhost here. This is not where we need it. So developer contact information, set that, and then click save and continue. So in the next screen, we will now have to choose the scopes. Scope simply means what data we want to be able to get from Google for that user account. So if you scroll down, you should be able to see, hold on. You see click on add or remove scopes. All right. If you click add or remove scopes, it will now ask you what information do you want to get from Google for that user account. Well, I want to get the user info.email. So we need the user email. We need the user profile, and I think those two are okay. So if you go ahead, if you click that, just go ahead and click update. It will now add those scopes. So you see them, they've been added here. Okay, so I'll just scroll down and I'll say save and continue. Then it will now tell you that which users do you want to use to test this app. So you need to add like the email you want to use for testing before you eventually, upload to production. So I'm just going to say Donald. So I'm just going to add the email, okay? So I'm going to be using this email for testing. So you just click on add. If you want to add any more email, just go ahead and add it and it will be added. All right, so I'll click on add. Okay, so it has added this email. I want to use this email for testing while I'm building the app. Then I'll click save and continue. So by saving and continue, at the end of the day, you click here, you come back here and click back to dashboard. So back to dashboard, and the Auth consent screen has been set. Of course, you need to now come next to the credentials. So if you click on credentials, you'll be able to see that you can generate a credentials for this app. So if I click on create credentials, it will ask me what kind of credential do I want to create. Of course, it's the OAuth client ID. So if I click the OAuth client ID, it will generate that, and that's what I will now be able to copy. So, but first you have to specify, are you creating it for a web app or a mobile app? So in my case, I'm creating it for a web app. As you can see, there's Android and the remaining options, but we'll click web app and it will just give you a name. So web client 1, just leave it, or you can just change it to whatever you like, but I'll just leave it as web client 1. Then you're going to add this JavaScript origin. Now click on add URI. This JavaScript origin means like from the URL from which the request will be made. So basically, we're going to make, when we are testing, we're going to make the request from localhost. So make sure you grab the localhost and then put it here. And on a second thought, since this is the web version, I'll just say SupaBlog. I'll change this name to SupaBlog Web, because you may want to create a mobile app and you're going to need to create another OAuth client ID for the mobile app. So you can just say SupaBlog Mobile. So aside this one, of course, I'll remove this /. So aside this URL, I also want to add the SupaBlog course URL. So I will just copy this one and then come back here and then slot it in. So here we're just going to add SupaBlog course. Okay, so SupaBlog course.vercel.app. So these two are the URL from which I'll be using this Google app. Then the next thing we want to do is we want to add the authorized redirect URL. Now this authorized redirect URL is actually going to come from our next auth, but I already know it, so I'll just show you how it's going to work. So here I'll copy this link and then I'll just paste it here. Now, okay, I think I want to start with localhost. It doesn't really matter, I can start with anyone. So let's start with localhost. So I'll copy the localhost, I'll come here, right, paste it in, then I'll now say /. Now we're going to say API /auth. And like I said, this comes from next auth. So I'll show you later. I'm not doing it from my head. / callback, and lastly / Google. So this is what it looks like. Okay, API auth callback Google. So we're going to add another one. All right, then this time we're going to use this URL. So I'll paste it in, then I'll just copy this / API, Ctrl C, and then I'll just paste it in. The last but not the least, I'll just add the login page. So here I'll just say, hold on. Okay, I think that's it really. Okay, but what I'll just do is I'll just add the login page for this one. So I'll just copy this guy, Ctrl C, and then I'll just paste it. Then I'll just say / login. So I'll just add that. Then after you've done this, you just go ahead and click on create. So when you click on create, it will now show you your client ID and client secrets, which you can now copy. So I'll click on create. Okay, so it has shown me my client ID and my client secrets. So you're just going to copy it and add it to your application. Meanwhile, make sure you keep your client secrets very well, because if you don't, like, you can only use it once. You can only copy this client secret once. So I'll just copy my own and I'll just go to my .env file and save. So this is the env example file. So all you just need to do is come here and you're just going to add the Google client ID and the Google client secret. So I'll come down here like this, 2 spaces, Google client ID, then the next one will be Google client secret. So I'll just come put it in another line. So here is where you post your client ID and here you post your client secret. Okay, so when you've done that, you can now like save. Then we're going to do for GitHub next. So let me just save my own Google client ID first. So now that we've done with Google, let's go to GitHub and let's create GitHub client ID and secret. So if you go to github.com, just click on this icon here and go to settings. When you get to the settings page, scroll to the bottom of the page, you're going to see this option, developer settings. If you click on developer settings, it will show you these options here. Now, basically what I want is I want to create an OAuth app that's for logging in. So I'll click on OAuth app, and then you see the ones I've created before. So you want to create a new OAuth app, okay? So here, I'm going to say I want to create a new OAuth app, and it will just tell me to add the app name. So here I'll just say SupaBlog course. So that's going to be the name of the app. The homepage URL, because we are still testing, I'm going to just slot in localhost. But when we are in production, I'll change this to superblogcourse.vercel.app. So description, I'll leave it blank. It's not compulsory. The app callback URL, I'm going to now bring in that callback thing. So this one, localhost 3000 API auth callback. This time it's going to be GitHub. And like I said, this is coming from NextAuth, and I'll show you, don't worry. So when you've done that, just go ahead and click on register application. If you register this application, it will give you your client ID and client secret. So this is my client ID right here. I think the client secret is just below, so but I'm not going to show that. So what you need to do here is you need to come to your .env file and you need to add the variables. So here I'm going to say GitHub client ID. I'll copy that, and this is what it will look like. So it will just be your client ID. Then last but not the least, we're going to say GitHub client secret. I'll copy that as well, come here and paste it in. So now I have my Google client ID and secrets, GitHub client ID and secrets. So now that we have this in place, we can now go ahead and create and start working on the NextAuth application. All right, so that's about it for this one. I will see you in the next one. Okay, so it feels like there's one thing I missed. In the client secret, you actually need to generate a new client secret, and you can only copy it once. Now, I don't think I want to show you my client secret because I've already showed you my client ID. So, but you need to generate the client secret so that you can copy it and paste it into your application. So make sure you do that and copy it and paste. All right, so that's about it for this one. I will see you in the next one. Okay, so now we're going to set up our NextAuth, but there's something I want to tell you. So the website, if you search for the website for NextAuth, right? Initially it was nextauth.js, but at some point they diversified to other frameworks. So initially it was just Next.js, but now they have they are used for other frameworks, Express, Vue, and the rest of them. So they now change to authjs.dev. Now follow me closely, okay? I want you to get what I'm trying to do here. So now if you click on get started, you're going to see something here. Let's click on, so they say this documentation covers NextAuth at version 5 beta. All right, they now say, and later all other frameworks under auth blah 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 namespace. Documentation for NextAuth at version 4 can still be found at nextauthjs.org. So if you open this nextauthjs.org, this is what you will see. All right, let me just go to the homepage. So this is what you will see. Now, what does this mean? NextAuth at version 5 beta. So if you come to the installation, you will see here that when you want to install this, you're going to say npm install NextAuth at beta. What does beta mean? Beta means it's still in development. In other words, some things can change, right, when it is stable. So it's just like when Next.js released version 13. A lot of things changed between when it was in beta and when it was stable. Now, this is me teaching you practicals of programming, like production level knowledge. When you want to build production level app, stay away from anything that is in beta, especially for something as core as authentication. I will never do it. Something is in beta, I will now use it to build a production level app. What if when the thing becomes stable, they change some core structures in the what's it called, in the package? What do? That's going to stress you because you've already built everything on top of that beta version. So to be safe, right, make sure you go with what is stable. So because of that reason, I'm going to go with version 4, which is located in nextauth.js.org. This one is stable. So if you click on get started, this is how you can get to install it. npm install nextauth. Good. So now let's install it. So I'm going to come here and I'll say npm, I think I've copied it also, Ctrl Z. I'll say npm install nextauth, and then I'll say at 4, just to make sure that it gives me the latest stable version. I'll hit enter and let's see what it does. So it's going to install it, and then I'm just going to come to my package.json to make sure that it's properly installed. So you see we now have nextauth, and this is the latest stable version. All right, so I'm going to close this guy up, and then we're going to now proceed to build it out. So if you come here, you can see all of the documentation for building nextauth. So one of the things we need to do is we need to create the route. So we need to create the route, and the route is going to be located in this directory. So API auth, and then inside of this kind of folder structure. So that's what we're going to do first, and then we're just going to proceed. So I'll come here and then I would come to my folder structure. Let's go to the app. So inside of this app, we're going to create a folder which we're going to call auth. Sorry, no, not auth, API. So inside of this API folder, which is empty, in case you don't have an API folder, just create an API folder. So inside of the API folder, we're going to create a new folder, which we're going to name auth. And then inside of the auth, we'll now create another folder, which will now be like this. It will be square brackets, and then ... 3 dots. Then we're now going to say nextauth. Right? So like this, nextauth. Now it's inside of this nextauth folder that will now create the route. So here I'll now do like this, and I'll create the route.js. Okay. All right, so we're making progress. Yes. So now in the route.js, let's come back to the documentation. In the route.js, we need to let's see. Okay, this example is for GitHub provider. What I want is I want to start with the initial setup here. So we have nextauth from nextauth. Hold on. Just a minute. So I just scrolled back up to the getting started page. This is it right here, and this is how we're supposed to get started. This is our routes.js, but I want to restructure it. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to copy everything we have here first, okay? And then I'll come here to my routes.js, and this is inside this nextauth .nextauth folder. So I'll just paste in everything in the routes.js. Ctrl V. All right, very good. Now, of course, I'm going to modify this to make it a bit readable. So you see this auth options. This is it right here. It's created here. What I'll do is I would copy these auth options. I'll Ctrl X it. I'll cut it. And then inside of this, my next auth folder, I'll create another file, which I'll call options.js. Watch you. And then I'll paste it inside here. So what I've just done essentially is that I've extracted these auth options, and I've placed it inside of this new file, which I named options.js. So if I save this file and I come back here, I will now need to import this auth option. So I'll just click on, of course, I'll remove this GitHub now because it's not needed. So here I'll click on this one. I'll say import auth options from options. Okay, so that's fine. Now, the way I'm exporting this guy here, maybe I would want to change it a bit. So instead of just saying export default nextauth, I'll place this inside a variable. I'll call that variable handler, and I'll set it to be equal to nextauth and then auth options. So now that I've done that, I'll now come down here and say export, and then I'll just open an object, and then I'll say export this handler, as both a get and a post method. So export it and then just go ahead and save. So that's the slight changes I'm making here. And by doing this, it's going to make this thing a lot readable and a lot accessible as compared to when you put everything in one route file. So from now henceforth, where we are going to be working is inside of our options. So we're just going to keep modifying this file. All right. Okay. So when this video is 10 minutes, I'm going to break it into 2, and so that we can, section it. So if you look at these auth options, you will see that there's just one very prominent property we have and inside of it, and that is this provider. And currently we have this GitHub provider, but you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to remove it entirely. So basically we have this provider. What is supposed to be inside this provider? The items in this provider is just going to be the login method. So for example, we have Google, we have GitHub, we have login with username and password. All right, those are the things that are supposed to occupy this provider. So, but before we do that, let me just come to the documentation and show you so that at least you can see what it is we're trying to achieve. So I'll come here to this provider, right? If you open this provider, just scroll down and look for GitHub. So if you look for GitHub, that should be, okay, we have Google. So let's click Google and you see here, you see provider, we have Google. So what I'm going to do is I'll just, first of all, I'll copy this import statements and then I'll come here and slot it at the top, Ctrl V. Then I'll now copy this Google here, Google provider, and then I'll come here and add that here. So we've added Google provider. Let me format it. Now we just need to point this to what we have in our environment variable. So if you come to your example, is Google Client ID, Google Client Secret. So make sure that it also says Google Client ID and Google Client Secret. So that works perfect. The next is GitHub. If you come after Google, somewhere here we have GitHub. So if you click on GitHub, you scroll down and you see the documentation. So first of all, we need to import this. We need to import this statement. And here I'm just going to come and say import GitHub from this guy. Then I will now copy this GitHub statement, copy it and come here. There's already a comma here, so I'll just come to the next line and paste it in. So GitHub ID, GitHub secret, but in our env file we said GitHub client ID and GitHub client secret. So let's modify this. So we'll just say GitHub underscore client ID and GitHub underscore client secret. Okay, so that's it. So last but not the least, we have the login with username and password. So we've added the GitHub and Google. The next one is username and password. So if you come here, you will see, you will look for credentials. So let me scroll up in the providers. Just look for credentials. So this is credentials. Credentials means username and password, login credentials. So if you come to the credentials here, you will see, so this is how you insert it into the provider, credentials. So first off, let me import this statement. And I think I need to stretch this one out a bit so that I don't, so that I can copy it well. So I'll copy this one. I'll come here. I would come here, paste it in. I'm doing it so that you can see how we arrive at the code. Okay, I can as well just type it out, but I just want you to see how we arrive at the code. Okay, so now in the credentials, I'm going to copy everything you see inside of the provider. So this is where the provider ends. So from here, I'll just go up, and credentials, I'll copy it, Ctrl C, and then I'm just going to paste it in. So I'll come here. Now what I'll do is I'll just paste these credentials. I'll paste it above so that the Google and the other ones will be at the bottom. So because we're going to work on this one first. So I'll paste this one in and then I'll add a comma. So good. Now let's just remove all the comments. How many minutes? So we're at 11 minutes. So I'm going to break this video into 2. But first, let me remove all the comments before we start. Okay. Okay. Any other comments? So they are just trying to explain some things to us, but I'm here, so I would explain it to us as well. So this is what we have so far. So in the next video, we're going to continue the setup of the next auth because I don't want it to be too long in one video. Okay, so now let's continue setting up this guy. Now I want us to start with the credentials, that is to log in with username and password. But before we do that, there are some other properties these auth options will have. So for example, this provider is one of the properties of this auth options object, but I'm going to collapse this provider and then I'll add some other properties. So one of such properties is the session. So we can define the session by saying that we want to, so this session will now have a property called strategy, which we're going to set to JWT, because we're using JWT in the next auth uses JWT, JSON Web Token. So that's one. Then we're also going to add our secret. Okay, so very good. So here it says secret process.env next auth secret. The only problem is that we've not created this secret. So this is like, let me show you. So if you come to your .env.example, one other thing I want you to create is the next auth secret, and that's just going to be set to any, just a complex string. Okay, and this is what next auth will use when they want to validate the user and log in that user. So just make sure you create the next auth secret. I'm going to go ahead and save this guy and then create my own. Also, don't forget that whenever you change your .env file, you need to restart your application so that it can pick the new variables you created. So let's come back to the options. So we've added the secret. The next is we're going to add the pages for which we want to log in the user. So here I'm just going to say pages, and here it's going to have this sign in property, and then our own login page is /login. So we're going to add this as well. Then last but not the least, we're going to add a callback property. So callback, now in this callback property, I'm just going to create the object. I'm not going to create any property inside it. So just create the callback object and leave it empty, because we're going to come back to it. Okay, good. So I just wanted to point out that these other properties are important when you want to set up your next auth. All right, so now I'm going to expand this guy so that we can work on the credentials provider, which is for the username and password. So for the credentials provider, it has a name property which is set to credentials, although then it has a credentials property. Now this is where you now specify how you want to log the user in. So in our case, we want to log the username with email and password, not username and password. So here I'm just going to remove this placeholder like so, and then I'm just going to change the email here, the username here to email. The label is going to be email as well, and the type is going to be text. Label here will be password, type will be password, just like this. All right, now this async authorize is now what do you want to do when you log in this user? How do you want to process the user's login? So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to wait, hold on, let me just make sure that, so I'll remove this one. Start by removing, I want to remove everything inside of the so async authorize. So how do you want to authorize the user? So here I'm going to do a try catch block. So in my try block, the first thing I want to do is I'll connect to MongoDB. So here I'll say I'll wait. And how do we connect to MongoDB? So connect MongoDB. This is how we connect to MongoDB, because we created the function earlier. All right, so after you connect to MongoDB, then I'm going to try to find a user by this email. So I'll say const user is equal to await user.find1, and I want to find the user by the email. And what am I pointing to? Well, I'm pointing to these credentials, because this credentials contains the email and the password. Hold on, this is credentials, this is it right here, email and password. So I'm saying credentials.email. All right, so I'm trying to now make sure you import the user model, because if you don't import it, you're going to have an error. So I've imported the user model. So what next? Well, after we try to import the user, what if we don't find any user? So I'll say if I don't find any user, well, I'm not going to throw an error like so. I'm just going to return null. So if there is no user, I'll return null. All right. So, but what if there is a user? Well, if there is a user, you've confirmed that this user email exists. what you want to do next is you want to make sure that the user's password is correct. Okay, you want to make sure the user's password is correct. So here I'm going to say const, and I would say passwords match. So let's just say password. You can use anything you want. So I'll just say password match, and I'll set that to be equal to. Now I'm not sure if I've installed bcrypt.js, but I think I've installed it on my own. But what you want to do is you want to install a package called bcrypt.js. So here I'll just say, hold on, I'll just say npm install. I'm not sure. Hold on, let me just check. Okay, so npm install bcrypt.js. So make sure you install bcrypt.js. It's a package that helps you to handle your password. It can encrypt your password. It can compare the encrypted password with what is entered by the user into a form and all of that. So basically it just helps you with your password management. So what I'm doing here is I've installed bcrypt.js. So here I will now say await, right? I don't know why I'm not allowing this what's it called, AI to help me out. So when you say password match, you're going to now say await bcrypt.compare. So what you want to compare is you want to compare the password that is entered by the user, so that's credentials.password, right, with the password that is in the database, which is this user.password, because this user, now we are checking the database, MongoDB database. So I want to compare the two. So that's why I'm saying, hold on, I don't think this one is necessary. Is it? It's not. So password match is await bcrypt.compare. So I'm comparing the password entered by the user now as against what is in the database. So maybe what I should say is password is correct, but password match, whatever, that's what I used. So here I'll now say that what if password is not correct? So I'll say if the password does not match, I'll return null. Else, so I'm just going to come down, I'll return the user. So return user. So that's it. So this is how you can, log in with the username and password. Now, the other thing is, what do you put in your catch block? So in my catch block, basically, I'm just going to do a console.log of whatever error that we get. So here, I'll just say error, and then I'll just log it to the console. So this is it as far as username and password login is concerned. Now, but we still have some time because I said 10 minutes. So we still have like 3 minutes. So let's now process the Google and GitHub provider. All right. So we've already added the secret and ID. So what we need to do is we need to come inside this callback. Excuse me. It's in this callback that will now, add the whole thing. I think there's somewhere in the documentation where they added the callback. The documentation is just a lot, so I've looked at it before, and then I set it up. I'm trying to find the callback part. I'm not sure exactly where it is, but let me just do it for you and show you how it works. So in this callback, well, this is where first of all you see async and then sign in. So we're calling the sign in function from NextJS. Now this sign in function is, is going to have, let me just open it up like this. So, but this sign in function, it has some properties that we can destructure. And so one of those things we can get from the sign in is the user details and the account details. Don't worry, you'll see how that works shortly. So now, but inside of this sign in function here, we're going to now check if so let me just do it. I'll say if account, and I'll just query .provider VIDER, if that is equal to, so remember we have Google and GitHub. So here I'm checking if the account.provider is equal to Google. If it's equal to Google, then I'm going to do something. All right. But another scenario is that it can also be GitHub. So here I'll say if it's equal to GitHub, then I'll do something else. So you see the inside of this callback, we have this sign in function. It's an asynchronous function. and we're checking for the account provider for Google and GitHub, which are the other two account providers we have. Now, otherwise, I'll just return the user. So I'll just return user. So what we now need to do is we now need to handle if it's Google and if the account provider is GitHub. So let's start with Google. So here it's going to be very similar to what we've done, right? So if the person signs in with Google, what are the information that we are going to get from Google? So let's get out the information. So I'll say const, and I'm just going to destructure. Hold on, I'll just destructure some of the information we're going to get from Google, and I'll say that will be equal to the user. So what are the information Google will give us concerning this user account? Well, they'll give us the name, they'll give us the email, and they'll give us the user's image. So those are the things that these are the pieces of information we are getting from Google: the name, the email, and the image of the user. Meanwhile, you can also log the data to the console to see. So for example, I can say something like log the user to the console. All right. So now what do we want to do with the name, the email, and the image? What do we want to do with it? So here I'm just going to say try catch. So we're going to do a try catch, and basically in our catch, I'm just going to do a console.log of the error, and maybe I'll say Google error so that I know exactly what Google error. Okay, so here is where I'll now say, okay, what do I really want to happen when so in my try, first of all, I want to connect to MongoDB. So it's very similar to what we've done before, but we need to say await connect MongoDB. Okay, then we're going to check if the user exists in the database. So tab. So here I'm checking first, does this user exist? So await user.find1. I want to check by the user's email, which we're getting from Google. So if the user does not exist, well, I want to create a new user. So let me just put a comment here and say user does not exist, create user. So you want to create the user. So I will say await. Hold on. Before you create the user, so await user.create. Now, before you create this user, right, you need to hash the password. You can't just create the user like that. You need to encrypt the password before you save it in the database. So what I'm going to do is I want to create the user, but before I create that user, I'm now going to come and say const. I'll create a variable called hashed. Okay, so I'll create a variable called hashed password. Hashed, hold on, H-A-S-H, hashed password, yeah. And here we're going to say await bcrypt.hash. All right, then this bcrypt.hash is going to, hold on, hash. Okay, so the bcrypt.hash is going to, what are we going to use to create the password? That's the most important problem now. So what I'll say is, first of all, I'll get the username. Watch, just watch. I'll get the username, because now we're not getting any password when we want to create with Google, so we need to construct a password. So I'm getting the username, then I'm going to concatenate it with the date. So here I'll say new date, sorry, that's date, D-A-T-E, .now. Okay, no, just not .now, just date, new date. So it's going to get the current date. So, and then I'll just, this is the figure I want to use to hash the password, 10. So basically I'm concatenating the name with the current date, and that will be the password of the user. So when you want to create that user, we're going to say that this is the name of the user, the email of the user, the image, and then the password. So password, and that's going to be set to hashed password, which is this one we just created. All right, so now this is if the user does not exist. All right, so we're going to create this new user. So what I'll just do is I'll come here and attach this to a variable. Let me just spread it out a bit. So here I'll just attach this to a variable. I'll say const new user, and that's going to be equal to await user.create. So now that I've attached it to this variable, I can now come here and check if there's a new user that was created. So I'll say if new user, then I want to now go ahead and return that user so return user. Are you seeing? So that's how you handle the Google side of things. So let me just format it. So let's take a second look at it. So first of all, we said that if the provider is equal to Google, we destructured the properties we want to use to create the account from the user, which comes from here. Then we connect to MongoDB. We check if the user exists in the database. Then we now say that if the user does not exist, then we simply want to create that user. So we're creating the new user, the name, the email, the image of the user, and then the hashed password. So the password is, we just created this password by appending the name and the date, and then we create the new user. So that's it for Google. So but what if it's GitHub? So when it's GitHub, it's going to be very similar to what we did here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy, let me collapse this guy. I'm just going to copy everything inside the try catch block. So this is the catch. Let's just copy everything in the try catch block. In fact, including this one, because we're also going to destructure it. So I'll copy this guy, and then I'm just going to come to GitHub. So if it's GitHub, I'll come down here and then just paste it in. Okay. So here in my GitHub, if it's equal to GitHub, we're also going to get the name, email, and image. So we connect to MongoDB in our try block. We check if the user exists with the email. If the user does not exist, then we create a hashed password. The hash password is just going to be the same as we did before. Last but not the least, we're going to now create that user. Okay. Then if the new user, if this what's it called, new user was created, we're going to return that user. So also we're just changing this one to GitHub error, and then we'll log that error to the console. Then last but not the least, if all of this is not the case, we'll just return the user. So I hope you see what we've done here so far. So that's basically how you set up your, what's it called, your NextAuth. And it's good we separated the NextAuth options so that our work is a bit neat. Now I think we need to import the bcrypt because I can't see it here. So let me see if I can auto import it, because I tried before, it wasn't auto importing. So I'm just going to copy the bcrypt and just bring it inside because it's not auto importing. So I'll go to the top and then I'm just going to bring it inside. I think that's about it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I think we've not imported the connect MongoDB as well. So let's import it. And that is all we need. So I'm just going to go ahead and save. Now that we've saved, we will now go in the next video. We're now going to create the function to create a new user, because all of this one is just to log in. But first we need to create a new user with a username and password. So we're going to create that function using GitHub Actions in the next video. All right, I'll see you in the next one then. So there's one more thing we need to do before we create the function to register the user with email and password. And if you come to this get started page, we need to wrap our application with this session provider. Yeah. So, but what I'm going to do is, this example here is with app.js pages directory. So, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to do it inside of the app router. So just look at what we have here. It's very similar to what we're going to do. So first off, I'm going to come here and I will create inside of my app, I think. Yeah, inside of the app, I will create I'll create a file which I will call auth provider.js. Hit enter on that, and then I'm just going to come here and import what we have here. So here, first of all, let me just import this session provider, because we want to be able to provide the session at the app level. So I'll paste that in. Then, but before then, we're going to make this a client component, because for us to use this session provider, it needs to be used inside the client component. So here I'll say use client. All right. So now I'm going to come here and I think I'll create an arrow function. So create an arrow function which we're going to call auth, the same name by the way, auth provider All right, make sure you export it. So here I'll just say export. So auth provider. Now this auth provider here, we're going to get children, the children props, because basically we want to wrap it around our entire app. So here in my return statement, I'll say return rn and return. I'm not spelling return well. Return, and basically you just want to wrap the session provider. So tab it, Ctrl Z, hold on, tab it, then inside the session provider we're now going to add the children. So basically we're just creating this component to wrap around our app. So that's it. So now I'm just going to go ahead and save, and then I will now come to my hold on, I'll now come to my layout.js file, and then I'm just going to wrap my app around the I'm just going to wrap the auth provider around this app here. So the way I'm going to do that is I will just so this is the header, this is the children, and this is the footer. The children is the body of your app. So I'm just going to come down here and I'll just say auth provider, and then I'll just tab that and wrap it around. Now let's make sure we import it. So I'll auto import and import it from auth provider. So this is how you're going to just wrap your app. So I'll go ahead and save, and by doing this we will now make that our next auth available to all the components inside of our app. So that's just one thing I wanted to do before we now go ahead and build out the what's it called, the registration with username and with email and password function. So we're going to do that in the next video. All right, I'll see you in the next one then. All right, so now let's go ahead and build the function to register the user. Okay, so inside of my source folder, I'm going to create another folder which I'll call actions plural. Okay, so that's it. And then inside of this one, I will now create a file which I'll call user actions.js. Okay, now what is an action? What is a server action? See, just forget about the name and the hype or whatever, you know. Server action is just a HTTP request to a server. It's as simple as that. It's what happens when you create a controller function in Express.js. All right, so you're going to have to make a HTTP request to the back end. Now, because NextJS is a full stack framework, it's not just a front end framework, it's a full stack framework. So what you do with Node Express is what you can do in server actions. Do you understand? So anything, this can represent the back end of your application. Simple as that. So when you want to create a server action, right, first thing you need to do is you need to specify that it's a server component. So use server. Before we're doing use client, but now we have to do use server. Then we can now go ahead and create the function. So the function here is going to be const. Maybe I should just give some more space. So const. Meanwhile, remember you need to export it. So I'll say export const, and the name of the function is going to be register user. So you see, let me just tab that. Now, when we want to register a user, we have to get some information from the front end. That is what I've put inside this form data. So before I do anything, I'm just going to do a try catch block, and then inside the try block is where I'll now execute my operations. Okay, so when we get this form data, we need to get the content inside of it. So you want to register a user, you're going to need the name, email, and password. That's what we are destructuring from this form data objects that will come from the front end. All right, so what do you do next? Well, you are going to validate. So to validate, we're going to check if there is no name, there is no email, or there is no password. And if there is no name, email, or password, we are now going to return an error. So let me collapse this guy. So here, basically, we're simply returning an object with an error property, and we are saying that all fields are required. So, however, if these three properties are there, then we now want to come here and we want to connect to MongoDB. So I'll say await, because it's an asynchronous function. So I'll say await connect to MongoDB. Now don't forget that we need to import this guy from the MongoDB. Now, of course, if you go to the MongoDB, you see this is how we've not tested this connection. Okay, so but one thing I think we can do here is that we can also log the error. All right, and if for any reason we are not able to connect to MongoDB, I can say maybe process.exit. Okay, so it just occurred to me, and I'll just say set it to 1, so it will just close the entire process. Of course, I'll save that and close. Now that we've connected to MongoDB, after we connect to MongoDB, the first thing we want to do is we want to check if the user exists, because you don't want to register a user twice. So I will say user exists. I'll put it inside this variable. Let me give some space. So user exists is equal to, and here we're supposed to say await, because it's an asynchronous function, user.find1, and we want to look for the user by the user's email. But remember, we need to import this guy model, this user model. So I'll import it. So you see it's here. All right, so we're making progress. So now after we check if the user exists, the question is, what if the user exists? Well, I'm going to have an if statement and say if the user exists, then I want to say email has already been registered, okay, or email already in use, whichever one you want, and I will just return the error. Okay, so but what if the user does not exist? Well, this is when you now want to go ahead and create the user. So here I'm going to come down and just say await user.create, and when you want to create the user, you're going to create the user with the name, email, and the password. But now the password, let's say the password is 123456. You don't want to save that password just as it is in the database. You want to do some kind of encryption on it, and that's why we installed bcrypt. So I'm going to say const, and I'm going to create a variable called salt, which is what I'll use to encrypt my password. And then I'll say await bcrypt.generate salt and set it to 10. Now this is how we're going to encrypt the password. Then next, I'm now going to create a variable which is called hashed password, and then I'll now say await bcrypt.hash. And what do you want to hash, or what do you want to encrypt? I want to encrypt the password with this salt. So that's how you go about it. So after you've done that, you can now assign this hashed password to the password. So password will now be hashed password. So what you're saving in the database is the hashed version of the password. So after you've done that, after you've created the user, you can now go ahead and return. Okay, so you can now return a message that says registration successful, please log in. Now, by and large, this is the function to create the user, or this is the server action to create the user. I hope I did not have any typo, but even if we do, we can always come back. Now, don't forget to import bcrypt, because okay, so I have to manually import bcrypt because it's not importing automatically. So let me just bring it in like this, and then I'm just going to scroll up and slot it in here like so. Okay, so we're good to go. Now, but what happens in the error? Well, if there is an error, well, basically we don't have, I'm just going to log the error to the console, okay? So console.log, and then I'll say error, and then I'll just log it to the console. Now, in the next video, I'm going to create a function that will handle this error a little bit intelligently. So what that means is that sometimes this error can be an object, sometimes it can be a string, sometimes you may need to access this error by saying error.message, sometimes you may need to say error.error.message. So we're going to have a function that will look in this error and look for all the possible rendering methods and then output that error. We're going to do that in the next video, but by and large, I think we're done with this one. Okay, since we have a few more minutes, there's something I want us to do before we leave here, and that is in our .env file. So if you go to your .env file, this is the MongoDB URI. So of course, this is the example. So what I want you to do is after this mongodb.net, right, /, you're going to now add the name you want the database to be named as. So for me, I'll just say SupaBlog. If you don't add a name here, the database will be saved as test, and then there will now be other properties like user and post and all of that. So make sure you add something here. So now that that's done, in the next one, we're now going to create the function to handle the errors. So I'll see you in the next one then. All right, so now we're going to create the error message function that will be able to get the error and return it. So I'll just put it inside just above here at the top. So the name of the function will be, of course, we need to export it. So I'll say export const. And the name of the function, like I said, is get error message. And I think my my Codemium AI is starting to pick stuff for me. So we're going to create a function, and this is how the function is going to look. Now, first off, let us define a message. So I'll say let message. We'll define a message variable, and here we'll now check the various ways that error message can take, the various shapes it can take. So here I'll now say something like if error, and I want to check the instance of error. Hold on. Okay, so let me just remove this one, this first one. Great. So I want to check if the error has an instance of error, and if that is the case, then I'm just going to set this message to error.message. And let me just make sure that I copied this one well. Control V. Okay. So however, if that is not the case, then we are going to say else if. So else if, and okay, so let me just write it out myself. And I'm just going to open it up. And this time we want to check if error, and then I'll say and. Okay, type of error is equal to object. Then I'll put another and operator. So we're checking the data type of the error. We're saying that if it's equal to object, and I'll now say message in error. It means if in this error there's a message property, then I want to set the error. So here I'll just say message should now be equal to, this time we're going to convert it to whatever it is, to a string. So I'll say string, and then inside of that I'll just say error.message. Okay, so but there's one more instance. So the last instance, or maybe not the last, the next one is else if, and then I'm just going to open it up like this. Now this time I want to check if the error is equal to string. So I'll say type of error is equal to string. So let's do like this and say string. All right, and this time we're just going to say error is equal to error. Then last but not the least, else. We'll now have a final else statement, and then just open it up. So now we'll now assign the message and say message is equal to something went wrong. So in a case where we don't know how the error, is structured, we'll just say something went wrong. So this is what the error message, then at the end of the day, we'll now come down and return the message. All right, so now the function is complete. So this is what our get error message function would look like. Now I'm actually just going to leave it here because it's just a simple function, and we're going to be able to just access it from every of our actions. So what I'll do is I'll just copy this get error message as a name, and then I'm just going to come down. Maybe I should collapse it. I hope there is no typo. And then I'm just going to come down here, and aside logging it to the console, I'm just going to say get error message, and then I'm just going to pass it the error that comes from here, this one. So that's our function to get the error message. Oh, by the way, that's exactly not what I want to do. I want to return it. So here I would, in my catch statement, I'll say return, and then I'm just going to have an object. So now inside of this object, I'm now going to say error, and then I'll now set it to get error message. So that's how I'm supposed to actually do it. I was excited I was done. So we're returning the error here. All right, so I think that's about it for our error message function. So in the next video now, we're now going to connect this function to the front end and try to register a new user. All right, I'll see you in the next one then. Okay, so now we're going to work on the front-end logic for the registering the user. But before we do that, there's a package I want us to install. So, and that package is React Toastify, which helps us to show our messages, success and error messages. So I'm just going to paste that in there and hit enter. Meanwhile, there's a little bit of setup we need for React Toastify. So if you come down here, you'll see that you need to import these two guys. So here, and I'll copy these two guys, and then I'll go to my layout file. So it's not just anywhere you need to put it. It needs to be in your app and then layout. So this layout was where we put the theme provider. So first off, I'll go to the top and then I'm just going to paste that in. And I don't need this toast here, so I'll just remove it. But you need this toast container and React Toastify CSS. So I'll now come here and maybe before the header, I'll just slot in the, before this header here, I'll just slot in the toast container. So, and I'll say toast container. So that's just the little setup you need for React Toastify to work. Okay, so now that we have that installed, I can now go to my register form and let me just go to the page first. So if you come to this page, you should see, oh, okay. So this is what the register form looks like, yes. But at this point, I don't think all of this is necessary. Let's just focus on the email and password registration. So I'll comment out this signing with Google and all of that. So here in my register form, I'll just comment out this one like so and save. So now we should have a simpler form. Great. So now let's come here and locate the function. So this is the function that helps us to submit the form. All right. So now, before we proceed, let me import something, and that's use router. So I'll come here and I'll create a variable which I'll call use router. So it will help us to navigate from one page to another. I'll say const router, and that's going to be equal to use router. So just tap that, and then don't forget to import use router from next navigation, not next router. So, but I've already clicked on that one. I'm just going to come here and change it to next / navigation. So that's how you import it. Good. So now that we have that in place, we can now come here and finish up what we started. So the question is, first of all, let's make sure that we have access to this data. Just as a reminder, I'll come here, open the console, and then I'm just going to just put anything. So test, and then I'll just put the same password and click register. So you see, we have access to the data. So here we can now come here and now make the HTTP request that will, register the, that will register the user. So the way we do that is I'm going to come here. First off, I'll create an object which I'll call form data, because we need to send the data to the backend. So that form data is going to contain our name, our email, and password. Okay. So now that we have that inside that object, which we will destructure in the backend, I'll now say const. So const response, and that's going to be set to await. We're not doing fetch here. We're using the server action. So the name of the server action is register user. So make sure you import it, and then this action is going to take the form data as an argument. So this is how you call the server action, as simple as that. Then I will now come down and say, first of all, let's handle the response. All right. So the first thing I'll do is I'll say that if there is response.error, well, I want to log the error to the console, but technically that's not all I want to do. So maybe I'll just say response.error first. Then I'll now come down here and say return, and then I'll say I want to do a toast message. So I'll say toast.error. Okay, so toast.error. Then, but this toast now is the small letter. So after you just make sure you import this toast from React Toastify, okay? And if it's not auto importing, then I'll just bring it manually. So this one. So Ctrl C. I always have issues with auto importing. Like when I'm building, it works. It works when I'm building, but when I now start recording, it just stops working. So, but no wahala. So now this is how you import the toast from React Toastify, and now you can use it anywhere. So The next case scenario is if we have a success message. So I'll say if response.message, all right, then we want to toast that message. So response.message. All right, now maybe I should just put what's it called, maybe I should just put, okay, it's not necessary. I wanted to put the question mark, but okay, let's just put it in. Control Z, sorry about that. 1 and 2. Okay, I wanted to put question mark here. All right, so we've looked at when we have an error and when we have like a success message, and we've toasted the message and all of that. Now after we have a success message, what you want to do is you want to route the user. So I'll say router dot push. I can say push. So I want to push the user to the login page. Okay, then last but not the least, I want to clear the form. So here I'll say form.reset, and this is a method that comes with React hook forms. So if you scroll up, you see where we have the form. This is the form right here. Now there's another thing we need to do though, but first I'd like us to test this and see if it works. Oh, I did return here. Oh, no. Okay, I think I'll just remove the return. So remove the return. So toast the message and then push to the login page. I think this works. So now let's go ahead and save this file and test. So moment of truth, let's test. So I'm going to come here. There's one more thing I wanted to tell you. Yeah, in your MongoDB, right, just go to security and go to network access. If for any reason you're not able to access your MongoDB, you can add this IP address that allows you to access MongoDB from all networks. Okay, so it's 0.0.0.4/0. So if you click on add IP address, you will see the option to add all. Because I've already added all, I can't add it twice, but basically all you just need to do is to come here and say 0.0.0 like this. You can give it a name and just click confirm, but I've already added it. So this will enable you to access MongoDB with any connection. So now that that's out of the way, let's come here and test. Oh, okay, I think this is because I have some what's it called, this error is because I have, I think, some extensions on my Chrome which I'm not ready to uninstall right now. So but let's go ahead and try this out. So here I'm just going to say test, and I'm just going to say test@gmail.com, and then I'm just going to put the same password. So let's go ahead and click register. Hopefully there's no error. So register. Okay, registration successful. Hold on, registration successful, please log in. But here in our console we're having undefined. So register form line 80. So let's see what we did in line 80. We said console.log response.error. Oh, I'm so sorry, it needs to be response.message. And meanwhile we're not going to keep the console.log forever, so let me just comment it out like so, and then I'll save. So but by and large we need to confirm if we really created that user. So I'll come here and I'll go to database. So if you come to database, you should be able to see, click on browse collection, you should be able to see whether you created the user or not. So it's loading. Okay, so you see we have SupaBlog and then we have users. If you click on users, you will now see, so you see we have one test@gmail.com, and so what that means is that we're really able to create the user. So we've been able to create the user. In the next one we should now be trying to log in. All right, I'll see you in the next one then. All right, so we've been able to register the user. Now let's go ahead and log in the user. So you need to head over to your login form, and in the login form basically we stopped in where we just created this onSubmit function, and I think ordinarily it was just a regular function, but we need to make it an async function. So add async to the front of the function, and then we can now add the logic to log in the user. So to log in the user, by the way, let me just do something. Let me just click login so you can see that we can get the credentials from that function, that login function, this onSubmit function. So what we want to do now is we want to do a try catch block. No, just complete it for me. Try catch So we want to do a try catch block, and in this try block, well, let's just go and say something like const res, which stands for response, and it's going to be equal to, we're going to await this sign in function now, but this sign in function is coming from next auth. So I think I already imported it. Let me show you what it looks like. So it's coming from next auth, and let me remove this one. So sign in next auth / react. So that's where we're getting it from. Now, if you'll notice something, we need to pass these credentials to specify how we want to log in the user. So we're logging this user with credentials. Now, all of this is small letter. Then the object inside will now contain the email and the password. So email and then password. Then also we're going to specify if we want to redirect the user. I'm going to set that to false. So, but then there is a problem, because here we are saying that we want to log in this user with credentials. Everything is small letter. So what that means is that in our options.js file, we want to also make this one small letter so that it syncs. All right. So I'll make this one, this credentials, I'll make it small letter as well, so that it matches what we are sending here. All right. So now that we've done that, we can now come here and handle the response. So here I'll say if, first of all, I'll handle the error response. I'll say if response.error, then I'm just going to throw a toast notification, toast, and then I'll just say toast.error. No, I'm not going to say response.error. I'll just say something like invalid email or password. So incorrect email or password, that's also fine. But what if, okay, first off, let's even log it to the console. So I'll log the response to the console. Response, let's just tap that. So, but what if we don't have a good response? So here we want to say return, so that it terminates everything. But if we have a good response, in other words, if we're able to log in the user, then I want to say, I think we can say if response.ok, then we want to now toast this success message that says login successful, and we want to go to the home page. So / router.push, and we're going to the home page. Now you make sure you import your router. So let me show you how I did mine. We've already imported router from Next Navigation. So here I'm going to come here and say that I want to create a router variable and use router. So I'm pointing it here. I've also imported my toast notification here. So I think at this point we can save this file and then test our login functionality. So I'm just going to come back here, and we have this account, but let me just try and log in with a wrong password. So just test, and then I'll click on login, and so it tells me incorrect email or password. And if you look here, you'll see here that we have this response, and it has an OK of false. All right, so this works. So now why don't I go ahead and just log in with the right username and password? So I'll come here and just click the right one, and then I'll click on login, and as you can see, it tells us login successful. Good. Now the experience when we are logging in right now is different because we don't have any loading indicator. So when we click login, we just have to wait. So let me now show you how you can have a loading indicator. So I'll come here and scroll up. After this form here, there is a way to know if your form is loading or not. So we're going to create a variable, and that is from React hook. So the name of that variable is submitting, and it's going to come from this form. So every React hook form has this is submitting property that enables you to know whether your form is submitting or not. All right, so now that we have that, instead of, let me scroll down. So instead of just having this login button, right, instead of just having this login button, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come down here and do like this and say that, look, if is submitting, then I want to have something. All right, else I want to have the login button. So it's only when the form is not submitting that, hold on, that I'll have this login button. But if it's submitting, Then I want to have my loading button. Remember we created a loading button. So let me just show you. So loading button, and make sure you import it from the widget. And the loading button is just going to have some props. Let me put it in a new line, and we're going to have a button text. So button text, and that's going to be set to submitting. Okay, submit, or just say loading, keep things loading. Then we're going to have a button class, so btn class, and that's going to be set to width full. Then lastly, we're going to have a button variant, so btn variant, and that's going to be set to outline. Okay, so just by having this in place, we have been able to add the loading functionality. So if I go ahead and save this guy and come here and try to log in again, even though I'm already logged in, I'll just try it again, and I'll say login. Hold on, I think I need to refresh the page, because let me go back to the login page. I think I need to refresh the page just to be sure. Okay, so I've refreshed the page, and let me try to log in again. So I'm still not getting that loading thing. So I don't know. Let me look at it one more time. It's submitting. Is submitting. I don't know, maybe it's too instant because I'm on the local development environment. Maybe it's too instant. That's why it's happening so fast that it's not giving the loading button the time to. Oh, okay, I see the mistake. So this is submitting is coming, should be equal to form dot form state, form state. So the state is going to be camel casing. Yeah, that's why it wasn't working. So form state, and let's go back to the login page. We don't have a logout functionality yet, so that's why we're just logging in multiple times. And then I'll click on login, and as you can see, we have the loading button. So that works. So since we've done this loading button, I think we should also take it to the register page as well. So I'm going to copy this guy and just open the register page, which is this one. And then I'm also going to, after the form, where's the form? So this is the form, and I'm also going to add it here, Control V, and let's go to the, let's grab this one as well. Okay, I'll grab this one as well. So if it's submitting, I'll come here and look for the login button. The login button, yeah, so this one, I'll just paste it in, and then I'll just take this button, Control X, and replace this one. And here I'll just say, yeah, loading is still fine. So just go ahead and format, and then save, and then save. So we have that in place. So that's about it for how we can log in the user. So in the next one, I think we should just work on the ability to log out first. So let's be able to log out the user as well. So I'm just going to see you in the next video. Okay, so we are able to log in the user, but how do we actually know that, we've been able to log in this user? So let me show you something. You see this page, this home page, which is, I think, this one. It has the hello world. What we are going to do is, first off, I'm going to turn it to a client component, because I want to be able to show you that, see, this user has actually been logged in. And inside of this client component, I'm going to say const, and I'll just say equal to use session. Now this use session is coming from NextAuth and NextAuth React, but you need to use it in a client component. So this use session, it has some properties that we can destructure. The first one is data, and the second one is status. That's the login status. So now what I want to do is, I'll just do a console.log of the data and the status. So go ahead and, or maybe status before data. Yeah, that's better. So status and data. So go ahead and save, and now you will see here that, okay, I think it had to refresh the page. Okay, so there's something wrong. I told you that there was an extension that I needed to remove for all this error boundary stuff to go away, but no problem. The most important thing is that if you look at this part of the console, you will see authenticated. So this is the status of our login. We are authenticated, and you will see the details of the user. So for example, it says here that the name of this user is test, and this is the email of the user. And because we register the user with email and password, the image is empty here. Okay, so I just hope you can see this information that we have here from the user. All right, so this is just to show you that we are authenticated. All right, now that we are sure that we are logged in, right, what I want to do is I want to add the function to log out, and that's really easy with NextAuth. So I'm just trying to close out some of these things that, okay, I'll leave these ones. Close the user model. All right, so I'll just go to my main header. So I'll say main header, and we're just going to look for the logout button. I think we had a logout button somewhere. I'll just say control find and log out. Aha. So this is the logout button. Now in this logout button, basically what you want to do is you want to add an onClick, and the onClick is going to point to a function called sign out. So I'm just going to come down and say onClick, and that's going to be equal to, now, no, we're not doing that. So we're just going to say sign out. And this sign out is coming from NextAuth React. So call that function, and that's it. That's how you sign out. All right. Okay, there's one more thing. I think you can add a callback URL. Let me just tab that. I did not add a callback URL in mine, but I just want to add a callback URL, and then we're going to save. So now if I go to the main header, okay, I think I can close this one at this point. So if I go to the main header and I click this guy and I say log out, watch what happens. So it's going to log out the user, and it's going to take us to this page here. Now, for us to also confirm that we've actually been logged out, we are going to go to the, let's see, we're going to go to the home page. Remember, in the home page, we have that function that checks whether the user is logged in or not. So if you come here, you see unauthenticated and you see null. You see unauthenticated and null, which means that the user is logged out. So that's how easy it is for you to log out the user. So what I'll do is I'll just copy this onClick function, Control C, and I'll also put it inside of my mobile header. So Control P, I'll say main header mobile, and then I'm just going to look for the logout button. I think we created a logout button for the, I don't know, I'm not sure. Okay, yeah, so we have a logout button. So let me just look for it, Control find and logout. Aha. So you just want to add that here as well. So just paste that in and make sure you import the sign out from NextAuth, and then save. So we're able to log out on both the headers. All right. So that's about it for the function to log out the user. So in the next one, we are now going to work on the login with Google and GitHub as well. All right. I'll see you in the next one then. All right, so now we're going to work on the functionality to log in with Google. And for us to do that, we need to go to that Google button that we created earlier. So I think it's, I'll say Control P and Google button. Yes. So in this Google button, basically you want to add an onClick on this button. So I think that will come here. Good. So you say onClick. Nope, that's definitely not what I want to do. So onClick. The thing about this autocomplete is that sometimes it's wrong, and then it's just going to start confusing you. So basically you want to do a function inside of it, and the name of we're just going to say sign in, and make sure you import it from NextAuth React. So if you come here, you see we're importing from NextAuth React, and then you're now going to specify the provider. So in our case, it's Google, small letter Google. So just by doing this, we'll be able to sign in with Google. And of course, it's going to work with everything we've added here in our callback. So we've added the client ID, client secret, and then we added the callback that checks if it's Google. So fingers crossed, let's check if we're able to sign in with Google. So I'm going to come here and go to my login page, and then I'll click on sign in with Google. So it shows me the Google interface, and then I'm just going to select the test email I used. So you say, do I want to sign into SupaBlog course? I'll say continue. And okay, so I cannot really tell if I have signed in because I'm still on this page. So maybe let me check what's in my console if I have any problem. So aside this, I'm not really sure because I'm not really seeing. Okay, so but if we go to the home page, we should be able to know whether we are logged in or not. So in the home page, we're seeing authenticated, and we're seeing the details from our Google. So things like the email, the image, and the name of the user. So what that means is that we're actually signed in. The only problem is that, okay, let me log out. The only problem is that it did not redirect us to the it didn't redirect us to the home page. So we want a way to redirect to the home page after we're signed in. So how am I going to achieve that now? So we're able to log in, but it's still showing us, it's still leaving us on this login page. So the way you can do that is you can add a middleware that will protect this login page. In other words, if the user is logged in, it will not show, it will redirect the user to, you know, the home page or something like that. Well, maybe not now. Maybe we'll not create the middleware now. What we need to do is to just add a conditional logic to the page. So what I'll do is inside of this my app, I'm just going to open my login page. So this login, this is the page, and I will just check if the user is logged in and then redirect the user to the home page if they ever come to this login page. So the way you do that is I'll come here and I'll say const, I'll say session. So I want to check if the user has a session, and it's going to be equal to await. Now for us to use await, what that means is that we need to make this function asynchronous. So I'll come here and say async, like so. Aha. So inside here now I can use await, and I'll call the function to get server session. So it's going to come from next auth to get server sessions, and then we're also going to pass the auth options to it. So import the auth options as well. Now with this, we can now know whether the user is logged in or not. So what I'll do is I'll say if we have sessions, then I want to redirect the user. So redirect the user to the home page / tab. Now, of course, this redirect, now we need to import it from next navigation. So I'll just come here and import redirect from next navigation. So look at what we did though. So we said session, and because this is a server component, you see there's no use client at the top. We use get server sessions, which comes from next auth. Then we now say that if there's a session, redirect the user to the home page. So if you go ahead and save this file and you come back here, if you go to, if we're logged in, I don't know if we're logged in, but if we go to the login page, you see that it immediately takes us back to the home page. So this is what you can do when you want to redirect a user. So if the user is logged in, you also want to do this kind of thing in the register page. So for example, if I come here and I go to the register and click here, I also want to do that in the register page and make sure that if the user is logged in, so I'm going to make this async. So if the user is logged in, they cannot land on this page. Don't forget to import everything you need. So I think it's just to import everything safe. Then I'll remove React. I'll import it twice. Then I'll remove the login form as well. So I think this is it as well. So if I go ahead and save, now even if I try to go to the register page, it's not going to work. So if I say / register and hit enter, okay, wow, so it's giving us this error, use server. I'm not sure exactly why, but it's not supposed to give us this error because, okay, so the error is gone. So Hold on. Oh, I think the error is due to something I imported in the register form page, which I'm no longer using. So I think this one, something about @/auth. Where is it? Hold on. This is @/auth. Oh, it's coming from the user action. I'm sorry, so I need to remove that from the user action. Where is the user action? Control P, user action. Yeah, so this one, this is where the error is coming from. I was playing around with some stuff and so go ahead and save. Aha, so that should get rid of the error. Aha, so we're good to go. So now that's about it for this one. I will see you in the next one. All right, so now let's go ahead and add the GitHub sign in. So I'm just going to come to the page here, and I think, okay, it's beside the Google form. So if I come to this Google button and I open this guy, you'll see the GitHub button very close to it. Now, all we just need to do is, you see this on click here, we're just going to copy it, Control C, and then we're just going to come here in the GitHub and slot it inside of the button. So I'll come to a new line and paste it in, and then I'll change this Google here to GitHub B. Yeah, so that's all you need to do. So go ahead and save, and we can test. So remember, when this GitHub sign-in is triggered, this function here for the GitHub will take effect. So I'll come here, I'll say am I logged in? I'm not sure if I'm logged in, but let me log out. So log out, and then I'll say sign in with GitHub. So if I sign in with GitHub, oh, I'm getting an error. I don't know what that error is. Oh, I did not import sign in. Can you imagine? Sorry about that. So let me import the sign in from this guy, Control C, and slot that in here, Control V, and then save, and that should get rid of the error. So now I'll try to sign in with GitHub, and it will take me to the GitHub app. You see SupaBlog course, and then I'll say authorize. So if I click authorize, it says you are being redirected, blah blah blah. Aha, so you see it has taken me here. So that means I have been able to also sign in with GitHub. Of course, if I check, you should see the authenticated, and then we have this user object that contains my name, my image, and then my name, image, and email. So that's about it for how we can also authenticate with GitHub. So far we've been able to authenticate with login and username and password, email and password, Google button, and GitHub button. And as you can see, it was very well, I will not say very straightforward, but some part of it was very straightforward. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to start protecting some of the components in the page. All right, so like the links and all of that, we're going to start protecting them. All right, so that's about it for this one. I'll see you in the next one. All right, so now we've been able to build out the authentication part of the application, but there's still a lot we need to do when it comes to authentication, because what we've done so far is just authentication. We've not done anything about authorization. In other words, user roles, limiting which page or which actions a user can access based on their user role, or first based on whether they are logged in or not, and then based on their user role. So but we're going to do that, but before then I would like us to build out the user's profile page. So in our menu here, one of the things we have is the profile page, right? But we've not built it, so let's get started with that one. So for that, I'm going to come here inside of my app folder. Inside of my app folder, I'm going to create a folder which I'll call profile, and of course inside this profile I will now create a page.jsx. so RFC will give us a barebone component which we can now do something about. So what I'll do in this RFC here is that I will just make reference to let's see. Okay, so I'll just come here and just add a section here, because the section has like some padding on the top and bottom. Then inside of this div, I will now put a container. So container div. Aha. So now we've not created the profile component, but here I'm just going to say profile, and then we'll now create the component. So create the profile component. Let's see. So I'll come to my components. Okay, so this is the components folder, and inside of the components, let's just create a profile folder. I'll just say profile, and then I'll now create my profile.jsx. So hit enter and then just do rfc. Okay, yeah, so this is good, this works. So I'll just save this component and then I'll come here and import it like so. Import it and save. So now we have a profile component that we can land on. So if I come here and I click on this profile, we should be able to land on the profile component. So you see, so we have this text here, profile. Now there's a problem here that we're going to solve maybe in the upcoming videos, and that is the fact that when we change a page, there's this lag, like maybe a couple of seconds, and we don't know what is happening. It's as if everything just hangs. So for that, we're going to put a page loader indicator, which is something you see here. So for example, if I go to Autopost, you see there's this loader, and then there's this, you know, whatever you call that. So we're going to do that in the coming video, but for now let's just work on the profile. So for this profile, what I'm going to do is I'll just want to just display the details about the user, so things like the email and all of that. So let's come back here, and inside of our profile component, that's where we're going to display it. Now, do you remember how we were able to get access to the user's data from this page.jsx? .js rather? What we did was we we brought in this use session hook, and it gives us this data and status. So with this use session hook, we can access the details about that user session. So if I bring this use session hook and I slot it in here inside this profile like this, we automatically have access to the user session. So but don't forget, we need to import it like so. So import it from NextAuth React. Now another thing I would like to do is I would like to name this data as session, because it's easier for me to assign it or associate it with the user session. So I'll just name it as, I'll rename it as session, and then inside here I'm just going to clean up what we have here. Let's give this one a class name of, so class name, and I'm just going to give it a width of, so width dash let's just say 450 pixels. Then we'll just say we'll give it some space on the y-axis of maybe 2. 2. Okay, that works. So now before we do anything, I'm going to just display the input of the user. So we're going to display an input rather. So let's just say input, and this is Shadcn input. So we're just going to come here and say we want to give it a type. So it's going to be a type of text, and I wonder why my AI is not helping me. It's going to have a placeholder of name, and it's going to have a value. So good, this is great. So it's going to have a value of session query.user.name. So it's taking this session here, and this session has a user object which has a name property. So that's what we are picking out inside of this one. Okay, so that's basically what we're doing. Now, of course, I'm going to give this one a class name. So I'll remove the disabled and replace it with a class name. And I'll set that to be text. So, sorry, text hyphen color text. Color text. All right, so if I go ahead and save the... Wait, did I do something? Oh, I duplicated it. I'm sorry. I duplicated it. Is there any other thing I did not do? So let me save it again. Escape. What are they saying now? Okay, so whenever you're using use session, you have to make it a client component. So I skipped my mind. So I'll just come at the top here and say use client, and then I'll save. So we're using use session, we have to make it a client component. So you see here we have the name, and yeah, so that's the name. with the account I used to log in. So now that we have the name, I think I would also want to add, let me see what I added here. So profile. So I'm also going to add the email and then a logout button as well as the avatar. So here I'm just going to come here to the next line. I will duplicate this one and change the type to email. Then I'll just say .email. Okay, then of course the placeholder will be email. Then last but not the least, I will add a logout button. So here I'll just say button, and I think it's a self-closing component. So let's just do it like this, and we're going to give it a variant of destructive. Okay, then we're going to give it a class name of, we're going to set the width, so width dash full. Then last but not the least, we're going to give it an onClick property. So now that onClick property, basically we just want to call the function to sign out. Okay, and when we sign out, we're going to add a callback URL to go to the home page, or maybe to go to the login page. Well, I guess the home page is also fine. So let me format this so that you can see it clearly. So this is it right here. Now go ahead and save. Basically you're just going to see the I didn't import button, I'm sorry. So import that. So save. Basically you're just going to see, so you're just going to see the stuff like this. And of course I made this a self-closing tag instead of making it like so. Yeah, like this. Then we'll just put the text inside that says log out. So that should work better. So we should have logout here. So I think maybe we should center this this form. So I think we can just do that by, in this div. Oh, okay, so we're going to surround this with a div and say dot flex center, and if we tap that, we should be able to center it. Let's take this div to the bottom. So we should be able to center it like so. Save, and that will just bring it to the center. All right, so the last but not the least is we're going to add an avatar. Then later we'll now add a page title. So to add the avatar, I'm going to come to my Shadcn, and in the component here you will see avatar. Now this avatar, first of all, you need to install it. So I'm going to click this guy, click npm, and then come here and install it. So Ctrl V, hit enter on that, and it should install. Now let me show you how you can use the avatar. So first off, this is what the avatar stuff looks like. So I'll just copy this guy, and then this is where I want to use the avatar. Now the interesting thing is I want to use the avatar in an entirely different component so that I can reuse it in multiple places. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here and create an avatar component. So I'll say export function, but this time the name of the function is going to be user avatar. And then let's just go ahead and open it up. So here we're going to need to have access to the session. So okay, I'm not using the status now, so I'll just remove it. So we're going to need to have access to the session. So I'll just copy this session, and then below here I'll just first slot it in, and then next we're going to return something. So return, open this guy up. Now we can now come and copy this avatar component and then bring it here and slot it in. So paste it in. So let's format. Now that we formatted, basically this avatar component is like an if else statement. So first off, it will check if there is a session.user.image. So right here in this avatar image, this is where we're supposed to add the dynamic image that comes from the server. So here I'll say session.user.image. But what if there is no session, there is no image? Okay, what if it's empty? The next thing to do will now be to give this guy a fallback. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to come here, I'll delete this guy, and then I'll have my, okay, so I'm just going to say session.user.name, and I'll pick the first letter. So if you tap that, it's just going to pick the first letter. Let me just be sure it's the first letter, because I think I picked 2 letters. I want to be 100% sure I didn't pick 2 letters. Okay, so we're going to pick 2 letters. So for us to pick the first two letters, what we're going to do is we're going to say .name, and then we're going to slice it. So dot slice. All right, now this slice is going to take 2 arguments. So I'll say I want to start from the first letter, which is index 0, and I want to go 2 steps forward. So the first 2 letters, so tab, and that's it. However, we cannot just leave it like this because this avatar needs to have some style. So I think it needs to have some style. So but let's just see how it looks really. So I'm going to come here before this input here. I'm just going to bring in the user avatar. So user, let's do like this, user avatar, and save. So let's see what we have so far. I'll come back here and we should be able to see. Okay, we're not seeing anything. Okay, I did not import it. Oh, I forgot that. Why am I forgetting so much? So I thought I did though. So I'll copy this guy and then I'll just import it at the top. I thought I did import it. Oh, I did not. I remember now, I did not. So now we should be able to see some sort of avatar. Okay, so you see now this is the avatar right here, and it's just taking the EW from the first 2 letters of my name. But I wonder, I should have what's it called? I should actually have the, let me just do something here. Let me log it to the console. So let me log the session to the console. Log, hold on, log. So log to the console session. So let me log the session to the console because I feel like I should have an image because I logged in with Google. So if I do F12 here, I should be able to see the object. So this is the session, I guess. This is the session. This is the user property, and then this is the image. So okay, so I think I know why this image is not displaying. That's because whenever you want to display an image, you need to add it. You need to register this URL on your NextJS app. So what I'm going to do now is I'll register this URL on the NextJS app so that I can be able to pick the images from this particular URL. So let's go and do that now. So you need to note the URL. So in our case, the URL is GitHub user content. If you expand it, you see it's githubusercontent.com. So this is actually from GitHub. So you need to note the domain name so that you can you can be able to add it to your next config. So let me just come here. I've already noted it, and then I'll just open my files directory, and then I'll look for next config. So this is it, next config.mjs. So in our next config here, right, this is it. It's quite empty now, but what we want to do is we want to come inside and specify where we can get our images. So I'll say images, and then this image is also an object, and this object is going to have something called a property called remote. So previously it used to be domains, but now it's remote patterns, plural. And this remote patterns is now going to be an array of like different URLs and all of that, where you can fetch image from, or where images can be displayed on your site. So basically this will just have different objects. So each object is going to have a protocol, and for our case the protocol is HTTPS. Then it's going to have a host name. So here I'll just say host name. You know what, let me just tab it since it's suggesting for me. So but of course what I'm doing here is not, I don't need this path. So, and I'm not working with on Splash, so I'll just remove it. What I'm working with is GitHub, this one here. So this very one here is what I'm working with. So let me just copy it and show you how it works. So this is why I'm trying to copy it and it's expanding. What's all this? Okay, I didn't expand it. Aha, so this is what I'm working with. So this one, avatar.githubusercontent.com. So you can just go ahead and copy either the domain or the subdomain, and then just slot it in here like so. So that's it. Then the path name. So the path name is just going to be 2 asterisks. All right. So this is an example of this particular URL. But the thing is, I have like other URLs where I'm going to be getting my content from. So to make life easy for myself, I'll just bring in all the URLs that I'll be getting my content from, and then I'll show it to you. Meanwhile, you're going to also have access to the finished project. So here, inside here, I'll just paste in all of them. So you see, I'm going to be getting content from this one, this URL, Cloudinary, and then lastly, this website. I just added everything once and for all. So I'll just go ahead and save. And since I've registered it now, I think I need to restart my application for it to take effect. But let me just refresh just to see if it, takes effect on its own. And as you can see here, I logged in with my Google account, and we now have the logo displaying here, or the avatar displaying here. So what we can do is we can just center this avatar so it's at the center of the page. So I'm just going to come here, and this place where I'm doing the avatar, I'll come here and put a div with a class of -- center -all, and tap that and then surround it. Now this center all is a class I created to center anything, any freaking thing. So I'll just go ahead and save that, and then it will center it to the middle. So in the next video, we're just going to maybe build a page title component so that we'll just have something like a profile header somewhere here and all of that. I'll see you in the next one then. So let's go ahead and build a page title. So I'm going to come here and go to my widget, because it's something I want to use in like several other components. I'll just put it inside widget and call it page title.jsx. So now inside of this page title, RFC, so it's going to give me the page title, and basically I want to create a component that is going to have a props of title and class name. So comma, class name. All right, so we're going to just simply have a h2 because it's just a page title. So h2, and let's remove this one. Inside this one is where we want to now reference the title prop. So here we're going to give this a class name. The class name is going to be, we're going to use the CN. Okay, so if we're using CN, we'll now have to say CN and then like so. So first we're going to add the classes we want, then we'll add a comma and then reference the class name. So sorry, and then we'll reference this class name here. So I'll say class name. All right, so now what we're just going to say text, give it a size of 2XL, then font semi-bold, so font of semi-bold, and basically that's it. We're not doing anything too serious here. So if you go ahead and save, we can now use this page title component anywhere we want. So basically I'm just going to come to this my profile page, and then I'm just going to slot it at the top here. So I'll say page title, make sure you import it and then close. Now remember, it needs to have a title prop, and that title prop is going to be profile. If you go ahead and save that, you should be able to see something like, okay, I did not import CN. I always anyway, no wahala. So where's the page title prop? So let's import CN and save that, and then everything should be fine. So we have profile, but one more thing I want to do is I want to put an underline in below this profile. I think I've imported this separator before, the separator from Shadcn. So basically in this my page, I'm just going to come here after this page title, I'll add a separator. So I've imported it, and then I'm just going to close. Let me see how it looks first. If it looks okay, then I'm not seeing anything. No separator, I'm not seeing anything on this page. Okay, let me add some styles to the separator. So for my separator, I will give it a class name of, let's set it to be equal to, so first off I'll say my of 4, that's margin on the top and bottom. Then I'll give it a border, so border on the bottom of, let's just say 2 pixels, 2 px. Then I will now give it a border color, so border -gray -300. I think now this should make the color a bit prominent. Aha, so we have that. So this will just be like our title, and then this will now be like the component itself. So that's about it for our page title component. In the next one, we're now going to work on protecting the user routes. All right, so we'll see you in the next one then. All right, when it comes to protecting different aspects of your application, such as you want to protect a route, you don't want people to be able to visit a route when maybe they are not logged in or when they are not authenticated, or you don't want them to be able to see a part of the page, maybe like this link, for example. You don't want them to be able to see dashboard, my profile, or whatever. There are two ways we can do it. The first way to protect a route is with a middleware. So let me show you how you can do that. Now, NextAuth has the middleware property. So if you come to the root, it must be in the root of your folder. Okay, so if you come to the root of your folder, you're going to need to create a middleware file. All right, now I just want to make sure that it's in the root of your folder. Hold on, let me check and be sure. The source, okay. All right, so it's not necessarily in the root of your folder. It needs to be inside the source. Okay, if you don't have this source folder, then the root of your folder works, but it needs to be inside your source where you have all this folder and all of that. So I'll just click on the source, and then within this source folder, I will now create my middleware. So I'll say middle middleware.js and hit enter. So I just wanted to point out that so that we're on the same page. So middleware.js. Now inside of this middleware.js, I would have loved to show you in the documentation, but I don't want to waste time going back there. I would have shown you. But what you need to do is you need to export something. So I'll say export. You know what? Let me just show you so that you see, because I really want to teach you, not just to demonstrate. So I opened the nextauthjs.org documentation, and I'm just going to search for middleware so that I don't waste time. Middleware. I think this one should do it. Okay, so let's see. Aha, I think this does it. Okay, great. So it says if you only want to secure certain pages, export a config, blah, blah, blah. So what we want to do is we want to protect certain routes or certain pages. So I'm just going to copy this guy here, right? And I'll slot it inside my middleware, Control V, and that's it. Now, in this matcher, basically you will now specify the pages you want to protect. So for example, I want to protect, let's say, the profile page. All right. Now, if I want to protect more pages, all I just need to do, this is an array. I just need to add a comma and then specify the page I want to protect. So when I want to protect other routes or other pages, I'm going to come back here. So if I go ahead and save this file and then I come back to my application, of course, it will reload the application because I did not create the middleware file once, so there was an error. So what I'll do is I'll just log out. When you do log out and you try to visit that profile page, so I'll say / or I have it here, so I'll just click here and say profile. Watch what happens. It takes me to the login page immediately. So that is the first way to protect a route or a page. All right, it's not going to give you access to that page until you are logged in or until you are authenticated. So there's another way though. If we want to protect like this link, now we want to show, for example, now if a user is logged in, you don't want to show them this login link, right? You only want to show them the logout link. So in the second video, I'm going to show you the second way we can protect or we can hide and show certain links to authenticated users. All right, I'll see you in the next one then. Okay, so now let's look at the second way to protect this time we want to protect these links, to hide and show links based on authentication. So for us to do that in Next.js, I'm going to come inside my components and I'm going to create a new folder which I'll call protect, and inside I'm going to create the protect.js, or maybe I'll just call it protect.jsx. So I'll say protect ct.jsx. All right, now inside of this protect.jsx, the first thing I want to do is, in fact, let me use an arrow function, RAFC. Okay, good. So this works. So I'm just going to change this protect to, the first one will be show on login. So what I want to do is I want to do it in such a way that this is only going to show whatever is inside here to a logged in user. So, but first, let's not forget to make this a client component. So I'll say use client, tap that. Aha. So now, remember how I showed you how to get the login status of a user, and I did that in this profile page where I said that with this use session hook, you can know whether your user is logged in or not. And I think I'll comment this one out. So here, I'm going to come here and bring this use session hook. All right. So make sure you import the use session itself from NextAuth React. Now, what you want to do is let's have an if statement here. So I'll say if there is a session, in other words, if the user is logged in, then I want to, so let's just come here like this and say children. So let's get out the children props. Oh, it was even helping me out though. I did not code. Okay, so children. So if there's a session, which means the user is logged in, I want to return the children. So here I'll say return children. Else, so all this scenario here, I'll remove it. Else, I'll return nothing. So return null. This simple function I created now is the second way you can hide or show something based on whether a user is logged in or not. Now I'm going to go ahead and duplicate this function, and then I'll change this to show on logout. So when a user is logged out, so here I'll say if there is no session, so where is it? This one. So if there is no session, then return children, else return null. So I just inverted it. Now with these two functions, basically I can now, hide or show stuff based on whether a user is logged in or not. So let's start with these buttons for starters. So I'm going to come here and I would look for, let's open our header. So Control P, I'll start with the main header. All right. So in the main header, I'll scroll down to where we have these links. So let me just scroll down. There's a lot in this main header. So accounts. I think I'll come back to the accounts. Let's just do the buttons first. So, so this is the login button, and it's a drop-down menu. So you only want to show the login to a user that is logged out. Okay. So what I will do is I'll wrap this entire component tab with the show on logout. Show on logout. So make sure you import it as well, and then make sure to have the closing tag. So I'll come here, cut this one, Ctrl X, and then I'll just wrap it around this one. So it's only going to show this login button to a logged out user. Then what do we have here? We have my profile. We are protecting the my profile page, so I'm just going to leave it. Then what else do we have? Dashboard. There's another function we'll create for the dashboard, and that is for the admin, because it's only admin that will want to access the dashboard. Then the next one is logout. Now this logout button, the logout button should only be shown when a user is logged in. So here we're just going to say show on login. So tap that, import it, and then take the closing tag, Ctrl X, and wrap it around this. Hold on. This drop down menu. So this is where the drop down menu ends. I didn't want to make a mistake. So now if I go ahead and save, right, and give this page time to reload. So now this is the account. It's showing us the account quite alright. But if I click on it, you see here that because we are not logged in, it's showing us the login button, but it's not showing the logout button. Now I'm actually going to log in so that you see what happens. So I'll log in. So let me just log in with this account here. And as you can see, we've logged in. And if you click here, you see now that we are seeing the log out button and then this dashboard and menu link here. So which means that our protect function works, right? So one other thing I want to do is I want to display the user avatar here when I am logged in instead of this account. So let's quickly just do that. So here I'm going to come back here and then I'll just scroll up to where we have the account text. So this is it right here. So what we want to do is that you see this account text. I want to only show this account text. Let's see, how am I going to do that? Okay, I'll wrap this one with, hold on, show on logout, show on logout. So let's make sure we wrap it. So I'll wrap these two guys with show on logout. Then what about when the user is logged in? What do we want to display? Well, we want to display the avatar. So I'll come down here and then I'll just say show on login, and then I'm just going to tap that, and inside here I'll just bring in my user avatar which we created in the profiles page. So that's the user avatar. Import that and then save. So look at what we just did here. If you come here now, give it a couple of seconds to reload, then so you see we now have the avatar and this drop down button. So perfect. So our protect functions work. All right, there's still a lot of functions we'll create for authentication. For example, this dashboard, we will only want an admin to see it, but we're going to do that later. All right, so that's about it for our protect function. I think maybe there's something else we need to do, but let's just leave it at this. All right, later. All right, welcome back, guys. Now we've been able to do at least some of the basics for this page and for the authentication. So in this one, we're going to start working on the admin dashboard, because without creating a post, we cannot do almost everything on the website. So we need to start on the admin dashboard so that we can work our way to where we can create a post. So for us to do that, we're going to come here inside of our page, and I think I'll just close everything here. So I've closed up everything. Now what we want to do is open your app folder, and inside of this app folder we're going to create another route. And by creating a route, you just have to create a folder, and here I'm just going to call this admin. So this is the admin route. And inside of this admin route, we're going to create two files. The first one will be page.jsx, and the next one, okay, rfc, just so that we have something. Then the next one will be layout. So the thing is, each route can have their own individual layout. So if a route does not have a layout, then it's just going to fall back to the layout used here. So but we can specify a layout for an individual route. So in this case, this admin can have its own layout.jsx. all right. Oh, sorry, I didn't spell that correctly. So .jsx. So you hit enter, and essentially the layout is just RFC. Is just what's it called, a regular function too, a regular component like function. So here I would like to rename this to say admin layout, so that if I'm admin layout. So now that we have that in place, we can go ahead and create a component. But before then, if you come here and you click on, let's see, okay, this is going to profile. So I want it to go to the admin page. So let me just go to the header, Ctrl P, header, main header, and then I'm just going to go to Ctrl find / profile. I'm not sure if this is it. This is my profile. Okay, so this second one here that says dashboard, I'm going to change it to admin. So admin, and that should take us to the admin page. There's one thing though, I think I want to add a space. So this is icon user. Oh, I did, but it's just not reflecting that space. There's supposed to be a space between this and this. But anyway, let's just continue. I don't think I have time for that. So here I'm just going to click on dashboard, and okay, so at least we're able to see this layout here. So if you come here, you will see that okay, hold on, something is not right. And what is not right is that we've not structured the admin layout the way it's supposed to be structured. So let's just do that quickly. So first off, I'm going to destructure this guy here and bring out the children prop. Okay, so now this children prop will now represent, because if you look at the admin page, let me show you the admin page, right? You see this admin navbar is constant on all pages, while this others content of each page changes. This is constant. So if I click on category, for example, the admin navbar is still constant, but this content of the page has changed. So we're going to represent the content of each page as children, while this admin navbar is going to stay constant. And let me show you how we're going to do that. So we're going to come here and I'll remove the layout. Now inside this div, we're going to give this div a class name, and we're going to use cn. So let me do like this and say cn, like so. So first off, we're going to have some classes, escape. Then we're now going to have something else. Or okay, not now. So I think we can just use the regular. These guys. So but before we do that, let's just come here and create the admin navbar. So we're doing the admin navbar, which we've not created, but we're going to create it. Then we now have the children. So but that children, I'll put it inside the div, and then I'll just say children. So you see, so on every page, this layout is going to be on every page. Meanwhile, this admin navbar will be constant, but the children will change to whatever page that we select. All right, so that's basically the setup. So but by and large, we need to add some classes here. So for this one, first of all, we're going to say flex, because if you look at this guy, you see that it's flexed, one here and one here. So flex, but we're going to give it a mean height of screen. That's the mean height is going to be set to the height of the screen. Then let's give it width of full. Then I'll say background, and the BG I'll set it to color gray. So color hyphen gray. Okay, we have that. Then I'll set the text to white. Then last but not the least, I will set the, okay, I think that's it. So but then for the children, I'm just going to give the div surrounding the children, let's give it a class name, and I'll just set a padding of 8. So then we'll set the width to full. So this is it right here. So but the only problem is we've not created this admin navbar. So let's create it first. So for us to do that, I'll come inside this component and I'll create another folder which I'll call admin. Now inside of this admin folder, any component that has to do with the admin dashboard is going to come here. So the first one we're going to start with is the navbar. So inside of the navbar, I will now create my first admin component, which is going to be the admin navbar. All right, .jsx. Hit enter and then RFC. It will just quickly create that for me, and then I'll just save. So now if I come here, I can now confidently import this admin navbar like so, and then I will now save. So now that I've done that, if we come back here and we refresh this admin page, we should be able to see, hold on. Aha. So we should be able to see the admin navbar. It's right here. And the text is white, but don't worry, we're going to fix all of that. Let me set it to dark. Okay. So you can see the admin navbar here, and then you can see the home page, which is the first page. So if I come here to this page here and I just change this to admin dashboard, or you know what, let me just add that page title component. So I'll just say page, hold on, page title, this one, and then I'm just going to set the title to admin dashboard. Come on now, and then I save. Just by doing that, we should be able to see the admin dashboard here, and this is the navbar. So what we're going to do in the next video is that we're going to focus, now this is the layout of the admin page. So in the next video, we're going to focus on building this admin navbar such that when we click on each button here, it will go to that page, and then we can also collapse it. So you see, this is collapsible, and it has this tooltip effect as well. So we're going to do that in the next video. All right, I'll see you in the next one then. All right, now let's start to build out this navbar, and we're going to do that with Shadcn. And you may be wondering, I've not noticed any navbar components in Shadcn. Well, there's a lot in Shadcn that's not displayed on this components page. So what I'm going to do is I'll go to the Shadcn regular homepage. All these things you see here are components that you can actually use, but you just need to know how to find them. So if you look at this menu bar here, or this sidebar rather, we can use it also. So the way you do it is that, first of all, make sure you're on the menu. And if you look here, you see examples/email. So I'm just going to copy this guy, examples/email, and then I'll click on the GitHub repository. So this is the GitHub repository link for Shadcn. If you open it up, it will bring this page that shows you plenty code. So I'll click dot to open it in Visual Studio Code. So that's dot, and it's going to open Visual Studio Code in the web. So let's just give it a couple of seconds. So this is what it looks like. So what you want to do is you're going to press Ctrl P, and then you're going to paste in the examples/mail. If you do that, it will bring everything that is under examples/mail, but you want to click on the page.tsx, which is like the main page. So if you click on that, it shows you this particular page. Very good. So if you scroll down, you will see that this page, of course, it has these images, then it has this mail component. So what it means is that this mail component is what contains these guys you see here. So I'm going to come to the mail component, and how do I locate it? That's the question. So if you highlight the mail component and you go up, you will discover that this is it right here, and it's just in the components/mail. So that's what is sitting right here. So this is mail component and mail.tsx. Are you seeing? So make sure you open that. Now when you do open that, yes, if you scroll down, you will start to see, hold on, so if you scroll down, you start to see some things that are common to this page. So for example, we have inbox, we have draft. If you come to this Shadcn, you see we have inbox and draft. So what that means is that we are actually on the repository for this guy. So but there's one more thing. If you hold on, okay, so on this page, before we have this inbox, we have this nav component. So this nav component, right, is a component that is also being imported, and this is it right here, nav.tsx. Because if you go up to look for the nav component, so this is it, look at it, it's component and nav, which is this guy, and then nav. So I'm also going to open this guy up, and by opening this once, we should have everything we need. So first off is I'm going to come here to my admin navbar, this folder, and then I'll just create a new file which I will call nav.jsx rather. We're not using TypeScript, so nav.jsx, and then hit enter on that. So we have at least RFC. So we have the two components we need. So let's do the nav first. So for that, I'm going to come back here. So this is the nav component, and I think I'll just copy everything we have here. So Control A and then Control C, and then I'm just going to come here, and then I'll slot in, I'll just what's it called, paste it in here. But there's a lot of correction we need to make. So for that, I'll expand this guy, and then I'll just go up. So from the top to bottom, we're going to make some corrections. All right. So first off, link, we have link. Lucid icons comes pre-installed with React, I think, but we can be sure by, searching it. And to search it, you just need to go to your package.json, which is right here, and you say, okay, Lucid React, it's there. So I was right. So let's come back. So we have this button variant, which is coming from UI buttons, but we're going to rename this guy because we have it installed in a different directory. So for that, we'll just change this one to @components. So I'll delete this guy and I'll say @components. Sorry, so /components, and then like that. Then tooltip. I'm not sure we've installed tooltip. So for that, we have to go to Shadcn. This time you need to be inside the components to look for the tooltip component. So where is it? Tooltip. So this is it at the end, and then you need to install tooltip. So npm install tooltip, come here, let's open our terminal and paste it in. So that's it, hit enter, and it's just going to install that for us, just to be sure, because I'm not seeing anything. Okay, I'm not quite sure it has installed. You know what, let me just press Ctrl C. I'm not sure if it has installed. Okay, let me just confirm first. So I will just go to this is components and UI. It's supposed to be inside the UI. Do we have any tooltip here? We don't. So it has not installed. So let's come here and do that again. Okay, so it's telling us that we had an error connecting to Shadcn, blah blah blah. So let me just on my VPN and try to install it again. So I put on my VPN and I'm installing the tooltip. Okay, so it's done. So now that we have that in place, all we just need to do is for this tooltip, we just need to also replace this with @ / components. All right. Then for this navbar props, this is TypeScript, so I'm just going to remove it. Then I'm also going to remove the interface here. Okay, so there are two things we have: the links and the is collapsed, and this is going to come from wherever you use this component. You're going to assign it these two props. So but what we're going to do is, you see this div here, we're going to surround everything with the tooltip provider, which is okay. For some reason we're not having the tooltip provider. Oh, okay, so there's something we need to bring in, and that is the tooltip provider. Okay, I think I need to install that, or maybe they've changed the way they built the package. I'm not exactly very sure. All right, maybe I'm not going to just get ahead of myself concerning the whole tooltip provider thing. I'll just leave it as is, because we're still going to make some changes to this file as well. But for now, let me just save it and we're going to come back to it. So next, we need to work on this admin navbar. So we already created this admin navbar component. So let me show you how we're going to populate it. So we're going to come here to our code here. And if you go to this mail, you'll see here, you'll see where we have the, let me show you, hold on. Okay, so you see where we have this nav, and then it now has these links inside of it. So what we are going to do is, let's get the nav. So I'll come here and I'll just grab this nav. I don't know where it ends. Maybe I should look for where it ends first and just copy it from under. So it ends here. So what that means is that I'll just grab it up to the top where it starts. Yeah, so this one, I'll copy it, and then I'm just going to come here inside this div, and I'll come down and just slot it in. All right, now you notice that of course as is different. So let me show you, let me remind you what as contains. So as is like dashboard, category, and all of that. So it has the icon and the text. Then of course there's also the link that's not there right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to change this. So this is title label. We don't need this label. What we need is the href. So we're going to change this to href. So this href is now going to be the link where we want this particular. When you click on this guy, where does it go? So here I'll just say /admin, and then I'll change this to admin. Do you see? So we have the title, we have the href, we have the icon. Now this icon, we don't want it to be inbox, we want it to be something else. So let me actually just bring in the icons that I have. Let me show you where the icons are from, by the way. So I'll come back here and then I'll scroll to the top to show you where the icons are from. Okay, so the icons we use here, they are from Lucid React. All right, so if you copy this guy and you can just import it into the top of your application, like so, Lucid React, And you know what I'm going to do before I even change this guy up? Maybe what I'll do is I'll just allow it to be the way it was before. So I'll copy this guy and then I'll just put it back here, and then I'll just say maybe 268 or whatever the number was there before. So now I can go ahead and save. And am I going to have any error? I'm not sure. Is there any other thing I need to import? Okay, nav. I've not imported nav. So ./nav, save that. And I think we should be able to see. Okay, so there's just one state that, let me show you the error. There's just this state is collapse state that we did not account for when we imported it. So if you come here inside of our admin navbar, you see this is collapse, right? So I'm just going to come here and bring in that state. So is collapsed and set is collapsed. So for us to have this state, we need to make this a client component. So first off, let's make this a use client. So tap that, and then let's make sure we import use state. So import use state, and I think that's it. I think that's like the only thing that we need to change. But let's just save and see. Fresh. Okay, so as you can see here, what we have is we just have this admin menu, and it's not looking nice like what we have in the finished project. So let me show you. It's nothing like this. There is no this button to collapse it and all of that. It's just looking bland. So let me just change this guy to light mode so that we can see what it looks like. So this is what it looks like on light mode. All right, so now we just need to modify a few things, but first I need to show you where we are getting the icons. So if you search for Lucid React icons, you should be able to see where, what's this? Just show me what I searched for, bro. So if you search for Lucid React icons, you should be able to see this is where we have all the Lucid React icons. I'm not too sure. Let me just open this one up and see. Okay, so if you say view all icons, it will just show you all the icons. So you can just select any one, right? So but I just wanted to show you where we get the Lucid React icons. So I'm just going to show you, I'm just going to import the icons I want to use, okay, so that it's just going to save me some time. So what I'll do is I'll just replace these icons with the ones I'm using, and I'm not using all, but I'm using some of them because I changed some. Then I would also replace these links to what I have in the finished project. So this label would have changed to href or something like that. Yeah, href. So let me just bring in the links. Aha, so I have that. So I'll just highlight this link. You know what, let me collapse it and delete it. So these links, and then I'll paste in my own. So this is my own links. Remove this one, and as you can see, we basically just have, so same title, but we change the label to href. So this is /admin. This is the link where it will go to. Then we now have the icon and then the variant. So the variant has been changed to ghost all through. All right, so this is my own links, and then I'm just going to go ahead and save. If I save now, it will throw an error, because I think it should throw an error because, oh, it did not throw an error. Okay, but the links are not going to work. The links are not going to work yet because we've not, you know, accounted for them. So let's come to the navbar. This is where we're now going to account for the links and make our changes. So in the nav.js components, there are a few things we want to do. So one of them is we want to bring in the use path name hook. So here I'm just going to say use path name, and then okay, so then we now have to define the path name. So if I come to this line, I'll just say path name is equal to use path name, and we're doing this so that we can know what URL we are on or what page we are on, and with that we can set the active page. So because currently everything is just what's it called, everything just has the same style, but if we're able to know which page we're on, we can now set that, you know, set the style to be different. Okay, so let's proceed. So let's come to this place where we map through the links, and remember the links is coming from this guy, links. So here we map through the links, and we have a link. We surrounded it with this link tag, each children, and we're not going anywhere with that. So here, this is where we can now come and say that we want to go to the link.href. So this link, single link.href, which is exactly what we have here, this property, href property. So but that way you can now navigate to each page. But since we don't have any other page, let us just continue. So but if you save that and you come here, if you put your mouse on, hold on, it needs to reload. I don't think it has reloaded though. I don't think it has reloaded. Okay, let me just reload the page by myself. Okay, so now that the page has reloaded, I'm still getting the hash instead of having the link. Hold on, let's check it again. Okay, so and I think that's because this is not the only link we have. So because this one is checking for if the link is collapsed. So we also need to come to the else part, which checks for whether the link is not collapsed, and we need to add the href here as well. So this is now going to be also link.href. So that's what we missed. Okay, so if you come here and you put, so now we're able to get, if you look at the bottom, this pointer, if you look at this pointer, you see we're able to get the link. Of course, if you click on it, it will say 404 because we've not created those pages. The only way you can, if you create those pages, definitely you'll be able to land on them. So now that we have that in place, let's now go ahead and style it such that it now looks something like this. All right, so I'm going to come here, or we're going to do it from the top, and I think I should break this video into two so that I will know that, okay, in this one I'm styling the in the next video I'm styling this place, this navbar. So we're going to start from the top here, and then we're just going to work our way through down. All right, I'll see you in the next one then. So in the part 2 of this navbar video, we're going to, this is what we want to achieve, right? So from like this, and then when it's on dark mode, this is what it looks like. So that's what we're going to build. So we're going to start from the top, like I said. So I'll come to the admin navbar, admin navbar page, and first off, we need to have a way to identify when it's in this small, when it's small and when it's large. So we need to be able to get the mobile width. All right, so I am going to come here, and okay, so after this collapse, I'm going to come here and say const. I'll create a variable called only width, and that's going to be equal to, we're going to now use a, what's it called, a hook called use window width, use window. I'm expecting autocorrect to help me. Okay, so use window width, that's it, autocomplete rather. So here I will now create another one which I'll call mobile width. So mobile width, I don't think okay, so now I'm saying that the mobile width is when this width is less than 768 pixels. All right, now let's also create a function to toggle the sidebar, because remember here we have, when we click here, it reduces the width. So we're going to create a function to toggle the sidebar. So I'll say function toggle sidebar, and let's just do it like this. And basically we want to set is collapsed, hold on, we want to set is collapsed to the opposite of what it is. All right, so those are the functions we need. Now we need to have this button here that's just going to have this icon inside of it. So here, after this div, which I've not given this some styles, let me give this div some styles. So I'll say class name. Now if you look at this div, you discover that the background is dark blue, or this dark background, as against this one that doesn't have a background. So let me take this one back to light mode. It doesn't have a background. So what we're going to do now is I will say, I'll give it a, first of all, I'll give it a position of relative because I'm going to position that button. So I'll say relative, then let's give it a background. So here, no, first let's give it a mean width. So I'll say mean width, and I'll just give it a mean width of 80 pixels. So dash 80 pixels. No, not 90, but 80 px. All right, now we can go ahead and give it, let's say, some padding on x-axis to 4. Let's say padding on the bottom, so pb, and set that to 10. Then I think we're also going to need some padding on the top, so padding top of 24. Because if you look at the finished project, you see here that at the top we push this one down a bit so that we can have this guy. Then what else do we need? We say, so now let's go ahead and set the background. So the background hyphen color, and we're going to set it to color dark, so dark. Now this background color dark is going to be when it's in light mode. Now I also want us to specify when it's in dark mode. So for the dark mode, I will say BG, and I'll just use my yellow and 500. So go ahead and save, and let's see what we've done so far. We should have oh, okay, I didn't import this guy. I'm really sorry about that. So I need to import this one. I don't know if I can auto import it, but so I'm just going to copy it and slot it in here like so. So this is me importing the use window width. I think, I'm not sure if I need to import this one, but let me just save and see if I need to install this React hook window size. Okay, so I definitely need to install the React hook window size. So what we're just going to do is I'll just copy this React hook window size just as it is. I'll copy it, and then I'm just going to open my terminal and say npm install React hook window size, and then I'll hit enter. It's just going to install that one very sharply, so we can continue. So if you come to the page, you see that it has installed, everything is showing. Aha, so at least we're getting close to what we want to achieve. Now let's put this button. There's a button we put here, and when you click on that button, it should reduce the width. So here I'm going to come back here, and just after we have this div, I'm going to put a button. So let's say button, not like so, but button. Aha, so now inside this button we want to put an icon. Now you can use any icon, but since in this navbar we've been using the Lucid React icons, I'm just going to bring in one of those icons. I'm not sure. I think the name of the icon is chevron right. Yes, that's the name of the icon. So let me check if I already have it here. Okay, so this is it right here, chevron right. So you just need to copy this icon. I already imported it, so, and slot it in. So chevron right, escape. I don't want it to have any class, so just, so it's this button now that will now give some class and some properties. So first off, I'll come down here and I'll give this button an onClick property. So onClick is going to be toggle sidebar. The variant is going to be secondary. Okay, the variant, let's change this variant to secondary. Then the class name on the button. Okay, now the thing is, this button itself, let me put it inside a div so that I can position the div the way I want. So here I'll say dots. I'll tap that. Hold on. I'll tap that and surround it around the button. So now this button, instead of saying absolute and blah blah blah, I'm just going to remove, or let me say Control X. I'll just give the button a class name of rounded and full. So that will make the button a circle, and then I'll just say padding of 2. So instead of doing the whole absolute positioning on the button, I'll do it on this div. So put the absolute here and say that from top I want it to be 7 from the top, and the right I want it to be, so we're going to come here and say from the right we want it to be minus 20 pixels px. Do you see? So just by doing this, we should be able to save. Okay, let me format it first so that it's then save, and now we should be able to see a button here. Okay, so I forgot to import this one. Component, save. Come back here. We should see our, what's going on here? Okay, aha. So you see we have this button here, but the rounded full is not taking effect because it's like looking like what will I say? It's looking like a square. So maybe we need to, I'm not sure what I need to do. Rounded hyphen full, padding of 2. Oh. Okay. Okay, I think the issue is we need to, I'll just leave it like this. But I think the issue is we need to give the button a width and a, oh, okay, I didn't spell the rounded correctly. So I wanted to give the button a width and a height, but I just realized I didn't spell it correctly. So see, so this is a lot better. It's here, and if we click on it, you say tooltip must be used within tooltip provider. This was what I was saying. Tooltip must be used within tooltip provider. So what we need to do is, you see this nav, all this tooltip we're using, we need to wrap it around with a component called tooltip provider. So let me just show you. Tooltip provider. In fact, let me just bring it in so that I save some time. So like something like this, Control C, and then tooltip provider. So let's put a closing tag, and like so. The only problem now is that we've not installed this tooltip provider, but let me just wrap it around from top to bottom. So if I come here, I'll just wrap this one, Control V. Then I will now import tooltip provider. So, but where are we going to import this tooltip provider from? So I'm not sure if it comes from this one, but no, it's not coming from. Okay, let me just import it from tooltip. But I'll need to check this tooltip to be sure that we have tooltip provider there. So let me say Control P and say tooltip, and just make sure, do we have tooltip provider? Aha, so we have tooltip provider here. So it means we can use that. So now, okay, so it has refreshed. So now that we have this, if you click on this guy, you'll see that it will collapse this guy, and then when you put it, it will just show you, and like so, so it works. So the only thing we need to do now is we need to, change the color of the links, because currently it's blue, but we need to set it to white. And when it's on dark mode, hold on, when it's on dark mode, we also need to set it to something else. I think we set it to, let me see. Okay, so we set it to dark because the background color was set to yellow. So that's those are the things we just need to do before we round up. So let's go back to light. So for us to do this though, we need to now come inside of the so inside of the nav itself. Now I'm going to need to look for exactly where it is. So this first link here, so you see here we set the link variant. Hold on. So this button variant, right? Let us do it like this. Maybe I'll just put it in a new line so that we have a lot of space, or even expand it completely. So you see this button variant, we just set it to link.variant. But if you check our link, hold on, if you check the link, you see that we have the variant of ghost. So what we are going to do now is, we are not just going to give everything this variant of ghost. We are going to say something like, let me do like this, I'll remove this. So we are going to say that if the link.href, now link.href is the link we're getting here. So for example, /admin, if it's equal to the path name. Now the path name is the page you are on currently, because if you're on any page and you use the path name, it will just give you that path name. So basically we are saying that if a link is active, then we now want to make it default, else we want to make it ghost. So I just added this conditional logic, and I think I'll just put this one in a new line so you can see it very well. So look at it. I say if the link.href is equal to path name, in other words, if you are on a particular page, make the link or this button to be default, which is blue, else make it to be ghost, which is colorless. So that's what you see here. For example, if I come here, you see that this one is blue, meanwhile the background of these other ones are colorless until you put your mouse on it. So that's basically what we just did here. Let me go back to light mode. All right, so but we also need to do the same thing. So I'll copy this variant. We also need to do the same thing in the else part of this statement here. So because you know, one is for collapsed and one is for not collapsed. So let me show you. This is if it is collapsed. So we need to do for if it is not collapsed, which is this else part. So here I'm just going to come and look for the variant. So this is the variant. I'll come down here, expand this guy so we can see thoroughly. Okay, I think this is the variant. This is where it ends. So let me just bring this one here, and then I'm just going to replace this variant. Wait, let me be sure before I go and make mistake. No, we're not replacing the size. I'm sorry. So we just need to replace this variant and paste that thing we copied here. So I said if the variant, if same thing we did up, no need for me to repeat myself, I think. So now that we've done that, I'm just going to go ahead and save, and let's see the changes that we're going to get. So you see, now we now have this blue, which is the default, and then the other ones are just ghost, which is transparent. So the next thing we need to do is that for these other ones, we need to change the text to white instead of this regular blue. I don't even know where I've forgotten where I changed the text, but I just need to check. So if you come here, dark text white, text muted. I just need to look for it, and let me not waste your time. Let me just look exactly where it is. So I think I figured out where we can add the text color. So in this else part of this thing, that's when it's not collapsed, we can just, after this link variants blah 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 and these styles, we can just come here and just add our color. So I'll just say text dash color white, color hyphen white, and that's from my own color. So that should change. Okay, great. So you see it has changed everything to white, so that works. But let's check it in dark mode. So dark, aha, so that has also changed everything to dark when we have this yellow background. So I think that's it for the sidebar, and so far there's no other thing no extra thing I want to add. So in the next video now, we're now going to start populating each page in this guys here in the admin. So that's about it. I'll see you in the next one then. All right, welcome back, guys. Now we've been able to build out the layout for our dashboard, but I think there's one thing that is important, and that is to build out the loader component such that when we navigate between pages, where we get to see a progress bar and a loading indicator, so that we know that something is happening. The way it is now, it's not good, because if you click on, let's say, profile page, for example, okay, I've loaded the profile page previously, so that's why it's instant. But it's a situation where you've not loaded that page and that page needs to load, like I just clicked on the login on the home page, you need to have a progress indicator so that the user knows that something is happening in the background. So for us to do that, you come to your Google search and search for NextJS progress bar. That's what you're searching for. Now if you open this guy, it's going to come here, and you just have to copy this command. So when you copy this installation command, you can now come to your terminal and paste it in, and then hit enter. It's going to install the progress bar, and so it's installed. So now what I want us to do is at the inside of our app folder. So this is the app folder. Let me collapse all this one. So inside of this app folder, you want to create a new file and say progress bar provider. Progress bar provider. .jsx.js, sorry, just JS. All right, so now it's inside this progress bar provider that we're now going to implement our progress bar. So here, first off, let's see. So you need to import this one. This is in the app directory. I'm showing you, I could have just done it, but I want to show you how I arrive at it. So when you import that, you can now go ahead and, in fact, you just copy everything we have here. Everything we have here, just copy it. I'm looking at it. Okay, just copy everything we have here, and then we're just going to modify. So I'll just say Ctrl A, Ctrl V. All right, so now let's modify it a bit. So first off, we need to make this a client component. So here I'll say use client, then import progress pages progress bar. No, this is not pages. It's not pages we want, is app. So sorry for that. Let me look for the one I need. Okay, so this is what we need here. This is the app directory approach. So I just forgot to look at it very well before copying it. So make sure you just copy it, and then I'm just going to highlight everything except my use client and paste it in. Aha. So now app progress bar, and I don't think there's anything we need to change except that I want to change the color, because I don't want my loader to be that yellow color. So I'll just say hash 00 and I'll say 7b. Is it 7b? Yeah, 7b and ff. So that's some kind of blue color. So this is what I prefer, and that's it. Nothing more except that this body tag, I'm going to change the body tag. So let's remove this HTML, right? And then I'll also remove the body tag. So remove the body tag. Aha. So format. Yeah, so this is what we want. The reason is because we already have the body tag. You don't want to have two body tags or two HTML tag. We already have the body tag in our layout. So that's why I'm just, removing it and just having this guy. So I think this is it. This is what we need to do. I'm just trying to, so we want to show the spinner, show spinner to true. True. Is there any other thing? Yeah, so nothing more. All right, so now I'm going to go ahead and save this file, and then I'll now come to my layout file, which apparently I can't find here, but I need to, hold on. Okay, I think this should be our layout file. No, not this one. So let's go to our layout file. It should be in the same level as the progress bar. So this layout file inside of the app. Now we just need to wrap everything here. So this theme provider, immediately after this theme provider, you want to wrap, you want to bring in your progress bar provider. So tap that and then just wrap it. So don't forget to import the progress bar provider, by the way. Okay, so I am not seeing progress bar provider. So let me look at it again and make sure. Oh, this is root layout. I'm sorry, I did not rename it. So I'm going to rename it to progress bar provider. Let me copy it here and then just slot it here. Paste that in. Aha. Now I can import it. So if I come here and say progress bar provider, it has imported, and then I can go ahead and save the layout. Now let's come to our application to test. So I'm going to try to go to my profile, and as you can see, there was that spinner. Now that spinner was very brief because the profile page was already loaded before, but the most important thing is that we have that spinner now. All right, so in the next video, we're now going to start working on the pages here in the dashboard. So I'll see you in the next one then. All right, so now we're going to start by creating the category, and that is because for us to create a post, right, we need to have that category so that it can add a category to each post. So what I'm going to do is I will come here, I'll come here and I'll go to the admin. So let me close all of this, and then I'll go inside the app folder. So app and admin. Inside of the admin, I'll create a folder which I'll call category. Aha. So inside of category now, let's create the page.jsx. So hit enter on that. RFC Aha, so we should have that. If you save that and you come to this project, you see here, this link is going to /admin/category, which is exactly what we have here. So /admin, and then if you open admin, this is a sub page that says category. So if you click here, we should be able to see, hold on, we should be able to see just that page. So it's white right now, but don't worry, we're going to fix that. So I'm going to come back here, and inside of this guy, this is what we want to achieve. This one is taking so much time to load. Wow. So what we are going to do now is we're going to create 2 extra components. So I will come, okay, so I'll go to my components folder and the admin. So inside of this admin, let's create another folder which I'll call category, and then we'll now create 2 files. So the first one will be create category.jsx, and the other one will be list category.jsx. So list category.jsx. Of course, you just by the nomenclature alone, I'm sure you know what each of them is going to do. So rfc here, save that, and then also rfc here, tab, and save that as well. So now we're now going to come inside this page, and then we're going to lay out the page. We're going to structure the page properly. So first off, inside of my page here, I'm going to give this div a background color. So let's say first class name of, and then we'll now say bg dash color hyphen gray, rey. Okay, then I'll now put another div, and wait, do I really need another div? Okay, so we're gonna have another div. Oh, I was mixing this thing up. So let's create another div with the class of flex. I'll tab that, and I'll also say flex hyphen between tween. So since I'm doing flex between, I think I can just remove this one and just have flex between. So inside here, we're gonna add the page title. So like so, page title, and then we're just going to give this one a title of, so title of category. Yeah, then we are now going to now bring in the create category component. So that's the first. Then below this guy, now let's add a separator, import it. This separator is going to have a class name. So basically we just want to define the color of the separator stuff. So first one, I'll just say margin on the top and bottom of 4. Then we're now going to give it a border hyphen bottom hyphen 2 pixels, so 2 px. Then I will now give it a border color, hold on, so space border hyphen, the color is going to be color light blue, so color hyphen light blue. Now this color light blue is one of the colors I created, right, specifically for this purpose. All right, so now after this guy, I'm now going to reference the list category component. So list category, and like so. So if you go ahead and save this guy, we should be able to see yeah, so this is category and this is list category. This doesn't quite make sense that we have this thing as white. So there's probably somewhere I need to adjust the color. Let me just look at it again. Somewhere I need to adjust the color because it's supposed to be black initially, especially when we're in light mode. So let me look at it one more time. So I think we should just check the layout for this admin. So the admin, and the admin has its own layout page. So if you open that, you should be able to see this is the layout page. And okay, we said text white. I think this is where we had the problem. So I'm just going to save and let's see. Okay, so just by removing that text white, we now have this text set to dark. So let me change it to dark mode, and you see automatically it changes to light. So that was the problem actually. where we set the text to white in the layout inside of the admin page, the admin layout.jsx file. So that's about it for this one. At least we've created the layout for the category page. So in the next video, we're going to start with this create category function. I'll see you in the next one then. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and create the category. So to create a category, we need to structure our page such that when you click on this button, it brings up this modal, and then with the modal you can create a category. So for example, if I click test and say create category, it's going to create that category, automatically close the modal, and add that category to this page. So you see it's automatically added here. Of course, I don't want that, so I'm just going to delete the category. So delete, so you can see all the functionalities here. Now let's come back here. Before we create a category though, we need to have a category model. So model is like that user model we created to interact with MongoDB. So let's come here and go to the model folder which we created outside, and then we're just going to create the category model. So I'll create a new file and say category model.js. Now, honestly speaking, the category model, the structure for a model is very similar, so we don't have to like create everything from scratch. So what I'll just do is I'll just copy this user model, come to my category model and paste it in, and then I'll just modify. So let's remove all these extra properties and just leave the first one, which is name. I'll delete that. Timestamp is going to be set. We're now going to change this to category schema. So this and this will change to category schema. What else? So here we're going to change this to category. So one, I'll highlight this as well as this, and then I'll just delete it and change it to category. All right, so is there any other thing we need? Mongoose.model category schema, then we are exporting the category. Okay, yeah, so category. So by and large, this is what our category should look like, except but we're just going to add a little bit of modification. So for this category name now, we're going to say that we want it to be unique. So I'll say unique, UNI. I thought it was going to autocomplete for me. So I'll set the unique to true. I've set it to be required. Then I will set the mean length. So mean length. So this is just validation on MongoDB. I'll set that to 2. So it must have at least 2 characters. Then I'll say 2 short category name. No, I'll say 2 short category name must be at least 2 characters long. Then I'll now say max length. So let me just duplicate this one. Max length. Sorry. This one. Max length, and then I'll say category name must not be more than. So here we're just going to say 32, and here I'll say 32. So this is just some sort of validation on MongoDB to, you know, decide how we want to, the kind of data we want to accept or reject. Then if you even want to take this to this required to, let's just leave it like this. Then another thing, we're going to have a slug for each category. So the slug is going to be a type of string. So here I'll say type string is going to be required. Well, we're not going to say required. It's going to be unique. We're not going to say required because we're going to build the slug ourselves. So I'll just say it's going to be unique. It's going to be lowercase, and then I'll say index, and I'll set that to true. So we'll set the timestamp and everything is set. So I'll just go ahead and save. So what this means is that we are done with the category model. So in the next video, we can now start building out the components to create this model component. We'll start building it in the next video. All right, I'll see you in the next one then. So we're going to start building this guy, and let's start building the model. So for us to build the model, I'm going to come to Shadcn, and we're going to use this guy called an alert dialog. So this is what it looks like. If you click on it, it opens the model, and I'll just click cancel. So we want to first install it. I don't think we've installed it before. So npm, or I can just check. So it should be, if we've installed it before, it will be inside our UI. But really, I don't think we've installed it. So components, UI, we haven't. So let's bring up our terminal. I'll paste that in and hit enter, and it should install. And I think it hasn't. I'm not sure. Has it? No, it hasn't installed, but it's installing. Good. So now that we've installed it, what I'm going to do is I'll create a reusable component, which I'll call action model, so that I can use it like in multiple places. So first off, let's go to our widgets. So widgets, where are you? Okay, that's why I don't like opening too many things. So this is a widget. So inside of this widget, I'll create a file which I'll call action model.jsx and hit enter. So RFC will create the action model, and then we're just seeing, and we're just going to copy this one. No, I'm going to go to the code. Okay, I think we can actually copy everything so that we don't have to. So we'll just copy everything, come here and slot it in like this. Then I will now change this to action model. Action model. All right. So now we need to have some props, because this action model, we said we want it to be a reusable component. So we need to have some props. But I think maybe what I'll do first is I will just, hold on, I'll just show you what it looks like on the page. So I would do like this, and then I'll come to the category model. So inside of the not category model, the category, create category. So inside of this create category, I would slot in the action model. So here I would put it inside this div so that it just has something. Action model. So let's make it a component, like so. Aha, so now we can import it from action model. So if you save that and you come here, we should be able to see, aha, so it says show dialog. So we're going to make a lot of changes. Okay, so now if I click it, it shows me this, you are blah 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 and all of that. So I'm just going to click on cancel. So let's go now and modify the component. Remember, we're building this action model as a reusable component in such a way that it can be reused in multiple places. So let's start first with this trigger, show dialog trigger. We don't want it to be show dialog, we want it to be whatever we want. So that's going to be something that is determined by a prop. So I'm just going to come here, and then I'll just have my curly braces, and then I'll come here. So first off, let's just list out the props. So first I'll say children prop, and then we're going to now have the trigger. Don't worry, you'll see where all this come together. Then we'll now have a title, then we're going to have a description. So I'll just shorten it to this, and then I'll have a button text. I'll have a on click, then I'll have open and show set open. So these are the props that I'm going to need for this to become reusable. So let's now come down here, and so for this we're gonna have this button, and this is the trigger. This is what makes the model open, this show dialog. So instead of saying show dialog here, I'm going to come here and say, hold on, I'll say trigger. So that's trigger. So this will now be, you see, it has highlighted this prop. So then the variant of this button will be, I'm not sure what I used. I think I used primary. Let me just be sure so that I'm on the same page. Oh, okay. You know what? I'm not going to use a button. So instead of using a button, because it can be anything, I'm just going to come inside this guy and just say trigger. Trigger. Yeah. So that's a better way. So now whatever we want, we can put a button, we can put a text, anything is going to be the trigger. All right. So that's out of the way. So what else are we doing here? Action. This is the title. So we're going to remove this title here. And so if you look at it, when we open this mod, sorry, let me go to the finished project. When we open the modal, you see here we have a title and then some text, like description kind of. So the way we are going to achieve this is here inside this action dialog title, we're going to reference the title. So here I'll just say title. And then inside this description here, I'll remove this one and then I'll say description. DESC. Good. So we're making progress. Now, if you look at, okay, hold on. If you look at this guy, you discover that we have this form inside it. This form is going to represent the children. So what I'm going to do, in between the header and the footer, this dialog header and dialog footer, I will just put the children. All right. Then so for the cancel button, we're just going to leave it as cancel. Then this one, this action dialog action, this one says continue. I'm going to maybe just come down here and then I'll just have this guy. I'll say, first of all, if we have a button text, btn text, then I'll now say and. So I'll come here and just open this guy up and like this. That is when I will now put this action dialog action, this one. I'll say if we have a button text as a prop, then show the dialog action button. Now, this dialog action, this alert dialog action is going to now be where we'll now add the on click. So on click, and that's also going to be set to on click. Then last but not the least, we'll now put the button text inside here. So button text. All right. So we've gone from top to bottom and we've added all the props. So if you come here, you'll see that the only thing that is missing is open and set open. So for this open and set open, we're going to put it at the very alert dialog, this one. So I'll say open is equal to open, no. Then I'll say on open change is equal to set open. So this is how it's supposed to be. And all of this is located in the Shadcn documentation. So now that we have done this thing like this, I'll now save this guy and then I'll now come to create category and then add all the props. So let's start by adding all the props in the create category. So here I'll start with the title. So what will I make the title of this guy? It's already giving me this thing. I'll say create category. Description is going to be create new category. Button text will be create. On click, okay, on click is just doing console.log, which I think is fine for now. Then we've not added the trigger. So let me add the trigger. So I'll come here and say trigger. And okay, so that. So for now, I'll just set it to be a button. So let me just do like this and say, I'm thinking of a way to do it. Let me just put the button inside. So I'll just say button. I'll tap that. Hold on. So button, I hope it's okay. Good. Now this button is now going to say create. Then here I would give it a variant of not outline but default, so blue. What else? I think that's it. So that's the trigger. Then is there any other thing? So open and set open. So for us to do that, I'm going to create a variable here. I'll say const, and then I'll say open, add a comma. Okay, set open, and then let's just make sure we import use state. So import use state from React, make this a client component so that it doesn't throw an error. So here I'll just say use client. So now inside of this guy, now I'll now come here and say open is equal to open, set open is equal to set open. I think this is it. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 props. Let me make sure we have just that. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So we've not added the children prop. So for us to add the children prop, what that means is that we need to make this action modal to have a closing tag. So I'll say action modal, then the children will now be anything that goes in between this opening and closing tag. So maybe I'll just make it simple and just say h2. So let's say h2 and say this is an action. So save, and then let's come here and test. So if I come here, cancel, so you see it has reloaded. Now I'll click create, and as you can see, it says create category, create new category, and then this is an action. Then you can cancel it, or you can click create, which is going to log something to the console. I think that's what we said we wanted to do, so clicked. So what that means is that we've been able to create this action modal. So in the next video, we will now start using this action modal, or we'll now start adding the form to this action modal, such that we can create a new category. I'll see you in the next one then. So let's start to write the function to create a category, and we need to bring in this input form, and this input form is also validated. So you see we have, at least we must enter something before you can submit. So, and that is one of the things we did with Shadcn before. So let's just go ahead and go to Shadcn, click on form. We've already installed form really, so all we just need to do is to just use I'm looking for the form, the complete stuff. Okay, I think this one will work since it's an input. Yeah, this one will work. So basically I will just start by importing these guys. Okay, and maybe everything. Let's import everything we need once and for all. So I'll import these guys, Ctrl C, and I'll come here and paste it inside my create. So just come and paste it at the top. Now we've already imported button, so we don't need to import it again. Yes. Then I can collapse this one. Okay. So I'll now come here and get the form schema. So I'll copy that, and then I'll just put it below. It doesn't have to be inside the component. So form schema, and we're going to change this to name. And we're going to set it to be at least 3 characters. So here, at least 3 characters. We'll change this to name must be at least 3 characters. So that's this is the validation schema. All right, so let's come back here, and we're just going to grab this form. So I'll highlight the form and just come down to where it ends and copy it. All right, then I would slot it inside of the modal. So the form is now going to be the children inside this modal. So I'll remove this one and then bring in the form. Let us make sure we format it. So format it, and let's modify. So here, I've not created the form variable. Hold on. So here, okay, I think we missed the form variable. That's because it was not actually created. So let's see let's see if there is one that creates it. Wow, I can't see the form variable, so I don't know. Okay, this is it, form. This is it right here. So I'm just going to copy this form variable like so, Control C, and even the onSubmit, I didn't bring that in. So before we do that, let's just bring in the form, and we're going to remove this TypeScript validation thing, and then we're just going to change this to name. Aha. Then we're now going to bring in, last but not the least, the onSubmit. So in the onSubmit, I think it ends here. In the onSubmit, we just want to log that thing to the console. So here, I would paste it in. Aha, so this works, except we're going to remove the z.infer. And yeah, so this is it. So now if you come inside here, we just need to change. So this will say the form label, the form name rather will say name. Form label will say category. So that's category. It should actually say name. Let's just see what I did in the, so it says category name. Let me cancel it and do it again. So category name. So let's just do the same thing. Category name. Input will say name. Any other thing, form description can go. Then the form button, I'll give it a class name of, okay, it doesn't need a class name. We'll say submit. Is it what it said? Create category. Okay, so it's going to say create category. Then I will now give it a class name of, and that's going to be with full. Aha, so let's go ahead and save, and let's see the project we're working on. So if I click on create, aha, so it says category name, and then we have the input, and then last but not the least, we have the create button. So basically we've been able to create the form inside of this guy. So but this form is not doing anything. Well, not necessarily. Let me just add something, test, and let me open my console and see if it logs that to the console. So create. So you see we have test here, and that is what this onSubmit function is doing. This one is just logging the values. So what we're going to do now is we're now going to create the server action, which will now handle the HTTP request to actually create a category and save it inside of MongoDB. And we're going to do that in the next video. All right, so now let's work on the server action or the API request to create what you call the category and save to MongoDB. So but there's one thing I noticed here. We have create category button, but we also have create here. So to rectify that, in our action modal, all you just need to do is remove this button text. If you just remove this button text, because in the modal itself we said that we were conditionally going to display this alert dialog action button if we have a button text. So what that means is that if we don't have a button text, that button will not be displayed. So if I come here and I save and come back to this guy, you see that we just have this cancel button. So this create category button is going to be our primary action button from now henceforth. So that's just one thing I wanted to clarify. So if I click cancel, it hides that. So what we're going to do now is inside of our actions folder, we have this user actions, yes, which I'm going to open. Then we're going to create a category actions, category actions.js file, and it's going to be very similar to what we did in the user actions. So first off, we're going to need these two guys. So Control C, we're going to need to, so use server, we're going to import MongoDB. Then we're going to need, okay, we don't need this get error, we've already created it once. So we're going to need something like this. Hold on, I'll copy this guy, I'll just come here come down and slot it in, and then just open it up. So this now is going to say create. I'll just shorten it to cat. All right. Or if you just want to go all the way, you can just say create category. But I like to shorten it to cat. So create cat, and we have a form data. So just like we did before, we're going to do a try catch block. So try. No, I don't want you to do everything for me. Just do me the try catch block. Okay. So we've done a try catch block. In our catch block, it's going to be very similar to what we did in the user action. So in our user actions, if you scroll down to where we create the user, I'm just going to copy this returns error statement. So I'll just copy this guy, and then I'm just going to come and slot it inside of, and then don't forget to import this get error message. It's in the user actions. So just by doing this, we've set up the basic structure for each of our actions. So now let's go ahead and create a category. So first off, inside of this form data, we need to get out the name property. So name property, then I'll now do some validation by saying that if there is no name property, then I want to return, please add a category name. So definitely I'm not just going to say all fields are required. I'll be specific and say, please, and be polite also, add a category name. All right. So, but what if there is, what's it called? We have a category name. So if we have a category name, this is where I'll now go ahead and connect to MongoDB. So I'll say await and connect MongoDB. All right. Now we've connected to MongoDB. What next? So if I connect to MongoDB, one thing I want is that I don't want to create the same category name. I don't want to create two categories that have the same name. All right. So I'll come here and create a variable const, and that variable will be category exist. Just like when we don't want two users to have the same maybe email or username, is the same thing. So I'll say category exist, and I'll now say await category dot find one and find their category by the name. So I'll do that. So I need to import this category model. So make sure you import it from your models. So that's it right here. So, but what if a category exists? Then I'll say, hold on. I'll say if category exists, then I want to return an error that says category name already exists. So, but if you go to the category model, you will discover something. We have the category name and the category slug. So what we want to do is you want to make sure that there is no two category with the same name or the same slug. So we're not just going to check for the name of the category. So here I'm just going to duplicate this one, right? And then I'll change this to slug exist. So slug exist, and this is going to be category.find one. This time we want to find the category by the slug. So slug. Now, when I say slug, what does that mean? So for example, if somebody adds a category name that is web development, the slug is going to be small letter web hyphen development. Are you seeing? So it's just going to be a single word that is hyphenated, lowercase. Now, we need to have a way to create this slug from the name that is sent by the user. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here and I'll search for Slugify. It's an npm package, and if you open it, it will open this page, and then I'm just going to click on this command to install. You see it has 3 million installs weekly. So just make sure that any package you are using has an active user base so that it's actively maintained, so that you don't get into problems later. So I'm going to install this one by pasting that command in here and hit enter. All right, give it a couple of seconds to install, and let's see how we can use it. So first off, you need to import Slugify. I think the documentation we have here is for like when you're using Node.js, so it's require blah blah blah. So what you want to do is, instead of saying, hold on, let me show you. So instead of saying var slugify equals require slugify, we're going to say import slugify from slugify. So I'll come here and paste that in. Then how do we now use the application? So it's also written here. You can just say slugify and then just put whatever it is you want to slugify. Then also you can now specify what you want to join the words. So, but for me, I'm going to keep it very simple. The default is underscore. So I'll just come here and say, hold on. So I want to check if slug exists. So I'll say slug, and then I'll now say slugify. Slugify. And I'll just put the name as the argument. So by just doing this, if a user sends this word as the category name, the slugified version of this will be hyphenated. All right. So, but if I want to change it from being hyphenated to an underscore, I will need to add a comma and specify that I want an underscore. Do you get? So that's exactly what you see here when you say slugify and then you put an underscore. So, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to leave it as hyphenated. All right. So that's it. So now that we've passed that, I'll remove this guy. And then I'll now come here and say that if category exists or slug exists, so we're good to go. Then I'll say category name already exists. So let me just say category name or slug already exists. So, but what if none of that is the case? In other words, the category name or slug does not exist. This is where you now want to go ahead and create. So await, this will now be category.create, and then you're just going to, send the name and the slug, which you're just going to say slugify and name. So this is how you're going to create the category. Now, after you've created this category, right? Obviously, you want to return a message. So I'll say return, and it's just going to be an object that will have a message, and that message will say, hold on, that message will say category created successfully. But there's a catch. All right, there is a catch, and I'm thinking that maybe I should not do that until I need to, so that it will stick. So what I'll just do is I'll just come here and add a comment and say, I'll say revalidate path. So I'll come back to this and then we're going to see what it does. So, but for now, this is how we get to create a category. So I'm just going to save this file and I'll head over to the front end and connect this action to the front end right in the same video. So let's go to the create category. Yes, let's go to create category. Or maybe I should just do it in this and in the next video. So in the next video, I will do that because we've already spent 10 minutes here. Okay, so now we want to add the front end logic or the component logic to create the category. So I'll just open this guy up and then I'm going to come here inside of my, okay, so this on submit is where we're adding the logic. So here, let's destructure, I'll say const name, and that's going to be equal to value. You can say values.name, or we can just destructure it from the name like this. Whichever one you want to do, both of them work. All right, so we've destructured the name out. So here, I'm not going to come here and say const, just like we did before. Response is equal to await. So I'll say await. Okay, let's just say create cat, and I'll just add my await here. Now, for you to put await, you need to make the entire function asynchronous. So async, very good. Now, don't forget to import this create cat from the category actions. So the next thing is when you try to create, I think we've done something like this before. I'm trying to remember where. So, but let's just type it out. So the idea is we need to handle the response. So first off, I'll just log the response to the console and response. So let's handle the response. So I'll say if response, first I'll check for error. So response query dot error. Then I want to toast an error message that will say, come on, help me. So I want to toast an error message that will just say response.error. So response.error. So but what if we have an actual success message? So here I'll say if response.message, then I want to toast the message. So that's it. All right. Then last but not the least, I want to clear out the form. So just like we did before, I'll say form.reset. All right. So now there's one more thing though. When we click on this button, how do we know that, you know, a request is being sent to the back end? So we're going to use the form state. So I'm just going to come here and say const, and I'll create a variable called is loading. So just like I did before, really, let's set that to be equal to form state, and then inside this form state we'll now get the is submitting property. So this is loading is now, you know, pointing to this guy. So I'll then come down here to where we have this loading button, and I'll say that if is loading, then I want to show something, which will be the loading button, else I want to show something else. So here we're just going to bring in the loading button, and that's this one. Let's close that up like this, and then the button is going to have, I think it's button, is it button text, BT button text, I think, and that's just going to say, what did I even put as the button text? I don't remember the text I put. Okay, we're just going to say loading. So just say loading dot. And what else? Button class will be width full. So btn class is going to be set to width full. Then last is the variant. So btn variant. And we're just going to set it to outline, or maybe default. Outline seems better though, I don't know. But so now in the else part, we'll now bring this button inside. So when the form is loading, we'll show this loading button. When it's not, we're going to say show the create category button. So let's format and let's save. Shouldn't change anything, but you get the gist. It's better user experience. And I think I can just come here and test. So I'll close this guy up, and then I'll just use this text here to create a category. So I'll say, hold on, I think there's one more thing I did not do. That is to hide the form. To hide the form after, I'm trying to remember how I did it. Okay, let me just come here and show you. So after we do form.reset, I will now set open to false. So remember, we have this set open variable that determines whether the modal is open or not. So we'll just set open to false and save. Okay, good. So now I'm going to create the first one. I'll say create category, and it's loading. Okay. For it to take this long, obviously there's something wrong. So I'll need to figure out what that is. So let me just cancel it, which doesn't really matter. It's still going to show that loading button. So I'll just look at it, my function again. So here I'm saying await create category. I'm sending the name. Okay. So here it says connection error, and I think it's unable to connect to MongoDB and fail to fetch. And that's because I have my VPN on. Okay, so let me tell you why I'm putting on my VPN. That's because sometimes I'm not able to access Shadcn with like my regular internet. It's just something blocking. So I need to turn on the VPN to be able to access it. So I'm just going to disconnect the VPN and I'll try again. So I'll come back here and I'll refresh the page. I've disconnected my VPN, restarted my application, and let's try to create a category one more time. And for some reason, the create category button is not responding. I don't know why. Okay, nothing is actually responding on the page. So let me refresh it again. And okay, great. So now I think it should respond. So we have the create category, and I'm just going to create with test keyword and say create. So what are we hearing here? We're saying toast is not defined. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. So we need to bring in toast from React Toastify, but our category has been created. So let me show you that our category has been created, because if you come here, you will see this message here that says category created successfully. And I will just come and bring in toast. So I'll just paste it in manually, and that's it. So for us to confirm that we actually created the category, I need to come to my MongoDB and try and reload the page. So I'll just reload this database page, so that because it's a new entry here, so we need to see that new section. So we have categories, and if you scroll down, you see we have this test. So let's do one more. Let's create one more. So if I click create, and I just want to use like separate two words, so I'll just say web development, and I'll click on create, and so it says category created successfully. One more thing I need to do here is I need to make this toast.success instead of toast.error. Success, and then I'll save. But if you come back to MongoDB and you click on refresh, it will like refresh the document, and we should be able to see the second category. So this is it. Now this is how it's converted to a slug, web-development. So that's it for creating a category. And the next one, we're going to list all the categories on the page. All right, so I'll see you in the next one then. Okay, so now let's work on the functionality to list all the categories. So what I'll do is I'll come here to we'll start from the action, the server side. So I'll just duplicate this whole category like this. So this is it right here, and I'm going to change this one to get categories. So this is going to be get cat gories plural, and then I'll just open it up. Now of course we don't need this simple get request. We don't need some of these things. We don't need this one. We don't need this. So I'm just going to empty everything you see here. All right, yeah. So let's look at it. So after you connect to MongoDB, right, you want to get the category. So we're just going to come here and say const categories, and that's going to be equal to await category.find. Now obviously we want to get all the categories, and then we're just going to say dot sort, and we're going to sort it by the date, the creation date. So created at -1. What this means is that the last category that was created will be displayed first. Do you understand? So that's what it just means. So now that we have this in place, we just need to now send it. So here, instead of returning this message, I'll come here and say return. Now normally I could have said something like return categories, but I'm going to say return JSON.stringify, and inside of this guy is where I'll now return the categories. So what will happen is that it will convert these categories to a string and send it to the front end. The reason why I'm converting it to a string, because normally in Express you don't need to do JSON.stringify when you want to send data, but the reason why I'm doing that in NextJS is that sometimes if the data is too big, like you may have an error in the front end. So it's easier to just convert it to a string, and then when you get it in the front end, you just parse it. So you say json.parse and then you use the data. So let me try and format this guy. You can see this our get categories function is a little bit small, and that's fine. So in the next video, we're now going to do the front end side by getting this category and displaying it on a table. All right, I'll see you in the front end. So to get the categories, yes, what we need to do is we need to first, okay, you know what I'll do? I would come to the page. I'm trying to look for the page. Okay, so this is the page where we have everything. That's where we have the category and the create category. So let me format it. So inside of this page, yeah, we're going to convert this page to an asynchronous page. So this function here, I'll say async. And usually I like to name my pages, but I'm just forgetting to do it, but it doesn't really matter. So what I mean by I like to name my pages is that I can actually rename this to something like category page, but since it doesn't change anything, and I don't have too many files open at the same time, so I can leave it. So inside of this page, since I've made it asynchronous, right, I can come down here and say const, and I'm just going to say all categories, and that's going to be equal to, now you can now say await get categories. This get categories is our server action we just created. So here I would import it from the server actions, and remember what we are getting is string, is a string format. So because we said json.stringify, just what you see here, so we said we are sending the stringified version of the categories. So when you get that version and you put it in this variable, the next thing you need to do is to now say const and create the categories. And then here I'll just say json.parse. And then what I'm trying to do here is I'm passing this all categories. So this is now an object that we can use or we can display or map through on the page. So I'm just going to come to my list categories and say categories is equal to categories. So since I've done that, I can, okay, you know what? Let me just log the categories to the console. I just want you to see it. It's not as if maybe I don't know. So if I save this guy, this time you'll be able to see the categories in the console. So you see right here, we have the categories and it's showing in this terminal because we're logging it from a server component. So remember I told you in the beginning that by default, all components in NextJS is a server component. For you to now convert it to a client component, you now need to add the use client command at the top. So this is a server component. That's why it's displaying on the terminal as against on the browser console. So now we have the data. The next thing we need to do is to map through this data and display it on the page. So for us to do that, we need to come to the list category component. And first off, we need to destructure and get the categories. So this is the categories we sent from here. We are destructuring and getting it here. So we can now map through it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to Shadcn and click on table. So we need to install table. I'll copy it with npm and then I'll come here and install it here. Ctrl V, hit enter, and it should install. So give it a couple of seconds. I hope it does install because I've turned off my VPN. So it has finished installing. So what we'll do now, we'll come back to this table, and I think we can use this one as an example. I think, let me just look at what we used. Cancel. Yeah, so we can definitely use that as an example. So I'm going to come here and click on code, and then first off, let's make sure we import the whole table. Ctrl C, and then I'm just going to come here and import everything. Meanwhile, this is going to be a client component because we're going to have on click. So use client. Then I will come back here. So they are doing this example with this invoice. So what I'll do is, I think I can actually, no need to follow the example. Let me just copy the table and go straight to my point. So I'm just going to copy the whole table, Ctrl C, and then I'll come back here and then just slot it in here. So let me first see. So we just just basically the table, serial number, category, and action. So I'm just going to remove everything you see here, or maybe I'll just leave the div just in case I want to add any style, and then I'll just paste that in. Okay, so now the table footer, I don't think we need any table footer, so I'll just remove that. We don't need any table footer, just the table body. Now this table body, we have, so let's start from this table header. So for the table header, we're going to have the serial number, so S/N, and then we're going to have category, and last but not the least, we're going to have actions. All right, so we don't need this last one, so remove the fourth header, and like so. So now that we have this in place, it has a caption, yes. So let me see what that caption is. I don't think I need a caption, but let's just see what the caption is doing. I'm not sure where the caption is. Maybe a list of your recent invoices. Oh, definitely, I do not need the caption. Definitely. So I'm removing the caption, and yeah. So serial number, action, category, actions. So here we're going to map through the categories, GORIES. So obviously I did not spell this categories well. Categories. Yeah. So we map through the and I'll put query dot map, and here I'm going to represent every category as maybe something like C. Okay, I want it to be consistent with the names I used in the original project. So let me just take a second to check. So that's list category. Okay, so I'm going to say cat, and I'll get the index. Aha. So table row, the index is going to be index, or you can say cat.id, whichever one you want, because each category has an ID. Then the table cell, this first one, we're going to set it to be, hold on, this is the serial number. So here I'm just going to say index +1. Then this one is going to be the category name. So I'll say cat dot, what's the category name? I think is name. Then any other thing. Okay, then the actions. So these actions, for now, we don't have any action now, but what I'll do is, okay, let me remove this last one. So I'll just put a text here. So the text is just going to say edit, and I think that works. So I'll go ahead and save, and all things being equal, we should be able to see the category on the page. Okay, and all things is refusing to be equal. So let me just, okay, yeah. So we're seeing the category on the page. This is it, 1, 2, 3. So let me look at what we have in the finished project. So you notice that it's not as wide, it's not taking the whole width of the page, so that at least we can see everything we want to see together. So what I'll just do is I'll just come here and give my div, this div, we're going to give it a class name and set the max width. So max dash width to, no, first of all, I'll say width of full, so that on mobile it's full. Then I'll now say max width of 600 pixels or something like that, 600 px, and save. So by that way, we're going to shrink this to 600 pixels. All right, so this is just displaying the table. However, we need to have icons here. So one icon will be edit, the other icon will be delete, but that's going to come in the next video. So in the respective video where we are editing and where we are deleting, we're going to have those icons placed here. So now that we're listing these guys here, in the next video, we're going to edit and delete. So let me see what it looks like on dark mode. And this works. This works, except that we want the line to be sharper. Hold on, let me check what I did here. Exactly, so we want the line to demarcate it properly, because that's not what we're seeing here. So let's just come back here and see what we can do. So I'm just going to come here. So we'll start from this table header. Is it the table header now? No, the table row, this first table row. So we're just going to give this a class name of, first of all, we want the border on the bottom, and border bottom, let's just do 1 pixel, so 1 px. Then we want to set it border dash gray, and maybe 400, and that's it. So I'm also going to take this same class name, Ctrl C, and then I'm going to place it inside this table row as well. So just come here, place that in, and then save, and that should do it. That should do the trick. Aha, so you see we now have these lines at the bottom. So so this is it. So in the next video we're going to work on the functionality to delete a category. All right, I'll see you in the next one then. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and work on the function to delete the server action to delete a category. But before we do that, I want to make this button white, so when it's on dark mode. So if you come to the create category and you look for, this is the button, the trigger. Basically we just want to add a class name and say we want it to be, no, not with full, but text white, text dash white. Okay, and yeah, I feel like I should have added the dark but let's just say, okay, so that works. So text white. Now I also should do that in this category place, but I don't have that time now. So let's just go straight to the server action. So that's category action, and I'm just going to duplicate this last one, and then I'll change this to delete category. So here I'll see delete category. Now it's a single category, so we need to change this one to category. And when we want to delete a category, we're going to send the ID of that category. So we're going to put ID here, then try blah blah blah, so category, and then we're going to say this is not going to be category.find, but hold on, let me just remove this. This is going to be category.find by ID and delete. Then we're going to pass the ID here. Now there's something I wanted to do before. I'm going to need to go back and do it. Now when we delete a category, just like there's something I did when I created the category, so let me collapse this one. I added a comment and I said revalidate path. I will show you what that does or what that means. So here I will come to this delete category and I'll add that comment here as well. So this time when we delete a category, we just want to send a message that the category has been deleted indeed. So it's an object that has a message that will say category deleted successfully. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and save this guy. So automatically that means we don't need to say const category. We can just say await, find and delete. Okay, so let me go ahead and save, and let's come back to the front end. Now in the next video we're now going to create the function to delete the category, the component logic to delete the category. So this is what it should look like. So if you click on it, it will show you this modal, and then you're just going to type a keyword. In our case we set it to be delete, but you can set it to be anything you want. You can even make it dynamic, just like MongoDB. You can make it dynamic, and I'll show you how. So but I'll cancel this, and maybe I should switch to light mode so that we can see clearly. Sorry. So in the next video we're going to implement this modal, and this modal is reusable, so we can use it in multiple components. So I'll see you in the next one then. Okay, so let's work on the component logic to delete. Now we're going to come to Shadcn, and just like we did for the action modal, we're going to still use the alert dialog. And the alert dialog here, this is the code for it. And I think I'm just going to copy the entire thing and create another widget. So the action modal, just beside in the same folder, in this widget folder, I'm going to create a I'll say delete modal.jsx. Now because we've done this before, we can be a bit faster, so we paste that in, and then here we're just going to change this to delete modal. All right, now this delete modal, whenever we want to delete something, because it's going to be reusable, we need to have props. So for example, if I come here and I click on delete, you see here that it has a title, a description, it has this keyword, and finally it has the on click that if you click. So if I type this keyword here, you see this is what, when you click this button, it will fire the on click. So those are the 4 props we need: title, description, keyword that triggers this button to show, and then finally on click. So if I come here, I'm just going to say title, then description, lastly sorry, not lastly, keyword, I'll not call it keyword, I'll call it pass, then on click. All right, so these are the 4 this thing that we need. So what I'm going to do is I will now come inside this guy and slot those guys in. Now for the alert dialog trigger, it's not going to be a button, it's going to be an icon. So if you go to your React icons, just say delete or trash. Is it delete or trash now? I think it's trash. So if you say trash, it will show you the different trash icon. What we need is the FA trash alt, this one. So just go ahead and copy that and then just come here. So that will come inside our dialog trigger. So I'll remove this one. Instead of having the button, I'll just put in this guy and make sure I import it. Okay, so import it. Yeah, that's imported. Now the only thing is we need to just give it some properties. So for example, the color, we're going to set that to red. Then the size, the class name, we're going to leave it as is. So this class name, we're going to set it to cursor pointer. I think the size is okay the way it was. So what else? Alert title, this is going to be title. Alert description, this is going to be description. What else? The cancel will be cancel. This one now is going to be displayed conditionally. Okay, so after this alert description, the alert, hold on, I'm trying to figure out exactly where I am. After this alert description, I'm going to come down here and add a paragraph. Now inside this paragraph, I will now say to delete, right? I'll now say type. So this is like an instruction. Now we're going to use the bold tag and say type pass, which is a prop, in the input field below, in the input field. Okay, so that's the instruction. So what this means now is that we need to put an input field below this guy. All right, now to put an input field, basically we already have an input field, so let me just type it out. So input, and make sure you import it, and like so. This input field is going to have some props. So for example, the class name, I'll set it to border, hold on, so with full border dash red dash 600. Then I'm going to give it a placeholder of, let me just say keyword. Then what else? I'll give it a value, VAL, and the value is also going to be set to keyword. That's the keyword to delete. Then lastly, I will now give it an onChange prop. So onChange, and it's just going to be set keyword. Now you are wondering, where is this keyword coming from? We've not created this keyword prop. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to come inside here, and then I'll say const keyword is equal to set keyword. Make sure you import useState, and then make sure you make this a client component. So here I'll just say use client, and then I'm just going to come down. So basically I've added an input field, right, such that, and I've linked the input field to the keyword variable. Very good. Now let's proceed. So after the input field, we can now come to the dialog footer. Before we remove the dialog footer, but now in this dialog footer, we have the cancel button. That's going to be as is. We'll now come here and we'll make this one dynamic. So we'll say if keyword is equal to pass, Then hold on, escape. If keyword is equal to pass, then I want to show this one. Now, this one is going to say delete instead of continue. Delete. All right. However, inside of this on dialog action, we are now going to add an on click prop. So here I'll say on click, and that's going to be set to the on click prop. So you see, just like this, now we've created a reusable delete modal that we can, use in multiple places. But of course, we've not tested it. So here I'm just going to go ahead and save, and then we're going to test it. So for us to test it, we're going to head over to the list category component, which is this one. And here where we have delete, I'm just going to remove it, or maybe I should just leave the edit. Sorry, I should leave the edit IT, but instead of just leaving it like this, I'll put it inside a span tag, and then I'll just wrap it around. So then we'll create another span tag like so, and then inside this span tag we'll now have the delete modal. So delete modal, import it and close it up. Of course, you need to give it the required props for it to work. So the props for the delete modal will be let me see. So let's start with the title, and we're going to set that to delete category. Then what else? We have the description. Are you sure you want to delete this category? We have the pass. Now the pass can be any, like I said, it can be anything you want. In this case, we're saying that before you can delete, you must type out the category name. Remember, cat is representing each category, so we're just saying cat.name. Then on delete, we've not created the delete function yet, so that's why we're doing a console.log. But instead of doing a console.log, I'll just create a function. I'll just say on delete cat. All right. Or I like to say something like delete. I like to say something like delete this cat, and here I'll now pass the ID. So here I'll say cat._id. Now don't forget that I've not created this function yet, so I have to create it, and then I'll just come inside here and create that function. So here I'll say function, and I think we can, oh no, okay, so we're just logging the ID to the console with this function. Good. So now I'm just going to go ahead and save, and let's come back to our project and see what we've done so far. Do I need to refresh? Okay, so it has reloaded, and you can see we have the delete category icon. The only thing is that let's do flex so that it's side by side. So I'm just going to come to where we have this guy. Let's format it, and then here I'm going to give this one a class name of let's just say flex start. So let me just tap that and say flex -start start, and then I'll just say I want some space between each of the components. And if you save that, now we'll have this guy side by side. Great. So this works for me. I'm thinking you can increase the size of the icon if you want, but I think this also works. Let's cancel. Okay, let's definitely increase it. So I will go to the delete modal, and then I'm just going to give, where is the icon? Delete modal. It's so interesting, I can't find the icon. Okay, this is it. So I'm just going to give this one a size of maybe 24, just to increase it a bit, and save. And that it's too big. 20, and 20 is a lot better. So if you click on this icon, it brings up the modal, and I want to see the modal in light mode first. So if you click on this icon, it brings up the modal, and so before you delete, you need to type this text, web development, before you can see that delete button. By the time you put it in there, you'll see the delete button, and if you click this delete button, it will just log the ID to the console. So now let's go ahead and actually call that delete function so that we're able to delete the ID, that category. So I'm going to come here and inside of my list, and let's expand this function. So I'm going to expand it and say const response, and it's going to be equal to await. So await, the name of the function is delete cart, and we're passing it the ID. I think it's delete, is it delete cart or delete category? Let's check. Delete category. Okay, we did it full. So delete category, and we're passing it the ID. Now we need to add async here for this await to be relevant. And there we're just going to come here and say if there is an error. You know what, we've already done this before in the create category right here. So let me not waste our time. Let me just say I'll copy this one like so, and then I'm just going to come here and paste it in 1 2 and paste it in. Okay, so I say if there's an error, I toast the error. If there is a message, I toast the message. What else? Then I need to import toast, which does not import on its own. So I'll just come here and bring in the toast. So Control C, and then I'll just come here and paste it somewhere here, and then I'll save. So if we come here now, we can test out the function and see if it works. So I'll click on this guy to delete test, and then I'll just say test and click delete. So it's gonna, okay, I'm getting an error. I need to find out what that error is. Delete category is not defined. I'm so sorry. So here I would import it and then I'll save. Now it should work perfect. So here I'll click on delete and test is there, and I'll say delete. Aha, so it says category deleted. Now this is where it now makes sense to talk about our revalidate path. You notice that the category is deleted, but we still see it on the page. Okay, so what we need to do now is in the action to delete the category, right? If you come here and you go to the server actions, which is the category actions rather. Okay, this is it right here. Now, after you delete or after you mutate your data, you need to refresh that data. So the way you do that is you just say revalidate path. There is a method called revalidate path that we're just going to use. So here I'll just come down here and say reval. I want it to complete this thing for me. It's not helping me. So revalidate path, and then you're now going to specify the page you want to refresh the data on that page. So in our case, it's admin/admin/category. Because if you come here, you see that we have localhost/admin/category. So we want to revalidate this path anytime we mutate this data. Now this revalidate path, however, we need to make sure we import it. So it's supposed to come from next cache, and that's another topic on its own, but we're going to be talking about it little by little. So we're importing revalidate path from next cache, and that's because by default your data is being cached by NextJS. So you need to specify when you want that cache to be revalidated, that you want to refresh or purge the cache to get fresh data. So that's what we just did here. So just like we did the revalidate path in this delete function, right? I'll copy this guy. Just like we did that here, we're also going to need it when we create a new category. So when we create a new category, and the category is created, yeah, so we need to revalidate the path. So this is the same page, admin category, so that we can refresh the data. Is there any other thing? Okay, so that is just those two mutations we have. So here, if I come here and I refresh the page, okay, so I've refreshed the page, you see that that is gone. But if I try to create a new category, let's just say test again, or testing this time, so that it's different. I click on create category. Aha, so you see we have testing. If I now try to delete this category, in fact, just the fact that we had the testing and it automatically was entered here means that our revalidate path is working. But if I click on this delete icon and I come here and say testing and delete, watch, so you see it's also removed automatically. So that's the whole essence of revalidating your data when you perform a mutation. Mutation is when you create new data or when you edit or delete something from your data. All right, so that's about it for this one. I will see you in the next one. All right, guys. So now we're going to work on the function to edit the, what's it called? The category. So, and that has to, we're going to start from the, server action. Okay. My words are skipping my mind. So what I'll do is I'll just duplicate this function to delete a category. And then I'm just going to make some changes. So here we're going to say update category. So let's change this to update category. And when we want to update a category, we're going to update the category by the ID, but we're also going to need, okay, let me just do like this. We're also going to need the name that you want to update, the updated name. So I'm going to change this to form data, which is going to be an object that will contain the name and the ID. So const, this is going to be name, and then we're going to also access the ID. So equal to form data. Yeah, so we've destructured those two out. Now in our try catch block, we connect, and this is not going to be find by ID and delete. It's going to be find by ID and update. So we're going to change this to update. And then this is now going to, first of all, you got to specify the ID you want to update. Then you now specify the information you want to update it with. So here I'm just going to say update the name. So update the category with this name that we're getting here, and then I'm also going to slugify. So slug is now going to be set to slugify, and then we're just going to pass that name inside it. All right, so that's the function to update. After you do that, you want to revalidate path, and you want to say category updated successfully. So that's it. Very straightforward, very simple. In the next video, we're now going to write out the component logic for updating the category. And of course, you know, we normally do the update logic because it's like the most, let me say, cumbersome, because I wouldn't say complex, but cumbersome. So we're going to do that in the next video. All right, so now let's work on the component logic for this stuff. So first off, I gotta come to my React icons, and I'll search for the edit icon. So if you come here, I'm just going to say edit, and basically I need the font awesome icon, this very one. So just make sure you grab that and come here. So in this place in our list category where we have the text that says edit, we're just going to replace it with, so first off, I'm going to put it around a link. So open the link tag and slot in the edit icon. So this edit icon here, let's give it a class name. So class name, I'm going to give it a color. So I'll say text. So I'll say text dash purple, purple. Let's just do purple 500. Then when it's in dark mode, I want it to be white. So I'll say dark, and then I'll say text white. So it's going to be white when it's in dark mode. Then of course I want to say cursor pointer. So cursor pointer. So that's it. Then do I need to change the size? Okay, let's give it a size of maybe 25. Size, I set that to 25. So now where do we want this link to go, right? Let's try to import it. Something's wrong with my imports for links. So I want it to go to href, and that's going to be equal to exactly. So this is admin category, but this time I'm not just going to point. I'll say category, and then I'll delete this one, and then I'll say query ID is equal to cat.id. So that's the first one. I'm able to get out the ID in the URL, but I'm not going to stop here, right? I'm now going to say and. So these are search params, and then I'll say item name, and I'll set that to be equal to category.name. So because what I'm trying to edit, let me show you, let me come back here. So what's going on here, please? So because what we are trying to edit is not very long, so this is the category name, it's not very long, we can just put it in the URL. If I was trying to edit a post, however, I'm not going to put the details of that post in the URL, so we're going to use another approach for when we want to edit something bulky. All right, so I just wanted to point out that. Now let's come back here, and so we are sending the ID and the name of the category as search params. So what I'm going to do is, I still need to import link. Now, wow. So let me just come here and import link. Okay, so import link from next link and save. So now that we've done that, I'm going to click on this edit icon. So I'll click on the edit icon, and you see here that we now have, it doesn't change anything, but right now we now have category, and then we have the ID is equal to, and then we also have the item name is equal to web development. So that's great. So what I want to do next is, whenever we have this ID in this search params, I want to be able to do something that will trigger this edit. Okay, so let me show you. So for example, if I click here, right, it's going to put the ID here, but it's also going to trigger this guy to come up, and then I can now click on update category, and it will update the category to whatever I want. Now obviously you know that because you are creating a post, you don't want to update your categories anyhow, because what that means is that it will make null the posts you've attached the previous categories to. So if I change this now to JavaScript and I add another T, what happens to the posts that already have JavaScript? So instead of updating a category that already has, post attached to it, why don't you just create a new category? So I'm just trying to let you know that when you are in a live situation, you want to be careful how you update your categories. But because this is a teaching, I still have to show you how to update it. So what we're going to do now is, in our create category page, we're going to use use search params hook to pick out that ID. So at the top here, I'm just going to come down, and then I'll say const search params, and that's going to be equal to the hook that says that the hook use search params, SEARCH. So use search params, and we're going to have to import this hook, and since we're not getting any suggestion, I will just bring it in by myself. So use search params is coming from next navigation, so let's just slot it in here like so. And of course, I'm also going to need this use router hook. So let me copy the use router hook, and I'll just slot it below this one. So use search params and use router. Perfect. Now inside of this use search params, we now have access to every parameter that is in this URL. So in this case, there are two. There's the ID params and there's the item name param. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to bring two of them out. So here I'll say const, let's say ID, and that's going to be equal to search params. So you're gonna get it from here. So search params, you're not going to say dot get. So what do you want to get? You want to get the ID. So ID. So if you duplicate that, you're also going to get the item name, and I'm just going to give it the same name. So Control C, and then here Control Z, Control Z, Z. Okay, so I'm going to give it the same name. What am I doing here now? Let me just type it out. I beg. Item name. So we have the ID and the item name. Okay, so now whenever this ID is present, what do you want to happen? So that's the golden question you need to ask yourself. Whenever you see that ID, what do you want to happen? So I'm going to come down here and write a use effect. Okay, let me just collapse this one. So I'm going to write a use effect to monitor the ID. So let's say use effect and 1, 2, and let's open that up like so. Let's add the dependency array. So here I'm going to say that if there is an ID, in other words, if that ID is not equal to null, then I want to do something. So the first thing I want to do is I want to open that this box, this modal, this action modal, I want to open it up. So how do we open the action modal up? Remember, we had a variable that opens or closes it, so set open. So we're going to come here and I'll say set open, and I'll set that to true. So that will open up the modal. Now, when the modal is open, what's the next thing you want to do? You want to impute the item name from this URL to the input inside this modal. So here I'm now going to come, I'll say form. The way you do that is you say form dot set value, and then you're now going to specify which input. So the name input, and then what you want to set to it. So item name. So you get what we're trying to do here. Now you now come here and you add the dependency items. So whenever the ID, it will monitor for the ID. We need to add the form and the item name. Okay, so now let's go ahead and save, and immediately you'll notice that when the page reloads, we now have web development here. You get, so of course you can choose to cancel it, but if you click on create again, it's still going to be here. Okay, so now when this is up, we don't want this to say create category, we want it to say update category. So let's just look for that part of the form where it says create category. So this is not just going to be create category, it's going to be a dynamic something. I'll say if there is an ID, then I want to say update category, else I want to say create category. Control X and hold on, create category. So perfect. So if I go ahead and save now, we should say update category. All right, so we're making progress. Now the next thing we want to do is, we can also do that for things like the this title, for example, that says create category. We can also do that here. So let me just come here and grab this statement. Okay, Control C, and then I'll just put it here as well. So instead of it to say create category every time, it will say, it will be dynamic. All right, so if you save that, the header will also change to update category. So that's perfect. So the next thing is, when you click on this button, you don't want to create a new category, you want to update this category. So we're going to modify this button here. So I'll come here inside of my onSubmit function. Where's the onSubmit function? Okay, I collapsed it. So this one here is where we'll now add an extra logic. So we're going to add an if statement. So I'll say if we have an ID, so obviously we're trying to update a category, then what do we want to do? So we're not going to reinvent the wheel, but let me just come here and have my else block and just open up the else block. Now, of course, the else block will be everything we have here, I think up to this point. Yeah, so this first, Control C, maybe Control X this time. So that's what is going to be inside the else block. When we don't have a category, we just want to create a new one. So now let's do for the when we have an ID. So when we have an ID, you don't want to create a category, you want to update category. So here I'm just going to say update category. So make sure you import that. Now you're not just going to send the name, you're going to send both the name and the ID. So the name is going to be the name, then the ID is also going to be sent. You get what we're trying to do here? So I think that's it. Then if there is an error, we handle the error, blah blah blah, so this works. So however, wait, there's something else we need to do. Okay, let me just okay, now I remember. Now the last thing we need to do is, when we update the category, we want to reset this URL back to just admin/category. We want to remove every other thing. So well, what I'll just do is, I'll just maybe I was thinking of putting it inside this use effects, but I don't want to make it confusing. So you know what, let me just create another effect here. And in this new effect, I'll say that if not is open, so remember when the modal closes up, this open will be set to false. So I'm saying if not is open, then I want to router.replace. So here I'll just say router.replace. So here we're just going to say /admin and category. And here I'm just going to say open and router. Okay, so those are the things I need to do. So just to recap, right, what we just did in this video is that, or let me just test it first before I recap, so that I don't recap something that is not working. So immediately I close the router, you see that it took us back to the original link. If I click, oh no, let me create a new one. So I'll create a new one, which I'll just say test, and then I'm just going to say create category. So I've created a new one. Now let's try to edit this test. So test is here, and I'll say edited, plural, past tense. So test edited, and then I'll click on update category. And yeah, so you see we have test edited here, so it works. So let's do a recap. So what we did first is that we looked inside the URL using this use search params hook, and then we isolated the ID and the name of the category, which I called item name. All right, then we now created a use effect that says that monitors the presence of an ID, and we said that if there is an ID, then open the action modal and then set the input value to whatever the item name is, which is also gotten from the URL. Good. Now when we now want to submit the form, we now say that, look, first of all, check if there's an ID. If there's an ID, then run the operation to update the category based on that ID. So we are sending the name and the ID to the back end. If there's no ID, then just create a new category. Then last but not the least, we said that anytime the modal is closed, which this is not open, so anytime the modal is closed, please just return us to admin /category, which is the normal route. And that's what we did. And just like that, we have been able to update this particular category. All right, so that's about it for this one. In the next video, we should now start working on the posts. Congratulations, you made it this far. All right, I'll see you in the next one then. All right, welcome back, guys. Now in the last section, we were able to create the category, and we can create, we can read, we can edit, we can delete. Fine. So in this one, we're going to start working on the posts section, and that's like the main section, but we needed to create the category first. So I'll come back here and I'll go inside of my app and then the admin folder. Now in this admin folder, we're going to create a new one, which 3 folders actually, because I want to keep things separate. So this one will be posts, and then we're going to have, so within the post, you want to create your page what did I just do? Okay, you want to create your page.jsx. So here I'll just say page.jsx, and then let's just do rfc to just create a component there and save. So now, just like we did this one here, but let's do 2 more pages, or 2 more sub pages, because this is /admin /post. So I'm going to do one more folder, which I'll call create-post, and it's also going to have its own page. So here just say page.jsx rfc. Then we're going to do one last one. That one will be edit post. So I'll say edit-post, and then inside, I created it as a file, I'm sorry, delete. So we're going to create it as a folder, and it will be edit-post. Okay, so now edit post is going to have its page.jsx. Okay, hit enter, rfc, and we've created the 3 pages. Now there's one thing I want to tell you though, and that is the fact that I'm separating these folders inside of this admin now, I'm separating post, edit post, and create post because I want it to be well understood. I could have as well said posts, and then post will have its own page, and inside this post I will now create subfolders for create and edit. But it will work, yeah, but it's going to be kind of, you know, cumbersome. So that's why I separated it so that it's easy to understand. So now that we've done this, let's create the components that will be, you know, inserted inside all of these guys. So for now, I'll just come to my components folder, and inside the components we have this admin. In the admin, let's create another folder which we will call posts. All right, so inside of this one, we'll now create 3 files. The first one will be create posts.jsx, so rfc. The second one will be let me just save this one. The second one will be list posts.jsx. all right, then the last but not the least will be edit posts. So here I'll just say edit posts.jsx rfc, or maybe not last, but one more. So one more will be post form.jsx. hit enter, rfc, and save. Okay, so just by this one we've been able to create everything we need. So right now if you come here and you click on posts, you should be able to land on at least that page. Okay, so you see we have page here. Now because we still have maybe like 2 more minutes, what I want to do is I want to just create the header for this particular post page. So I'm going to delete everything we have here. So just give me 1 second. So list post, create post, edit post, and I'm just going to be on this post. Now on this post page, what we want to do is we want it to be that when we're on the post page, we're going to have the title and this button that says create post, and then when we click on this button, it will take us to where we can create a post. That's the create post page. So let's do that quickly. So here what we can do is, if you remember in our categories page, we already created something like that, this header. So what I'll just do is I'll just go to my categories page, wait, let's look for it. So this one, and I'll just grab this everything we have inside of this guy. I'll just grab it, Ctrl+C, and then I'll just come here and slot it in. Then I'll modify. Now you may be wondering that why don't we just make it a component? That's because we're going to have several variations of this thing. So I just felt like, look, let's just put it in. So page title is going to be posts. Then here we're going to have just a simple button. So here let's first have a link to surround the button. That link is going to go to that link is going to go to /admin /post /admin /create post, create-post. Then here inside it will now have a button. So now this button will now say create post. It needs to be specific. Okay, so let's give this button a class name of text white. So text-white, so that the text is always white. Then we need to import the link, which I'm almost never able to import. So I'll just see if I can auto import it. Import link from next link. Okay, is it next link or next navigation? I can't remember which one. Import link from next link. Yeah, so we have that, and here we're not doing list category, we're doing list posts. So make sure you import it as well, and I think this is it. So create post, this works. So I'll go ahead and save, and if we come here, we should be able to see that here. Do I need to refresh the page? I don't. Okay, so it's telling us we missed something. Page, we didn't import page title. Sorry about that. So let's make sure we import page title, and that's it. And I think that's all. Do we have button? So let's import button as well and save, and that should solve our problem. So we're good to go. So now what I want us to do, maybe we should just do the work on the create post page. So if you go to create post, it will just show you this page. So we can work on it. We can just copy everything we have here, Control A, Control C, and go to the create post, this one. I can close this and then just slot everything, slot it in. Then we'll just here, instead of saying create post, we will say, hold on. This, I think this first one should just have said, oh, okay. So let's come back here. So in the create post page, instead of saying create post in the button, we are going to say view post. So it's going to take us back to the view post page. Then here we're going to say create post. CREATE. So create posts single. Then it's not going to go to the components inside. It will not be the list post component. It will be the create post component. So make sure you import it as well, and that's it. If you go ahead and save, then we should be good to go. Then I think the last one is the edit post. All right, so I think maybe we should just do it so I'll just do like this, copy this guy, and then I'll come here to the edit post component. So let's come here, page, and then let's just slot it in, Control V, and here we're just going to say this will still say view post, but the title will change. This title here will change to edit post, and of course this component is also going to change to edit post. Make sure you import it, and it needs to be one. So that's it. So go ahead and save, and we're good to go. So this is the create post page, and the edit post page, you just need to come here and change the URL, edit post, and hit enter, and it should, yeah, so this is it. So we're good to go as far as creating the route and the pages are concerned. So in the next video, we're going to start creating the model for the post. All right, I'll see you in the next one then. All right, so now let's go ahead and create the post model, and we're just going to go into our model folder, which is this one, and we create a new file which we're going to call post model.js. Now, like we always do, we're not going to reinvent everything we've done before. So I'll just highlight this guy and then just come inside the post model and slot it in. Of course, we're going to need to modify a few things. So for example, this is not going to be category schema. It's going to change to post schema. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to look for everywhere we have category schema and just change it once to post schema. So we have category schema here as well. I'll just highlight two of them and change it to post schema. All right, so post schema is done. I'm going to remove the properties. Okay, we're going to need this log for the post, and I'll just remove this. Okay, yeah. So before we finish, let's just come here, change this to post. So here and here as well, and I think here as well. So I'm just going to change, of course, here I'll just change it to post, capital letter P O S T. All right, so you see, just by doing that, we've been able to, change it everywhere. Then let's make sure. So that's it. Now what we need to do is add the properties for our model. So the first one is the post is going to have a title, not a name, but a title. So the title will be a type of string, is going to be required. Now we're going to put the trim. So we'll say trim, that's to remove the spaces in front and back of the title, and we're going to set that to true. Then the post is going to have a slug as well, which is going to be unique, lowercase, and we're going to also add trim here. So copy that and trim it. All right, then the post is going to have an author. So at this point, okay, maybe for the author, what I wanted to save us some time instead of typing one by one. So let me just type this one because I need to explain. So author, and well, let me escape that and just do it myself. Now the author is going to be a type of, hold on. So we're going to point to the schema and types and object ID. So what this means is that we want to look into other schema. So for example, we have the user schema, right? So we want to be able to look into other schema like this user schema. So that's why we said give it a type of schema.types.object_id. And specifically what we are interested in is not just the every details in the user schema, but the ID. So the _ID property. So I'm going to come here and say I want to reference the users. Oh, sorry. I want to reference the user schema. So, or the user model rather. So I'm referencing the ID of the specific user. So that's why I didn't want to paste this one. And of course, we're going to set it to be required. So required, and set that to true. Control Z, true. Okay. So next we're going to have, so now for the other properties, I think we can just bring it in to save time. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy. So the post is going to have an image. So we're going to bring in image. Is going to be a type of string, and I think it should be required as well, so that we don't have post without image. But it depends on you. Like other blog platforms do not require you to add an image, but it depends on you. So I'll just comment it out. Then the post is also going to have a category. That category is going to be a type of string, and this one must be required. Then maybe not lastly, but next, the post is going to have some content. The content is going to be a type of string. It's also going to be required. Okay, now when we create post, then that post can have one or two status. Either it's draft or it's published. Draft means that you don't want it to be accessible to the front end. Your users will not see it and all of that. Publish means it's published on your website. So whenever you create a post, by default, if you don't add this property, it's going to be set to draft. But of course, in the front end, we're going to have the option to set it to either publish or draft. So it's also required. Means that these are the values that it can possibly have. So this status can either be draft or published. It cannot be pending or fulfilled or something else. It has to be either of these two keywords. That's what means. Then last but not, well, maybe why do I keep saying last but not the least? I mean, next we're gonna have whether the post is featured or not. And featured posts have a special section on the home page that they are displayed. So if, for example, you want a particular post to have more visibility on your website, you're just going to set it as featured. Now, it's going to be either true or false, so it's Boolean. It's going to be required, but the default for all posts will be false. Then, is there any other thing? Then the post is going to have views. All right, so the number of times that post has been viewed. So I'm just going to come down here and say views. It's going to be a type of number because views is 1, 2, 3, 4. The default will be 0 and it will be required. Then usually I like, okay, that's fine. Then last but not the least, timestamp, which is already there, and then we're exporting it post models.post, and we're just exporting it here. So now this is how we're going to get to create our model. You can look at it again. So in the next video, we're now going to start working on the components. All right, so in the last video, we were able to create the post model. Now what I want us to do is let's start creating the post. So if you come to post, right, you see this create post button, and by the way, I noticed that the view post button is pointing to the same create post URL. So if I go to the create post, I need to change this to post. Okay, and then I'll just save. All right, so now it can go back to view post. So I want us to create the server action for this function to create a post before we now come and work on the component logic, that's the form and all of that. So for us to create the server action, I need to create, inside my actions folder, I need to create a post action file. So I'll say post action.js, and I think just like we've done in the past, maybe I'll just use my category action as an example. And I think I would just want to copy everything here and just, even up to this point. And then I'll just go to my post action and slot it in. And of course, we'll remove the things we don't need. So here, let me open this guy properly, and then here I'll just say create post. So what are the things we don't need? Well, we're going to connect to MongoDB. We're going to get error message. At some point we may need the category, so let's just leave it as it is. So when we want to create a post, right, the first thing we want to do is we want to destructure this form data, and we want to get these properties. All right, so here I'm just going to come, I'll say const, and then let's just open this up. This is going to be equal to form data. So but I'll need to now get the properties of the post. So I'll get the ID. Even though we're not using the ID first, we want to create a post, we're going to need it later. I'll get the title of the post. I'll get the slug. Okay, I need the content. What else do I need? The category, yes. I need the slug. Okay, I need the image as well. Then I think I also need the slug. I need the status. Why is the slug not coming up? Okay, so I'll just say slug. So basically, I think these are the things I need. Do I need the author? No. So now that we've destructured these guys from the form data, we're gonna come here and do our try catch block. So I'll just say try catch. Now to save time, you can come and get the catch, this catch statement here. So maybe I'll just do like this, copy the entire catch statement, and then I'll just replace this catch statement here. So obviously you're going to get some form of error and send that error to the front end. So that's perfect. So the try block is where we're not going to have something. So first off, let's do some validation. I'll say that if there is no title, then I want to return the error and say please add a title, but I don't want to do it one by one. So I'll say if there's no title, or there is no content, okay, so that works, or there's no category, or there's no image. So let's add or no image. Aha, then I want to say please fill in all fields. So please fill in all fields. Perfect. So now after, in fact, this validation, you don't even have to do it inside the try block. You can even do it outside. Like, it's just a normal thing. So now inside of our validation, if this is not a problem, then we're gonna come here, and first off we want to connect to MongoDB, and then you want to check if the user is logged in. Now what I'm going to do to check if the user is logged in is I'll say const, and then I'll say session, and then that's going to be equal to await get server session, and we're going to pass in the auth options. Let me see if we imported auth options. So you see we don't have auth options here. So what I'm going to do is I'll do like this, and then I'll import auth options. So now we have it here. Good. So when you get the session, basically the session will just give you access to like the basic things about the user, like the user email and you know, stuff like that. So but first you want to say that if for any reason there is no session, then you want to return an error that says please sign in to create a post, which makes sense. Then well, I think I may want to make it a little bit generic. So instead of just making it too specific, I'll just say unauthorized, please log in to continue. Or no need to say unauthorized, just say please log in to continue. Shikina. So but what if the user has a session? Then we now have access to that user email. So what I'll do is I'll say const user, and that's going to be equal to await. So await user.find by ID. Okay, and like I said, the user's email is in the session.user.email. So what we're not going to find the user by ID. We're going to find one user. Aha. And then by the user's email. So here we're checking by the user's email, which is in this session.user.email. So when you are able to get this information, what you want to do now is, okay, I need to import these users because it's not currently imported. So import it. So now when you get that user information, you can now like do other things which you're going to see later. All right. So but at least you have access to the user's information, like the user ID and all of that. So before we create a post, right, what we need to do is we need to check if this title already exists, because you want to make sure that each post has a unique title at least. So what I'll come here and I'll say const, and I'll say post exists. Okay, exists. Aha. So for the post exists, you want to say await post.find1, and you're not looking for the post by the ID, you are looking for the post by the slug. Rather, you're looking for the post by the title, so it's the title we're interested in. So another thing is you want each post to have a unique slug. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this guy, and here I'll change this to slug exists. So slug exists, and then this will be post.find. We're not finding by the title again, we're finding by the slug. Now we're now going to, for us to create a slug, we're going to use this Slugify package that we installed. So here we're going to say Slugify, and the title will be the argument. Yeah, so that's it. So now what if this and this exists? Then you want to throw an error that, look, post must have a unique name. So here I'll say if post exists and slug exists, or slug exists, then return an error statement. I'll say post name or slug already exists. Now the truth is the user may not know what a post slug is, so I think it's better we just say post name already exists. So let's just remove this one and say post name already exists, because the slug is also based on the name anyway. All right, so now in a case where the post does not exist, the slug does not exist, we can now go ahead and await. Want to create a new post. So I'll just tap this, and then we're just going to look at it. So the post is going to have a title, a content. Let me arrange it. So here I'll say title, slug comes next, then author, then I'm missing a comma somewhere. Okay, this one. So author, then image, then I'll say category, then content and status. Now I'm going to add another feature here, and the name of that feature is going to be is featured, and I'll set that to false. So here I'll say is featured, and of course that's going to be set to false initially. So after we've created a post with all of these properties, meanwhile let me make sure that I have this is featured in my post model. I'm not okay, so I do have it. Okay, I remember I did. So after you've created the post, what you want to do is you want to revalidate the path where all the posts are located. So this very path, you want to revalidate it. So here I'm going to come here and say revalidate path, and the URL is admin/post. After you've revalidated the path, then you want to now return a message that says post created successfully. Now this is how you create a post. So I'll go ahead and save this file. Let me format it, and then I'll save it. Hopefully we're not missing anything, but if we are, we're going to fix it, don't worry. So in the next video now, we're now going to take this function and we're going to be able to use it in the front end. But first we have to create the form for the post. All right, so let's see you in the next one then. All right, so now we've been able to create the function to the server action to create the post. So what we want to do next is we want to start working on the front end logic. So we're going to start with the JSX. That's the form you see here. So I'm going to come to this create post page, and then I'll just open this create post. Now, if you look at what we have here, so we have the title, and then we now have the form. So you know what we should do? Let's just, inside of this div, let's just create the title first. So I'll just do a h4 where I'll just say create new post. So I'll say create post, that's fine. Then we will now have the post form. So here I will say post form. Yeah, so this is it. So just make sure you import it as well. Then I'll go ahead and save. So now if you come here, you should be able to see Yeah, so this is it, post form. Well, I think maybe I'll change this text. So here I'll say create new post. All right, and then I'll just make it maybe a little bit smaller. So maybe class name, I'll set it to text and large, font bold. So that will just make it a bit smaller. Great. So now let's work on the post form. Yes, so I'll come to the post form, and maybe I should show you something before I start working on the post form, and that is the fact that inside of this form, we're going to need to have access to the categories, and these categories are gotten from the categories database. So you know what I'll do to just simplify the process before I get there. So inside of my create post, I'm going to get the categories here as well. So I think we already got the categories somewhere. I think it was in the categories page. So let me just go there, this one, and oh, okay, no, not the component, the page itself. So this one and page, yes. So yeah, so we did get the categories here. So what I can do is to make my life a little bit easier. I'll just copy these guys, right? And then I'll just come back to my, where is that? Create post. Aha. Is it create post now? I think I'm mixing it up. Okay, yes, this one. The component itself, because it's still going to be a server component, even though it's in the components folder. So in this my create post, I'm just going to slot in this guy. So what I need to do for this to work is I need to make this one async. So I'll say export default async. Aha, now it's going to work. So don't forget to import the get categories function, and that's it. So now that we have access to the categories from the database, we can now come to this post form and give it a categories property and point to these categories as well, and go ahead and save. So now the post form has access to all of the categories. Okay, so now let's go ahead and work on the post form. So I'll go to my post form, which is this one. Aha, so let's open up the post form. Now in the post form, just like we did for the categories, I'm not exactly sure, but we're going to need to have access to the ID params. I think we did it in the categories. So let me just go to my categories, Control P, create categories. Yes, we did. Exactly. So we're going to need to have access to the ID params, because when we want to edit the categories, we're going to check for that ID. So before we even get far, I'm just going to copy everything you see here, right? And you know what, to even save some more time, if you really want to save time, what you should do is you should just copy like everything inside this page up to this point. So I'm just going to copy up to this point. Just watch. It's not as if I'm getting ahead of myself. So I'll copy these guys, and then I'll just come here to my create posts. Yes, to the post form rather, and then I'll just paste it in here. So first of all, make sure you make this a client component, because we're going to do, so I'll say use client. Aha, then I'll just come down here and paste everything we have. Don't worry, we're going to come back and change it. Then if you go back to the create category, which is where, wow, I can't find it again. Okay, it's right here. So if you go back here, maybe we should just take this form schema as well. So I'll just take the form schema and come here to the top of the post form. I'm going to post this form schema on the top as well. Then I'll come back here, and I'm doing all this because I don't want to have to go to Shadcn back and front when I already have some of those things here. So here I'm just going to come here, and we're going to need a lot of these guys here. So maybe just to save time, I'll just copy all of this, Control C, and then I'll come to my post form and post them in here like this. So we're going to need all these. Loading button, we're going to need most of what you see here. Okay, we're not going to need the action modal, so I can remove that one. So that's it. That's it. So remove this as well. Aha. So now let's proceed. So what are we trying to do here? Well, we want to create a form. So if you come back here to my create category, you realize that we already have a form anyway. So if you come here, action modal, we already have this form. And inside of the form, we now have, you know, this button and input field. So maybe we can just copy the form as well and then come back here to our post form and then slot it in. So if you come to the return statement here, right, what's the return statement saying? Well, it's just a div that has this post form inside of it, right? So what I'll do is I'll just come here, delete this guy, and paste in the form. So now I have this form. I'm not saving this file here too because there's a lot I need to change, but I just want to have the basic thing set up. So maybe in this first div, I'll just give this a class name of text, and I'll just say dash color hyphen text. Aha. So that's because we already have a color text class. So now let's come up and start from the top to, from top to bottom. So I'm going to come here. If you look at the finished project here, you see that the first thing we have is the post title. So we have the title, category, the image, the post status, and then the content. So let's define all of these, values first before we now proceed. So here I'm just going to come to my form schema and I'll change this name here to title. Now the title is going to, of course, this will say title must be at least 3 characters. So what else do we have? So we're going to have a slug. So for that slug, I'll just duplicate this guy, right? I'll duplicate this guy and I'm going to make the slug optional. So here I'll say z.string, and then instead of saying .min, I'll just highlight all of these guys and delete it and say .optional, and like so. All right. After the slug, what do we have? Well, we're going to have the image, and for the image, I'm also going to say optional. That's because initially I don't have an image, so I'll just say optional. But you know what? Let's actually just make it compulsory. So if you want to make it compulsory, Ctrl Z. If you want to make it compulsory, you can say something like .url, and then you can now go ahead and add. But for now, I'm just showing you that there's this URL property. But you know what I'm going to do? Maybe for now, let me just give it a minimum value so that I'll have a message. So I'll copy this guy and then I'll just paste it in here like this. Okay, so let's just say image is required. Image is required. All right, so we have the image. Then we're also going to need a category. So I'll do like this, and then I'll say I'll change the name of this one to category. Then after category, what do we have? So content and status. So let's do for content, and then I'll say content. All right, content is required, category is required. Right, then I think last we have status. So I'm just going to duplicate this one and then I'll say status. Aha, so status is required. Okay, so we're done with the properties of the post. So let's keep going down. So we have the post form, params, everything is in order. I don't need this item name, so I'm going to remove it. So let's have the default values for our individual post. So as far as the default value goes, we're going to change this to title. Then what else do we have? So maybe I'll just see if the AI can help me. So title slug. Okay, so image category. Yeah, so this is perfect. Now for the image, because I don't have the widget to upload an image yet, what I'll do is I'll just add a string, a URL here, and I think imgbb.com has a free plan that you can upload images and get their URL. So I have uploaded one of these images and then I can just get the direct link. So copy, and then I can use that inside of the project. So for my default image, I'm just going to paste that in. So this is going to be an image, an actual image. Then I think for now, I think this works. So we have the is loading, and then we have the function on submit function. So For the onSubmit function, let us destructure the properties. So we're going to have the title, and then we're going to have, what else? Help me. Yes, so the slug, image, category, content, and status. Okay, then now remember, we could have an ID value, and if there's an ID value, it means we want to update. So what I'm going to do for now is that I'm going to remove set open, and then I'm going to comment out everything here like so. Then also for here, I'll remove set open because we're not opening anything, and then I'm going to comment out everything here as well. All right, then maybe what I'll just do here is I'm just going to do a console.log of the values. So log, and then I'll just say, maybe put it in values. Yeah, so that works. So I will save, and then I'm just going to come down here. So we are down to where we have the form. So inside the form, basically what we have here is just a simple form field. It's a text input field, but we need to change this one to title. All right, and then this is going to say post title. Post what? Title. All right, then what else? Is there any other thing? Okay, then this has gone straight to the button, and I said if it's loading, then show loading, else show. So if there's an ID, want to say update post, else want to say create post. Okay, so we have all of these guys, and now if I go ahead and save, we should be able to see. Okay, so this is saying post title, and this is too long, right? So what I want this to be maybe like 500 pixels. So for me to do that, I'll just wrap the form input inside a div. So let's just say I'll just come here, and you see this form field rather. I'll just come here and say dot. Let me tab this. This is going to have a class name of width full, but I'll give it a max width of, so here I'll just say 500 px. Now I'll take this closing div, Control X, and then I'm just going to wrap it around the form field. So the form field ends here. I'll just put it around it. So now I think I'm not sure, what did I do for the button? Okay, so I think I did the same for the button. So I would also want to take, you know what, let me give some space. I would also want to take this div and just wrap it around the button as well. So this button like so, and then I'll just round it here. Good. So now if I go ahead and save, what we should have is something a bit shorter. Does it need time to, did I save it? Okay, I did. Okay, let me just refresh the page then, since it's not taking effect. Or maybe I did not type it well. 500 pixels. Oh, max width hyphen. I'm sorry. There needs to be a hyphen. I'm sure some of you saw it. So max width hyphen, and then save, and that will just bam. Aha. So we have something a lot shorter. Now, so what we're going to do now is we're now going to add the other properties of the form. So starting from the category. So I'm going to break this video into two, and in the next one, we're going to add the other properties of the form. All right, I'll see you in the next one then. All right, so let's finish up the form. So what we have next is the category. So for that, we're going to come to Shadcn, and we're going to click on select. This select right here. Now, first off, you need to install it. So npm, and then just come here and install it. I'll create a new terminal, and then I'm just going to paste it in and then hit enter. So while it's installing, let's come back here. You want to come down to this place where you see form, right? And then you want to click on code. Now, when you click on code, of course, it will show you everything you need to add. But what I'm interested in is the select import. So make sure you copy that and then just come here to your code editor and then paste it in. So we can collapse some of these longer ones, and maybe I'll just put it here, and then I'll also collapse it. So now that you've brought that in, you can now come and bring in the form in field itself. So you see this form field, I'm just going to highlight it down to where it ends right here, and then I'll just copy it and come here. Meanwhile, look at what it looks like. Make sure you look at what it looks like. So if you click here, it will just show you the options. So I'm just going to come here and down here, down. Yes. So make sure you put it inside this width of 500 pixels. So I'm just going to duplicate this width and then open another closing tag. And then inside of this width, I'll just slot it in. Now there's one thing I don't need, and that is the form description. So I'll remove the form description. And as far as the select item goes, I'll just relieve only one select item. So then here, let's say select a verified email. Let's just say select category. Then this one is going to say category, and lastly we're going to change this to category as well. All right, so if you go ahead and save and you come to this guy, you should be able to see the category field. Now if you open this category field, you're going to see that m@example.com, which is absolutely not what we want. So the question is, what do we want? Well, I'm going to come here and I'll show you what exactly we want. So if you come to this create post, you'll see that first off, we fetched the category and we added it as prop to the post form. So what that means is that inside of this post form, you can come here and catch that prop. So at the top here, you know what, let me collapse some of this thing like on submit. Now we're not using it yet. And even this one, let me collapse it. So if you come here inside of this, our we can open this guy up and then we can just say categories. Come on now, help me. So we can say categories. Now this categories is an array that we can now map through. So I'm going to come down here inside this form, right? Let me format it so that it looks a bit arranged. So we have the select trigger, which is this. Then we now have this select content. Inside of this select content, instead of us to just put this guy, we're going to just come down here. Let me comment out this one. We'll use it too. I just want to comment it out so that it doesn't throw an error. So now inside of this select content, we're now going to map through the categories. So let me do it by myself. Don't help me. It's already helping me. I don't have a choice. I have to. No, I want to do it by myself. So here I'll say category.map query.escape map 1 2. So I'm going to represent every item, every individual category as an item, and then I'll just do like this and open it up. So the first thing I want to do is I want to destructure the name of the category, and that's going to be equal to item. Okay, then now that I have that, I can now come then and confidently return something. So I will say return, and let me just open this parenthesis, and inside of this return statement is where I'll now bring this guy. So Control C, remove this one entirely, and then slot it here. So paste. So this is going to be the return statement. So now this my select item, instead of this value that is written here, I'm just going to delete this guy and say that the value is going to be the name. Then because we did a map, we're going to need to give this a key, and that is going to be equal to name also, because the name is going to be unique. Then of course this one is also going to be name. So you see, very simple and straightforward. So this is it. We just mapped through the categories and we just added it here. All right, so now that we've done that, let me format, and then let me format. It's not formatting more than this. Let me just, and then I'll save. So I'll save, and have I saved it? Give it a couple of seconds. If we come here now and you click here, you should see all the categories we created before, so which is what is in our categories page. So what do we have next? We have the image, this post image, and it's just a select field here that we can click, and then it will select the image and all of that. Now I think Shadcn has a select field, but unfortunately I did not use it, and I don't think it's very different from what we have here. So I'm just going to use the select field I have. All right, so for now I will just come here. Where am I? Okay, so here, give some space, and then I'll just duplicate this one. Control Z. I'll duplicate this one and close it like this. Control Z / div. Yes, so it's inside this div now that I now put the select field. So let's do that. Now before we create the select field, let me create a variable that we hold the image link, and I'll just put it, well, let me just do the right thing and put it on the top. So I'll just scroll to the top and just definitely inside here, and then I'm just going to create my image link. So I'll say const image link, comma, okay, yeah. So this is what is going to hold the image link. So now that we have this in place, I can now come down here. So the first thing we'll do here is that inside of this div, we'll have a label. So I'll say label, and the label is going to say image, or what did it say? Post image. I don't think there's any point saying post because it's like repetition, tautology. We all know it's a post we're creating. Anyway, let's just continue. So we have that. Then this time I'll now put everything inside a card. So let's do like this, and I'll just do import the card, and then inside here I'll come here and I'll open my curly braces, and then I'll say if image link is equal to an empty string. In other words, if we've not added an image link, then let us show that input field. So here I'll just say and then I'm just going to put the input field. Now as far as the input field go, like I said, it's just going to be a regular input like so. So let's do like this, and then I'm just going to close it up. It's a self-closing tag, so close it up. Now let's add the properties for the input. So first off, I'm going to give it a type. So it's going to have a type of file because we want to import a file. Then we'll now specify what kind of file do we want to accept. So here I'll say accept image. Okay, so the first one is going to be image, not just any image, but image, then png. So png, then I'll just add a comma. So image png, image jpeg, and image jpg. So those three are the ones I want to accept. Then what else? Okay, then I'm going to give this a name of image as well. Then okay, this input field has to be attached to a state, right? It's supposed to be attached to a state. Now what I'm just going to do is, instead of doing a state, I'm going to do a ref, okay, because it's easier for me to manipulate the content when I'm using a ref. So here I'm just going to come up and I'll create a file input ref. So let's just do it here at the top. I'll just give some space, and then I'm just going to say const file input ref, and that's going to be equal to useRef. So react.useRef, and let me just say useRef because I will just import it like that. So import it from React. So now that we have this file input ref, I can now come back down and hold on. Okay, so I can now come back down, and then I'll now say ref, and that's going to be equal to the file input ref. Okay, then we'll now have an onChange here, onChange, and the onChange is going to call a function which I'll call handle, and handle handle image change. So handle image change. Then what else? Okay, then I'm going to disable. I'll say disabled. So this is going to be a statement. So here what I'll do is I'll say if image link is equal to an empty string, then I'll use my ternary operator. So if the image link is empty, then it's going to be false, else it's going to be true. All right, so these are the properties, but last but not the least, we need to give this a class name. So let's just add a little bit of styling. So first off, I'm going to give it a border, and then I'll set the border to be blue. So blue of maybe 400. Then I will set some padding around it. So padding of 1, and then I'll give it a width of full. Okay, we've done a lot. I don't like writing too much code before testing, but let's just save and see. Hopefully we didn't make any mistakes. So go to post and then create post. So create post. Okay, so handle image change has not been created. I obviously forgot. So I'm just going to come here and just do something in the handle limit change. I'll say const handle limit change. It's helping me create it, but I don't want it to help me at this point. I just want to just do something here. So I'll just do a console.log. So I'll just change this to just irregular E, and then I'll just do a console.log of e.target.files, and then I'll just do the 0 item or the 0 index, which is the first item. All right, so that's about it. So let's go ahead and save, and we should be able to see the page now. Aha. So you see we have a file input, and if we click here, we should be able to see that file input. Let me do F12. Okay, so if I click here, I should be able to select something from my computer and open. And as you can see, the details of this image is right here in the file. So now that we've done that, let's proceed to the next item on the list, which is this post status. And it's also a drop down. The only difference is that it's, we just have two options. So just like we did from this Shadcn here, I'm also going to copy what we copied here last. So this is the form field, and this is where it ends. I'll copy that, and then I'm just going to come here. What are we doing here? Okay, so let's duplicate this one, and then I'm just going to close it, the div like so. Aha. And then let's just do for post status. So this is going to say status, and then we're going to say post status, and then it's just going to have two options. So select status. All right, then as like I said, we don't need the description, so I'm removing it. So for this one, we're going to have two options. So let me remove one of this. The first one is going to say what did I even call it? Is it verified and published? So let's see what we have there. So for here we have draft and published, and I think, I'm not sure, I think it's capital letter. Yeah, so they both start with capital letter. So here I'm going to say, hold on, draft. Let's remove this one first. So here I'm just going to say draft, and then I'll just do that here as well. Draft, and then here I'm going to say published. So published, yeah, so that's it. Published. Great. So I'll save that, and let's come here and see what we have. So we have that. Now the last one we now need is the post content. Now for this post content, remember, hold on. Remember, for our post content, we also have this button here. So we're going to systematically do it such that we first have this line, and then we now have this. So for this, we're going to use a package, this rich text editor. We're going to use a package. So what I think I should do is I'm going to do this last one in the new video. So in the next one, we're going to add this. All right, so let's work on the function, what's it called? This editor, rich text editor. Let's put it in. So what we're going to do is, first off, we're going to install a package called Jodit React. Now it's very difficult to get a rich text editor that is consistent when it comes to React updates, but I can say that Jodit React, they are really trying. As you can see, they've updated this year. So if you open that result, you should be able to see the installation command. So I'm going to come here, open my terminal, and then paste that in. So while it's installing, we can just come back here and just look for the, okay, so first off, you need to install Jodit React, right? Then you also need use ref and use memo. So I'm just going to first bring in this import statement, and the page is getting a bit big right now. So, oh shit, I pressed Ctrl+C instead of Ctrl+V. It happens a lot. So let me just copy this guy and try and bring it here. And then I'm just going to come. So this is what I need to bring in. This component here is what I need to bring in. So I'm going to copy this one like so, and then I'm just going to come here. Okay, there's so much to scroll through, but you know what, I'll collapse some of them. So let me collapse this, post image collapse, and hold on, format. Okay, I'll collapse this one as well. Aha. So here I'm just going to come in here and just do a div, and then Control Z. Inside of this div, first off, we're going to have, let me show you what we're going to have. We're going to have this post content and then this button. So that these two are going to be in their line, one what's it called, width. So here I'm just going to put another div. I'll say dot, and then I'll say flex between. So flex hyphen between, and then so what is going in here is a label that will say post content and then a button. So the button will say hold on, SupaBlog AI. Okay, all right, so that's it. Of course, this button has to have some things, so like variant, so variant RIANT, and that's going to be set to destructive. Oh, well, let me just set it to destructive manually. STRUCTIVE. Okay, then there's supposed to be an icon here, but you get the gist. We're going to come back to that. So I'll come after this button, right? I'll come below this div, and then I'll just paste in the Jodit. So let me format it. Aha. So I think if I save, I may get an error, but let me just go through the properties so that I don't have any error to deal with. I'll remove the comments which we don't need. Aha. So we have a ref, and this ref is pointing to this editor. So the only thing is that we've not imported that ref. So it's also, that ref is also somewhere here. So this is its editor, and initially it's set to null. So I'm just going to copy this ref, and then I'm just going to slot it somewhere at the top. You know what, let me just put it here so that it's not too far. So paste the ref in. Now with this Jodit React, there's a mistake I made. I just pasted the Jodit React like this, but ideally I want it to be inside of our form field. So you know what I'm going to do? You see this form field for this input? I'm going to copy this form field, right? I'll copy it. Let me collapse this one, and then I'm just going to paste it above the Jodit React. Now if you look at this form field, you realize that what we just have is just this input field inside of it. Okay, so I'll take this Jodit React, this Jodit editor, Control X, and then I'll replace it with this one, Control V. So it's a lot better. So here I will now change this form field to content. All right, so this is going to be removed as well. Paste label will be removed because we already have this label up top. All right, then what else am I missing? Okay, so form control, we have Jodit React. So now ref is going to be editor. The value will now be field.value. So normally if you come up here, normally the value for the input field is ... field, right? So we're just going to come here, and you see this field here is what we are just picking out the property. So here I'll just say field.value. The config, I'm going to put the config in line. So here I'll just delete this config, and then in line config basically is just Control Z. We'll put another object syntax in there, and then we're just going to set the properties of the editor. So the height, I'm going to set the height to 600 pixels. So it's going to be a string. Come on, help me out. 400, no, 600 pixels. Then we're going to set the style. It's going to have a style property. Now that style property is actually going to be an object that will now have like, so here I'm just going to set the color to, hold on, let me just tap this, but it's not going to be FFF. It's going to be, you know what, let me just copy it, like a dark color, but not pure black. So this is going to be the color. So I'll come after this style, I'll have a comma, and then I'll add another property which is called use command shortcut. So let me just bring it in. Okay, so I'll just copy this and just bring it in like so. So two properties. I don't think I copied it well. Control C, and then I'll just bring it in. So here, this property is use command shortcut, which is set to true, and then ask before paste HTML, which is set to false. So in other words, you can paste an HTML just like that. Then tab index 1, you can leave that as is. On blur. Now this on blur, what I'm going to do is I'm going to point it to a function which I'll call handle blur. So here I'm just going to say, okay, content. It can easily be new content, doesn't have to be. So, but I'll just say handle blur, and then maybe I'll just make this new content is actually fine. So is there any other thing on change? Then I'm going to comment out the on change because only one of this is fine. So I'm just going to use out only on blur. All right. So for the on blur, I'll need to create this function that says handle blur. So let's go and create it up here. So I'm just going to go up and maybe I'll just put it here, and then I'll just duplicate this function and I'll just change the name to handle blur. Then here I'm just going to say content, TENT. Okay, so basically what we want to do is we just want to say that form dot set value, and we want to set the content to whatever we get as an argument for this function. So essentially what I just did is actually here in the documentation. If you check somewhere, you're going to see it. In fact, if you search for on blur, you see it, or you may need to go to their official website. I did some research and I discovered that this is the best way for you to change the content and set it to your form. Okay, so now that we have this in place, I don't think there's any other thing we need to do except to save and see what we've done so far. So I'm going to save it and let's see if it displays here. Voila, so it does display. Now the only problem is that we just need to do a little bit of styling, right? So first off, we'll start by adding some padding, some margin below this guy so that this button is not touching. So here I'm just going to come here, and so this one flex between, and then I'll say margin bottom of maybe 2. So if you save that, you have some space. Yes. Then for this one, I don't know if I give it a class. Okay, not really. There's no, so maybe what the only thing to do is just to change it to dark mode and see. So dark mode and see what we have. So I think this works. Okay, it works. Then let's try to submit. So I'm just going to switch back to light mode, and then I'll just do F12. So basically when we click the submit button, we are simply logging everything to the console. So if you expose this one, you'll see here that we're basically just logging these values to the console. All right, so I'm just going to make sure I enter something in every of these. So title, and then select a category, which I'll just say HTML. I will leave this post image, I'm going to leave it as is. That's because I've already selected a default value for the image. So if you come here, you see we've already added this default value. So then status draft, and then here I'll just say this. What's going on here? This. Okay, so it's working. This is a good content. All right, so now what is expected is that when we click here, we want to log everything to the console. So you see we clicked it, and basically we have it logged here. So you see category, title, this is HTML, so that's understandable. The slug is empty, the draft, and then the title, the status, and then the title, and then we just have the image. All right, so that's it. So it means it works. So what we're going to do next is that we're going to push these values to create a post with it. So I'm just going to come here, and then I will say that wait, you know what, I will not enter a title, and then okay, so you see, when you don't enter something, it will give you this error. So here I'll just say title. All right, so let's come here and call the function to create a post. So here we said if there's an ID, so if there's an ID, you want to update the post. So we're not going to do anything here. We're going to come here and uncomment this out. So here I'm saying that if there's an ID, if there's no ID, then I want to create a post. All right, and this post I want to create is I'm going to create the post with the form data. So now, although we've not created the form data is supposed to go here as an argument, form data. All right, so you create the post. If there's an error, you log that error to the console. If there's no error, if the post is successfully created, you're going to toast the message. Then you're going to route the user to back to the post page. So here I'll say router dot push, and I'm just going to go back to /admin and then /post. So that's back to the post page. Then last but not least, you're going to reset the form. So okay, so that's it. So what I'll do now is okay, what I did is that in this form, okay, let's just see if it works first. So we need to create this form data, yes. So I'll come here just below this guy, I'll just say const form data, and that's going to be an object that has, you know, the following properties. So I think maybe we should start by, you know, adding the ID property. So I'll say ID, and then I'll say first of all check if there's an ID, and then if there's an ID, if there's an ID, send that ID, else just make it an empty string. So now that we have that out of the way, we're going to now set the title, the slug. Now for this, I'll come back to the slug, but the title, the slug, the image, the category, the content, and the status. Now let us work on this slug, right? So for the slug, I'm going to say that, look, first of all, check if there is an ID. If there's an ID, then hold on, trying to figure out something. You know what, I'm not going to do anything with the slug. You know why? Let me go back to the function, the create post action, which is right here. You discover that for the slug, we're creating the slug. Wait, hold on, this is slug. Oh, we're just receiving the slug. So let's just, since we're receiving the slug, we have to create it from the front end, because it's either you create the slug in the front end or in the back end. So let's just create it in the front end. So for the slug, we're just going to say slugify the title. So I'll just say slugify, and inside the slugify, we're just going to pass the title. Now, I don't know if I've mentioned it before, but you can specify the properties with which you want to create a slug. So for example, if I say slugify, I want to slugify the title, I can say that I want it to be lowercase, to be set to true. And I think the lowercase set to true, I'm not sure if it's default, but I can specify that. Then I can also say trim, which is to remove the spaces in the front and the back, and I'll set that to true. So I don't know if I pointed that out before, but I just wanted to do that now. So this also should be colon. So this is it. Now we're good to go. I think we don't need this one. I don't think we need this one. Okay, so I think we can now test this function now to see if it works. So I'm going to come here, save, and then I'll just say title, HTML, everything is, I'll leave everything as is. Oh, it has already refreshed. Okay, let's just wait and do it again. So I've just added some dummy content here, and let's go ahead and click on create post. So fingers crossed, create post, and we're getting an error that's reference error slugify. Oh, we did not import slugify. So how did we import slugify here? We simply just brought it in like this. So we need to do the same thing here, and let's make sure we also import this create post. You see, we didn't import it, so bring that in, and then also bring in Slugify. So all things being equal, I'm also going to add some dummy content. So this is a content. Then I'll just set this to initially to draft. Then the category I'll just set to HTML. That's because I don't want to have to type everything. Then the title I'll just say new post. Aha. So let's just go ahead and save so that we'll have something there always at all times. Okay, so be fast. So you see now we're always going to have something here. So let me just do create post, and it's loading, and I don't think I saw any. Okay, we get an error. So let's see what the error is saying. I'm sure it has something to do with, oh, so get server sessions is not defined in the back end. I'm so sorry about that. Post action, where's our get server sessions? And I think it's here. So let's import it. Next auth, save, and I think that's it. So I'll try it again one more time. And this time I don't think we should have any problem. So create post. I have no idea what happened here, but I know the page refreshed. Let me try it again. Okay, so we have another error. Wow, what's going on here? Resolve model. Post is not defined. I didn't import everything I did in the backend. Wow. So let's bring in post. So bring in post. Is there any other thing? I don't think. No, that's it. That's the only one. We have revalidate path. Yeah. So one more time. Okay, so one more time, create post. And what are we seeing here? Post created successfully, and we get the message that post created successfully. Great. So we've been able to create the post. So there's one more thing I want to do, right? Maybe I should do it right here. And that is the fact that in this admin page, we don't need these links here, these footer links. It's just occupying as much space and we don't want it. So maybe what I'll do is in the next video, I'm going to hide these links from the admin pages entirely. All right, I'll see you in the next one. So guys, that's the first 10 hours of my full stack Next.js course. I'm sure you learned a thing or two. If you like to get the full experience and to have access to the entire thing, then I'll leave a link in the description for you to get access to the entire course. Make sure to check it out if you're interested, and I'll see you in another video.